Yeah, I've been so busy. I can't. I remember your voice, but if you are on a new account, like, yeah, I'm gonna
I was
forget. 'Cause
outside, remember? No, it's just work. Work with a period. It's uppercase WORK, and it's from 2 months ago. And it's only a half hour. Honestly, we should just stream it in here. It's fascinating. It's
can you
probably
link
one of
it?
the best YouTubes. Can you stream it?
Can you link it in the open
I
chat
will. Yeah, I will. But
so I can watch it?
we should watch it.
I'll definitely watch it. I actually have to get going here in a minute
Can
because I
anybody
gotta go.
stream this?
I don't
People
know if they're
sitting
gonna
here
want to
for
stream it in
hours
here.
muted, and it's like nobody ever wants to do anything. I'm gonna kick everybody in their rear end.
They're not gonna want to stream the. It's not to
Sydney,
the
that's fine.
water
Don't worry about it.
topic.
Sydney, are you still there?
Yep, just tending my dough, so I'm kind of multitasking, but I'm listening.
Yeah. Can I add you?
Yeah, for sure.
I did.
You know the
Okay.
other thing about dough when I haven't made sour bread, but whenever I made bread is if you can get like some decent quality like distilled water, like don't just use like tap water for whenever you need water to like make the bread. Like use like good water and it'll come out like way better.
Are you back?
I'm here.
Just use seawater. You make it salty.
No, don't.
Yes, do. Use seawater. You don't need to add salt anymore.
I mean, if you have a good source of like seawater, you could technically put it through like a strainer and get rid of most of the salt, or like a
Now
distiller.
you want it with all of the goods.
I think I'll be okay with distilled water.
But that's gonna drain your body for minerals, bro.
Well,
I
you don't
actually
want
have
your.
like 1,000,000% 2 cents to talk about this. So I've been distilling my water for freaking decade at least.
Oh no.
And yeah, no, it's great. So you just collect it in glass. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
And
Yes.
even this plastic is fine as long as it's stainless steel on the inside. And what you need is this to clean the inside. And my little distiller will just keep going. My friend has one from 30 years old. And so you can put chia in it. Chia is rich with magnesium. You can use lemon, but use it in small amounts. You can use 10 different kinds of salt. You can put any of these things in there. Check this out.
Oh yeah. So you're not drinking distilled water. You're drinking distilled
I
water and then
cook with it.
mineralize it.
Well, I put it in
Yeah, yeah.
everything. All my
Yeah, but
soup.
you mineralize it.
I make my
Yeah.
tea with it. So, and you can get
Yeah.
these black drops and other like,
Yeah.
minerals. You know
It
what
is
I mean?
mineralized water.
I'll tell you this, the stuff that comes out of there smells like a dead body sometimes. Sometimes it smells
Oh
like
yeah.
burnt hair. I mean,
If
it's
it's coming from
foul.
the tab, yeah, if it's coming
Yeah,
from the
yeah, it's
tab, that's
foul.
really horrible.
And I'm
Burnt
supposed to
hair.
have
Oh, that's the
decent
worst.
water. It does smell like burnt hair sometimes. One time it smelled like fish for no reason. The inside was clean. I
Yeah.
just
So
dumped that water outside. I didn't even want to drink the distilled water.
so when I bought my house 3 years ago, I
Mhm.
invested into a Culligan conditioner system. It's not a reverse osmosis, but it's these two like tanks. They look like almost like scuba tanks, and they connect to the main line of my house in front of my house, like in the shade. And they have these like charcoal filter systems, and it's not reverse osmosis, but it's about $4,000. But it still gets rid of bleach and like it gets rid of like maybe like a dozen different chemicals, and it softens your water too as well. And so for me, like if I'm not using a distiller, well, that's good enough. Like when I take a shower, I don't smell chlorine in my shower. There's still enough chlorine in the water to be effective, but like yeah, like I don't smell chlorine. Like it gets rid of all that shit.
I have the reverse osmosis on the tap, but I didn't hook it up to the toilet.
Yeah, it
But
connects to my whole house, the conditioner system.
it's on the sinks and the shower.
Connects to my
And
hose outside. There's no chlorine in my water. Like when I take a shower, you don't smell chlorine. There's still enough chlorine in there to, help you if you need chlorine, but it regulates everything through the filters. So at least I don't have like that nasty chlorine. I hate that fucking smell. Like when you take a shower with hot water and it just smells like fucking chlorine. Oh my god, that's like
the worst is hard water, I think, because it smells like
yeah,
eggs.
it
But I
softens
have
my
a well
water. Yeah.
on another piece of property, and it's a little bit of an adjustment. Everything's real slippery. It's like, ugh,
So I
rotten
went from
eggs.
like a 4.0 in hardness to softness ratio to like a 1.5 in softness ratio. It became softer on the little test kits. So my water is definitely a lot softer. I can tell my skin is a lot better. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
that's what
not.
I was gonna say. That my scalp just became amazing, and then I just started
Yeah,
using
your scalp.
banana and castor oil to
Yeah,
wash it.
castor oil. Yeah, I've used
And
castor oil and
I'm a
shampoo
no
like that
pooer.
shampoo.
No shampoo for me. Now I have bought some like bar shampoo to try and made shampoo like with Bonners, and I just like the banana, but you have to put it through a sieve and like rub it with, in through the sieve with the spatula and collect the bottom, because if you put the banana seeds in your hair and the enzymes, like you can't get it out. I made a
Yeah.
mistake the
So
first time.
also
I
I
heard
use it.
coconut oil is good for your teeth to like whiten your teeth, your hair, and your skin. Like
I
it's
don't
like
know
a
about the lightning, but I know it's antibacterial, it's antiparasitic, not to cut you off, and antibiotic. So, with the coconut oil, if you have fillings and you don't want to remove them yourself, which is safer if you're going to go in and get something else done than having them take it out, that's when you get exposed to mercury, the putting in and the taking out, and then they contaminate the water, obviously, flushing the other crap down. But once they're set, you're not necessarily in a lot of danger. There is some like links to like overactive kidneys and like tasting metal and stuff like that, or not overactive kidneys, but like
from
kidney
coconut
stagnation.
oil.
No, from the mercury fillings. I'm saying coconut oil will pull out your fillings. It will definitely get rid of any bonding, which is white filling or gold
Okay.
teeth, things like that, like little diamonds stuck in your teeth, any cosmetic bonding. So like think like a veneer when they whittle down the tooth and then cap it with veneers.
Yeah,
Coconut oil will, so like pulling coconut oil, if you have any dental work that you can't afford to have replaced, like don't do it because your shit'll fall out. But in the event that you want it taken out to be replaced, this is a safer method than having them drill it out. That's all I wanted to say. But coconut oil is amazing. I have tons of it. It's got to
yeah.
be
I use
cold
it.
pressed and virgin.
I use it for everything, like my hair and my skin. Like it's
I
way
have
better than lotion.
I
Definitely.
have a new remedy for you to try, and everyone listening should try it and do it smart. Research, read about it, go slow. But you put it up your nose and you let it drain down the back of the nasal cavity, which is all mucous membrane, and it never sees the light of day. Like a red light will penetrate through the skin like 2 inches if you sit about 10 feet away from it. And so that can help with like allergies, nasal infection. Obviously, it's not going to correct a deviated septum, I don't think, but uh, a clogged nose. So essentially, a mouth breather. Any time of the day. Like if you become a mouth breather at nighttime, you can't breathe through your nose, like it's environmental or whatever, dust. Coconut oil up there every day until you get like basically pinworms coming out. I don't know how else to describe what comes out, because it's antiparasitic and it's antibacterial and it's antibiotic. So it
You want
just
yeah.
it cleans house like nothing else will.
You want to hear the ultimate red pill is you get the fucking horse paste, the ivermectin. Just make sure that's the only ingredient. Don't get like the gold or whatever brands that have 2 ingredients.
We
You get the
talked
fuck
about this.
Yeah, you get the horse paste, you put it on your tongue, and then you just do like breathing exercises through your diaphragm and out your nose. Inhale in your mouth, out and out your nose. Exhale, and that
I
shit
thought you're
like
supposed to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. What is that exercise you're describing?
Yeah, you're supposed to breathe in through your nose because your nose is like a ventilation system. It's way better ventilating than your mouth.
More children, I wouldn't recommend the ivermectin. I'm not demonizing it. It saves people's lives. It gets rid of long COVID. But there's another horse parasite dewormer called Quest, if you have to go so extreme. I used to work with animals, and I did a thorough Quest, which is like a different version of ivermectin, parasite cleanse when I walked away from the job, when I was done with it. And I was like, well, it's time to do that. And it was a great experience. I was doing other parasite cleansing at the time. This was like in the last 10 years. But Quest will not lower the sperm count the way that ivermectin does. It was so shocking when I learned about that I thought it must have been another sort of psyop, that they're like, kind of coaxing people to use it. Because we have the farmer's parasite cleanse, which is clove, woodworm or wormwood, black walnut, and burdock root. Our farmers have used this for hundreds of years. And that's not going to lower your sperm count. And you get 88 minerals from the burdock root, which, mind you need when you're cleansing parasites, because you require all these minerals like magnesium to carry out these dead cells and these toxins with the endocrine system, with the lymphatic system. If you are nutritionally deficient, you are going to be stagnant, which is what they wanted with COVID, where they locked everyone down. It wasn't just to like tank the economy and get rid of mom and pop shops. It was a transferring of wealth, but it was also, a designed stagnation. And we have a lot of people that got depressed and stuff. I'm not trying to dominate the room, gentlemen, ladies. It's nice to hear people not like telling me I'm an asshole.
Well, sorry, I just dropped in, but just wanted to say if you could avoid that word and really that subject altogether. I mean, we like to use
you don't want to talk about COVID in here? That's fine. I've only been in here twice.
Yeah, I mean, we just say cocoa or, like the idea is implied kind of thing, but
I respect
like I said, I just dropped in. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I respect it. That's fine.
We're recording live 24/7.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello?
before I forget, I'll say
Holy
one
shit,
last
can
thing.
I have that like cut out? Can you guys delete that then?
Maybe.
I didn't know I was being recorded. If I knew I was recorded, I wouldn't have come in. I had no idea.
Well, I'm glad I let you know.
So I use a
You're not going to delete it for me though, even though I asked?
I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, it's probably
shit.
not possible.
That's fucking sus as fuck.
You basically consent to being recorded when you join. Anyway, I was just gonna say if you do use a shampoo and conditioner, you're supposed to use conditioner first and then shampoo, because it actually helps like maintain your hair and like get rid of the dirt a little better than actually the other way around. You want to use conditioner first.
Conditioner is to treat your hair. Shampoo strips your hair.
Okay, so that was what I was saying. You treat it first and then you strip it, and it actually gets rid of the dirt better.
Probably not for all hair types.
Yeah, it depends on the hair type.
Yeah, my hair type is less oily than most. So I just need to strip it and then use conditioner to, help it regain all those oils that it lost due to the shampooing. What hair types do you guys have?
I don't think it really matters.
Dry, like a horse.
I kind of have oily hair, but I just use like a 2-in-1. I use like the Buchanan with tea tree oil, whatever, but I don't use it every day.
So to the person that said you have a horsehair. That's more like A type of. It depends on what horse you're talking about, because horse can have very curly hair.
Yeah,
But
just wavy, thick, coarse.
yeah, that's like a B. I have 3C type of hair. This is just like the coarsest type of hair and the most likely to be dry hair. But if you really want to take good care of your hair, you need to know your porosity, if it's oily or if it's dry, and the exact hair type to have a complete kit for your hair, because everybody's hair is very unique, right?
Yeah, I don't care, and I mean, I don't care about my hair, you know.
And that's what's gonna make you bald in the future. You're gonna start
Yeah,
balding
yeah,
because
yeah. It's falling. I mean,
He's
it's
already
not
bald, dude.
falling. It's going off. Yeah, so it's receding, and I don't mind. I'm okay.
yeah, hair is supposed to recede. Like for males, I feel like it was a sexual dimorphism thing. Like as soon as a male hits his prime, he will start to bald and he will start having a big beard, and then it's like a sexual dimorphism.
And then
If you
you
know what
won't
I
have
Yeah,
mean.
to
well,
worry about hair
big.
products
I
anymore.
always had a big beard, so that's not a problem. But
But then you want to take care of
yeah,
your
with
hair. I
the
mean,
hair, for a man to take care of his hair is, I don't know, a
uh-oh.
kind of
Uh-oh.
gesture, you know.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean?
I think taking care of your hair is very important.
No,
Yeah?
it's not.
No? Okay, I
No.
guess I'm just gonna have, I guess my hair's gonna smell like, oils, mixtures of oil, dandruff,
Mildew.
mildew. I guess I'm just gonna
Hey, I'm not
have it all
saying you
just,
should listen.
you
I'm not
know.
saying you should stay dirty. Yeah.
Right. Because
Yeah.
obviously you have short hair, so it's not a lot to take care of. Right.
He's just saying it's not a priority.
It is a
For a
priority. No,
man. It's
it
not
is
a
a
priority for
priority. I think being clean is a very masculine thing. Being
Yeah,
clean.
being
He didn't
clean is
say anything
okay,
about not
but
being clean, dude.
Not
He's
gonna lie,
just talking about
shining
cleaning.
like
hair.
a
He's just talking about
woman,
hair.
makeup, pretty, and stuff like that, that's gay.
I mean, but you got to clean your hair though. That's not a female thing. It's anybody's.
Yeah,
Really.
okay, I clean it, but I don't.
Okay. I'm from
Listen,
Romania. I
I
steal
can't
your
spend
wallet.
time
Okay.
to
I
make
steal
a
your wallet. Okay.
hairstyle. Yeah,
Women like
to
men
look
with long,
healthy.
luxurious hair. I mean, not long
Exactly.
hair, but good, thick, beautiful hair that's not oily and creasy. And just washing it with normal soap is making
Exactly.
it even more oily. It's
Yeah,
destroying
well,
your hair, and it's
do
gonna
you
look
know what
shitty.
makes your hair greasy and stinky?
What?
Your insides.
True.
True.
Yeah.
I agree
True.
with you.
So
Obviously, the oils
you
in your
can
head are
wash
made
your
by
hair
you.
all you want. If you're filthy inside, you're still gonna be filthy.
No, that's not the case, because these oils are
Yeah,
here to
it is.
protect your hair. Whether
Unless
you're
you
filthy or
start
not.
cleansing yourself from the inside, you will not need to care so much of the outside.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
definitely
his
do. Like,
point is that he's
Listen,
saying if
I can tell you, I was in prison, yeah, and
Okay.
I quit eating anything from animals. Yeah, I went vegan, reading the Bible and all that. And the changes I noticed, yeah, I
Jesus
noticed that
killed fish, bro.
my body wasn't smelling anymore, wasn't stinking. So I could stay like 3 or 4 days not having a shower, and I will not be stinky.
God
Neither my
damn.
feet, neither my armpits, nothing.
yeah. That is a very good benefit off of eating raw food, like raw
Yeah,
plants, and
I
not
think you
using
should need a second
preservatives.
opinion, bro.
yeah.
But again, like these sebum and all these oils that your body produces, it's gonna produce it regardless if you're clean or dirty, inside or out, because these are here originally to protect and moisturize your hair naturally, right? But for a lot of people, they have too much oil. So when they have too much oil, it looks bad. It's not a good look. It smells weird. So you have to take care of it, and the better you take care of it, the less you need to take care of it, actually.
Well, the sebum secretions, sebum, yeah.
That's just one type of
That
bodily
is
oil.
not bodily secretions. That is what that's the excrements from alien entities that actually live inside your body.
Bro.
Yeah, and some of these alien entities are needed in your
Parasites,
body.
bacteria.
Did you know we have more foreign pathogens in our body than we have cells in our body?
No, that's not true.
No, that is true. We have more
No,
bacteria in
no.
our gut and in our mouths than we have cells.
Yeah, well, the gut, yeah, and the stomach is not the whole body.
I agree. But there is bacteria on your skin, in your
The
eyes,
gut
in your
and
hair.
the stomach
They're everywhere.
represent like 5% of the human body.
Again, they're everywhere. They're not just in the stomach. I just told you that in the stomach specifically, they're in not just the stomach, large and small intestine, that there's probably billions of microbes in your body, more than your fucking cells. So regardless if it's in the stomach, in your hair, in your eyes, there's still more than your cell. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What evidence do you have for that?
Okay, I'll give you evidence if
Can you
you want
show
one.
me a count, like all the human cells that make up a human body,
Yeah,
and to compare
your
that
body.
number with the microbial organisms that live inside the human?
Oh, okay. So here is the study. It said it's slightly over, not completely.
Mhm.
Like not like by the millions. It doesn't outnumber the cells by the millions, but there is oh shit. Copy paste. There is more microorganisms in your skin. And it also includes not just bacteria, but mites, skin mites, insects like
Yeah,
gnats and all these animals.
yeah, alien life forms. Yeah,
Yeah, but we
which
need them.
do
Like,
not have your own DNA.
yeah. But when you look at a forest, right? The forest is just trees, right? But the trees need the animals, which are foreign things. They need the animals, they need the fungus, and to make their beautiful system that it is. We're the same. It's just a Russian doll effect where, we're nature. We're just a small fraction of nature, but you know, we still have foreign antibodies in our bodies that help us, and these things do increase the sebum count. They do increase all these things, but they're more beneficial than they are harmful. But regardless, sebum is still being made in the body, and you still need to get rid of it, or else it's gonna clog up your pores and cause you to break out, or cause you to have dry hair, or dandruff, you know
Mm.
so taking care of, like, I agree with you, taking care of your inside body is good. Like, I remember I never drunk water ever, and I used to be covered in back acne and face acne and chest acne. But once I started drinking a gallon a day for a week, the results were like amazing. Like, I
Well,
can't even explain. Like, my hair grew faster, my
a
eyes were
gallon is a
clear.
little bit much.
Huh?
A gallon of water a day is a little bit much, double the quantity required.
Yeah, but I'm replenishing my body's things, and also I do work out. I do go to the gym. I do walk a lot and do
Why
high
do you
intensity
work out?
sports
Why do
because
you
I
work
like
out?
because I like doing it. Before it was like I have to work
No,
out,
I
but
don't
now
think
I
you like
like
it. I think you were told it's good for you.
but naturally
You were
in the
told.
wild, right? We would be moving constantly. It's unnatural to stay in a, you know,
Why? I read in Romania monks who lived actually in caves. So they were retreating and just sleeping inside the caves, 24/7.
Yeah, but is everybody the average monk? Are most people those type of monks? No, they're not. Most people, when they're stationary, are sitting in their couches watching TV, eating popcorn. They're not working out their bodies, and our bodies are designed to walk around. This is why we have
Well,
we have a
why would
bipedal
you eat
stance.
if you're not gonna do physical work?
Huh? What
What's
did
the
you say?
LGBT?
Why would you eat in excess, or why would you ever eat until you are satisfied?
Why do I eat when I'm satisfied? Till I'm satisfied?
Until you are satisfied. Yeah.
Uh, that's the body telling you that you don't need enough food. That's why. You don't need any more
Well,
food.
actually, in my country, people used to say the man should stand up from the table while he is still hungry. So you should never satisfy your hunger completely.
But this is a cultural thing. This is not like a biological thing.
Yeah, it is biological because it's about eating.
I mean, technically, we're not supposed to eat 3 times a day. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
during majority of
Once,
our
once
evolution,
is enough.
we'll be lucky to
Once a
even have
week,
2 meals a day.
once a day,
Facts.
So,
and people
and
can
so,
also do once a week if they do like heavy fasting.
yeah,
They can do that.
yeah. But the thing about heavy fasting like that, you can't do that forever. You're going to, especially if you work out or you work a very intense job, right? You need
Well, you
food to
don't know
replenish
that.
that.
You don't know that. Listen, there is a character in Romanian ancient culture, Zamolxes. And this guy went inside a cave, completely isolated from the world. No light, no sound, no seasons, nothing. In that cave, everything was constant. Yeah, temperature. Once you adapted, there are no changes. Yeah, so the metabolism uh, can stay in a constant state. And this guy went in like when he was 80 years old, and he came out when he was like almost 400 years old. He came out of the cave, and he came out in a new world with new people, and everyone he knew was long time dead.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that if we went to a cave, if we all went to a cave and there's a stable temperature, everything's stable, all the
Yeah,
variables are stable, that we will be able to
yeah,
live for hundreds of years?
yeah.
But we already do that with housing. We control the temperature and the variables with air conditioning and fans and all that shit, but we still don't live that long.
No, you still have stress, weather, yeah,
You should migrate then.
But
the air.
increasing
Listen,
that,
the air between
yeah,
summer and winter changes.
yeah, it either becomes more wet, more humid, or dry.
Yeah, yeah. This water from the outside world, water has memory. It
Definitely.
carries information, actual information about the medium and places it went through. Now, in a cave, your a source of water in a cave can only be a spring, and that kind of water is completely different from
Mm.
what you get outside in the world.
But where's the water
You're cutting
coming
out.
from the cave? Where's the spring connected to? If you followed the spring, where would it connect to? Wouldn't it connect to the outside forest or wherever you're at? Because body of water that's completely isolated from another body of water. So the cave has a river system that's being fed
No.
by an outside source.
Listen.
That's why it's a river.
Romania is in Europe. It's the country with the maniest natural springs, water springs,
Manyest.
and this water is how do you say, drinkable. You can drink it straight from the source.
You
That
can't
is
really.
pure water. It's coming from beneath the mountains. Nobody knows where it's actually
It's full
coming,
of germs.
but we can see it springing in the mountains.
It's dirty water.
It's not rivers, it's not
Yeah,
lakes,
so
it's
the
not
water is
snow
going.
melting, it's nothing of that. That water is coming from very deep underground.
No microscopes in
Or from the
Romania.
mountains. I know Romania has a ton of mountains, right? And these mountains
Yeah,
have
we do.
glaciers, and that's a lot of the clear spring water comes from the glaciers. But
No, we
again,
don't
that
have
still has
glaciers.
memory. It's still gonna have memory. All water is connected. Like there's no water source that
Yeah, I'm not
isn't
saying it's not
connected
connected,
or eventually be connected.
but spring water is different than fountain water or tap water.
I think the average human is either getting water from bottled bottled water or from the tap, right? And even then, yeah, we eat 3 times a day, then we form expenses of energy. We stay in the house for majority of the day. So all these calories and all these unused um energy is sitting in our body instead of, you know, metabolizing and being used for energy. So for yeah, I might agree with you with or Romanian monk that's in a cave might survive for hundreds of years, but for us, me and you, me and the average person, isn't, you know? That's my claim.
Makes sense.
Yeah, well, there is stuff you don't know about caves. Caves, actually, they are in nature
Romanian housing.
the closest thing that is very much like a mother's womb.
Okay, but isn't there life on caves like bats and arachnids and salamanders and even some species of fish exist in caves so deep that no human has ever even entered them? So probably even more
Yeah,
isolated than the
we do have
Romanian.
such caves, like underwater caves. Yeah,
Yeah, but again, the how these animals got there must have been an entrance point to the cave, right? And this
yes, there
entrance
is. I
point isn't
told
just gonna
you
allow animals;
there
it's
are
gonna
there
also
are
allow
caves
humans.
which are underwater,
Of
and
course.
there is a siphon, so you have to dive into that lake and enter the cave underwater, and then you come back up to the surface inside the cave. You know?
Yeah, but it's still connected to the outside world.
No, those caves are completely isolated from the
But
outside world.
the water's gonna carry algae. The water's gonna carry animals. You're not the only thing that has been swimming up in that lake.
No,
Who knows? There's probably a beaver sitting in that lake with you right there.
the
So, like,
beavers
I do
don't
agree
to
with you.
caves.
Caves are very isolated, but they're not completely
Not even, listen, not
isolated.
even the snakes, they don't have the guts to go deep inside the caves because uh, they may never come out again. So animals, actually, quite a lot of animals, they fear going inside deep caves. I mean, caves 2 or 3 kilometers long. If
Look,
you
I'm
ever
gonna
go
show
into such a
you
cave without a light source, you will get
pictures
lost
of
and you will
animals.
never come out unless someone comes and takes you out.
I agree with
Bang. Bang.
you, but there's some animals out there that don't need sight,
Goddamn.
and these
You're roboting.
animals
You're heavily roboting.
can travel freely between caves. Look, click inside chat. Um, I have really shitty internet, so it's gonna take a while. But there's animals that still come into these caves. They swim around. They get stuck, yeah, but they find a different source of food that they can eat. Then they slowly adapt to their environment. They lose all melanin. They lose
No,
all their
they
eyes.
don't find.
Oh,
If it's a rat, the rat is not gonna find food inside the cave. A rat will die inside the cave. Also a beaver. They will never find their way out because it's pitch black darkness. There's never light in there. Only artificial light if you manage to take it with you.
Huh?
Earth is not the globe.
Earth is also not water.
Superfluid liquid helium can levitate forever in a magnetic field. This is a 2023 discovery, scientific discovery.
Get bigger. In the
Yeah.
let's call it, I don't know, a chamber, right? Let's say
Yeah.
we're standing on the floor, right? I'm standing on the floor. I look down, I see the floor, and I look across. I see the earth, and I also see waters across, right?
Yes.
Then in the medium that I'm in, there is gases, there is
Air.
water gas, right?
Yeah.
And then when you go really high up, because some of these gases are going very high up, like helium,
Yes.
right? And the temperature decreases and decreases, and this helium is being super cooled up there, right?
Um, temperatures drop because helium gas actually absorb the more helium gas you have around you, the
The colder
colder
you
the
get,
medium becomes.
that's interesting.
Because
Okay.
yeah, helium gas actually absorbs energy to rise, so it it absorbs energy from everything, from the medium,
Okay. So that helium that is going up is up there.
Yeah.
Um, is in a very cold temperature. Okay. Then what do you think above? Let's say you jump in the pool of helium and you're like floating in it or whatever, right? Let's say you keep
Yeah.
going up. Is there a roof? Is there a ceiling? Because the helium is not the ceiling, is it?
Well, the way I see it is an ocean of helium.
Okay, an ocean. Okay,
And
yeah.
once you reach its surface, your down will not be upwards, where it will be the bottom of that ocean, because the bottom of that ocean will be upwards, which is
Yeah,
our upwards, that direction.
it's
Now,
our upwards. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, helium is a negative element in nature. So it is attracted to the positive plane. So it makes the matter and everything that resides in the positive plane of existence. We are made of atoms which are of positive charge construct, and we are attracted to the negative plane. And all these elements, vast majority of elements of the atoms, they are of positive construct, so they are attracted to the negative plane, and they make up all this negative plane. So now when you take these negative, actually positive elements, and you bring them up there, um, they are constantly repelled by that medium. So we need to actually change the state of our atoms that make up our body. And there is also this temperature differential, extreme temperature differential. Liquid helium is at below 5 degrees Kelvin, minus 268 Celsius, something like that. Now, water molecule cannot exist at that temperature. The water molecule will break because it is below the point of hydrogen condensation point. So oxygen will become liquid oxygen and freeze into ice, and hydrogen will be liquid, you know. So our bodies are really not suitable for going and taking a visit into that realm, kingdom, medium. It's impossible.
So is the state of the of the positive and negative plates, the ground negative and the ceiling, I will say the ceiling, whatever, positive. Is that state, is that inside a magnetic field that is being imposed into it? Like, is there an outside variable that is uh, inducting or in, you know what I'm saying? Like, is there an input into that system that is causing the effect?
Well, um,
Because if you have uh, a plate, or if you have a, how do you say, if you construct the machine all the pieces but there is no input
yeah.
of electricity or energy into it, it's just the machine just gonna stay there doing nothing. Does it need an outside input or some sort?
Well, yeah, I think actually, you see, this matter of existence, yeah, um, is caused by the this if you look into quantum vortices, you will
Yeah, I think we
find
see. I was gonna say that movement that we see of the luminaries above is some type of vortex, and that vortex is causing an effect in this chamber that we're in.
yeah, but
Luminaries.
these quantum vortices, they have a toroidal shape, and um, this liquid is actually flowing above our heads in that toroidal shape, and its flow is what actually generates this magnetic field
Yes,
present in.
the liquid is moving. Yes, I will say the maybe what you're saying, the liquid helium that you're talking about, that liquid helium is in movement. I mean that you're saying that it's in a vortex state, moving,
Yeah,
right?
if you look at a dome fountain, is very much the same. You know, it looks like half of it when you look at a dome fountain. That laminar flow, and if there is a video on YouTube with superfluid liquid helium where they show how you can achieve a perpetual fountain in
Okay.
this liquid.
Yeah, in the liquid,
And
right? But you still need to input or have some type of mechanism that is moving and causing the mechanics of it is not just the liquid helium. The movement of the liquid helium is still an effect. It's not a. It might be causing
yeah,
other
well,
effects
they
below it.
do have that fountain. Um, so they put like a
Around it.
tube. They put a tube inside the liquid, and a part of the tube is sticking out. Now, if you just let that, you will see, you know, the liquid climbing up the walls and, leaking. But the problem is that when you shine, for example, infrared light, in the liquid at the bottom of that tube, um, it will make the liquid to shoot a stream of liquid through that tube, and that liquid stream, when exits the tube, um, will fall into a bell shape or dome shape. Now, in most of the cases where when you look for documentaries, you will see the bell shape, and that's because they are doing it in a very small beaker. And the shape of that beaker actually is what creates that shape of that bell fountain. Um, but the funny thing is, at the bottom, where the liquid starts to fall back down on the liquid surface, that
To
lenticular
flow.
flow, when it reaches the surface of the liquid, um, it goes like sideways, it curves, and that's why they call it bell shape, and the liquid will have a thickness of 50 micron, which is exactly the minimum requirement for this liquid to maintain a constant stable pressure inside that bell shape. So it's very strange because the flow of that liquid uh, wants to keep a constant pressure inside that bell shape of helium gas. But if you had the other gases which have a gaseous state at that temperature, um, it will do the same. It will try to maintain a constant pressure.
That's interesting.
Yeah. There is something about surface tension that scientist was explaining, like,
That falls under kinetic energy, kinetic. No,
yeah, pretty
kinetic.
much. Also, molecular cohesion or some its property to maintain its liquid state, so that lenticular flow will not break. So it just flows omnidirectionally and maintains like a curtain, you know, completely covered. And it doesn't allow, like, it's a closed system, doesn't allow transfer of matter from the inside to outside.
But light can shine through that.
Hey
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. Light, yeah. Uh, I didn't say
Or,
it's
or
isolated, it's a closed
yeah,
system
true.
only. Yeah.
What are you talking about, guys?
What was
Yeah,
that,
and
Dragon?
it fits our description,
Yeah,
we are a closed system. I mean, so
I just arrived a little bit late. What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about
superfluid
something.
helium
Yeah, go
dome
ahead, bro.
fountains.
Super fluid liquid helium.
Oh, okay.
And when you look at dome fountains made with water, you will see that they, from the top, they shoot into a laminar flow sideways and then curve down and fall like almost perpendicular to the surface of the water. And in superfluid liquid helium, when they do this beaker, it flows sideways and then curves down and comes like in a perpendicular fall, vertical fall. And then when it gets close to the surface of the liquid helium, it goes sideways. It's deflecting sideways and leaks back into the liquid. And it's forming a bell shape. And that phenomena is very interesting and intriguing. I saw that scientist explaining a little bit about it, but I haven't understood everything. But it has to do with the maintaining a constant pressure inside that bell to actually support the flow. So the medium inside that bell is being modeled, shaped, created by this liquid. And this for me would explain it's the cause of existence, of this world to exist. Without it, nothing would be stable. No physics laws, no magnetism, no electricity, no electrostatics. So all elements will start to behave very chaotic. They have no rules, nothing. It is speculation, but yeah, I like this one better than what NASA gives me or Discovery Channel, because NASA and Discovery Channel, they leave you no room for exploration, for research. They tell you, oh, just sit down on the couch and enjoy what we show you because we know all the answers. We have them for you, and we are giving you the answers. So, yeah.
Okay, so how are we gonna get the answers for ourselves? How do we go as a person, right? Me, as an individual. How do I go to Africa and videotape or observe
Well,
elephants and all these animals by
you
myself?
think you need to go to Africa and verify, You don't need to go to Africa. You have to look around you and what you can do where you are, yeah, to find the inner workings of nature and to find answers to phenomena taking place in nature.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But you, as a Romanian person, right? You live. I'm assuming you live in Romania, right?
I
So
work in Germany, but
your
yeah, okay.
ecosystem, yeah, even in Germany, their ecosystem is
So boring.
I didn't hear you.
different than in Africa, right? So you're saying just because these people went out and explored
No
for
one
us,
heard anything,
right?
by
So
the
we
way.
don't have
We
to.
didn't hear anything you said.
That in
We didn't hear
itself
anything you
is
said. We didn't hear anything you said. You were cutting out, cutting out, cutting out. So you gotta figure your internet connection before you can speak and say something.
hello.
Yeah, try to repeat that now, because we heard you say hello.
Um,
You're cutting out again.
um,
Try to move closer to the router or actually take a...
He dropped out. He dropped out.
Yeah. If you take a bowl of water and put it next to your router, it will enhance a little bit your Wi-Fi signal in your house.
Yeah, but make sure it's seawater, not just the still water. Seawater. It's more conductive.
It's
Right,
too
Vector?
funny. Old
What
people
is
are
too funny?
hilarious.
You need the electrolytes in the water to be conductive,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
Gabriel?
Water is very good. Salt water, yeah.
If you're gonna have like a bath,
Seawater. Not
if you're gonna
just
take
salt water. It's different. Seawater. It's another level to water.
Yeah.
so if you're gonna take a bath with a toaster, you're best doing it with seawater.
They should sell water with the routers.
Sure, you can take a bath with water. Yes, yes,
So
you can do that.
stupid.
Hey, can someone mute Vector or ban him? He is just here to, open up his mic and making drink noises. He's a troll.
Hey, he's trying to talk. Go ahead, Vector. He's allowed to speak. Go, Vector. Say your words. Say stupid. He's so
Chill,
stupid.
Daddy.
Tell him, Vector. Tell him. He's so stupid.
Daddy, chill.
Another interesting thing I read.
I'm so happy.
Hey, Vector has something to say, Gabiget. Tell him, Vector.
Chill, Daddy.
Okay.
I'm so happy
Tell him,
not
bro,
to be a
come on.
part of the degenerate generation.
I mean, he's a degenerate, but he still has something to say.
I do not identify with them at all.
Meow.
He's probably equal to my age, but, completely lost in the sauce.
Hey, at least he has a Vector.
Yeah.
Hey, a lot of babies weren't born out of their mothers; they were just incubated out of they don't have no belly buttons. Vector, do you have a belly button? I think Vector is one of those without a belly button.
Yeah, and this is a question I like to Orthodox priests. But I don't know why they get
Yikes.
so upset, like straight away, you know. I'm asking them, did Adam had a belly button, you know?
No,
And how do you know?
because he was created out of thin air and water and earth,
No, out of clay, out of clay.
It might have
out of
been
clay.
designed with one. Yeah, it
So
might have
he
been
wasn't
designed with one.
born, yeah? Then it means God also doesn't have a belly button
There
because
you go.
Adam was made in his image.
Vector, you don't have a belly button, do you?
Bro, I'm just here to listen. Say something smart quick.
Stupid. That's your favorite word. It's stupid. Because that's all you've been
Yikes.
saying for the last hour. It's so stupid.
It's funny, it's not stupid.
But you said stupid
It's
like 10
called
times.
projection.
I'm still thirsty.
It's called projection. It's nothing new.
I think Vector might have a parasitic infection. He sounds like that.
Bro,
Well,
why you triggered? Relax.
No, I'm not triggered. I'm just saying your voice sounds like you might have a parasitic infection.
Prosthetic infection.
That one too.
Nice.
Anyways, go ahead, Abigail. You were saying something about the belly buttons.
Yeah, if he had a belly button, that means he was born, and God would also have a belly button, and he would have been born. You know, so it's a very primordial question, and this was actually the problematic and philosophical question back in the days, instead of today's question, like what was before, the chicken or the egg, you know?
The rooster.
Yeah.
You need the balls in the first place, right? Right?
Yeah, but without the cloaca, you don't
You
get the
talking to
egg.
me, old man?
Are you saying that God didn't have a mother?
Yeah, it's very interesting, you know. But yeah, these Orthodox priests, they were like calling me speaking blasphemy and stuff like that. And I was like, no, really, I'm seriously interested. What will be the correct answer to this question, you know, because it's very primordial. Everyone that has a
Is it one of
button
those that you
means
have to
he was
say
born.
no? Is it one of those that you might have to say nobody knows?
Yeah, nobody knows for a fact except Adam, Eve,
Nobody
and
knows.
his son and daughters, and God.
If you're in an incubated baby, does that have a
Those
belly
ones
button?
also have belly buttons, you
Those do.
know.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, they do have the umbilical cord, and they are being artificially fed.
So Vector, you do have a belly button then.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your point?
But you
So
don't have
goofy.
Just
six
making a stupid point. You know the way you like it. Stupid.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Old man.
In primary school, I had a school colleague, and he had 6 toes at his feet.
There's
And
people with 6 toes and 6 fingers. I mean, 12 and
yeah,
12.
and he had also like under his pectorals, you could see another 2 nipples, and below them, like the beginning, it was like the skin looked pretty much the same as the nipple skin, but it wasn't a nipple formed, you know. So he had like 6 nipples, 6 tits.
That sounds good.
Bunch of weird old man.
Yeah, later I realized that boy was definitely a giant, ancient giant lineage, blood lineage.
Did he have 2 sets of teeth and ginger hair?
Man, I don't know, but I saw this with my own eyes, like in real. It's something else. I've read newspapers with all sort of weird genetical anomalies, mutations, stuff, but to see something like this with your own eyes, I always thought when I read those newspapers, oh, this is fake, is computer generated image and stuff like that, you know. But when I saw it with my own eyes, it was something else. Things change. I didn't know much about the giants in those times. I was in primary school. I wish I knew.
Show proof.
Nah, that would be stupid. Right, Vector?
Say what?
Okay, I'm going to have a nap. Night shift. Take care, guys.
Later, Gabiget.
You're Jamesy. See ya.
Yeah, later, man.
See ya.
See ya. Wouldn't wanna be ya.
Facts.
Triangle?
Did you just
Yeah,
say
yeah.
triangle? How dare you?
Save that for the morning.
He said triangle.
But it wasn't a Jerry though, was it?
He left after he said triangle. Vector, I got a question for you, Vector.
What?
Do you know what a triangle is?
No, that's why I'm here to learn stuff from you.
Aha, that's what I'm here. I wanted to ask you,
Aren't you a
but too
mod?
bad.
You lying to
No,
me, old man?
no. You don't like old people, Vector?
No. I just don't like stupid old people.
Because you didn't have a granddaddy or something?
Stay mad, old man.
Hey, I'm not old. I'm younger than you.
Sure you are.
Yeah, and I'm
I'm
not.
17.
No, you're not. You're 13. Do you like children, Vector? Do you like children?
Do I like what?
Children, kids,
Yeah?
young people.
Yeah, what about it?
You don't like old people, but you like kids.
Sure. What's your point, old man? Get to it.
Well, that you are an old man because you like kids, so you're all an old man.
You struggle with English.
You're struggling with your brain.
Where are you from?
America. Have you ever heard of that place?
Yikes.
Have you ever heard of America?
No way. Show proof.
I'll
Yeah,
show you a
that's what I
map of America.
America. Show proof.
Show proof. Where are you from? Antarctica? Sounds like you have like an Antarctica accent.
It's from the Queen's country. I mean, King, sorry. The King's country.
The king. That's right.
Victor, why do you like hanging out with old men?
Bro, usually you ban me here. I'm never here.
You're never here, but you are here now.
Yeah, because you unbanned me. It's so nice of you.
So you're never here, but you are here.
Whenever I get here, you just give me a 2-day ban.
Is that because you don't like old people?
No, it's because, I don't know. I don't know what's
At
up,
what
you
age?
asshole man.
At what age do they become old?
You say too much dumb stuff.
No, but what age do they become old?
What?
At 17.
When do they become an old person?
At
I don't
17,
know.
you're old enough. At 17.
Whoever's older than me.
Oh, okay. What about old women?
Is your boyfriend older than you, Vector?
No, he's younger. You jelly?
How did I know he had a boyfriend? I wonder.
You're just trying to be insulting, bro. Because that's your
Insulting? Were you insulted by your boyfriend? Why? So why are you with him?
You're so mean. Say something smart. I need a good laugh.
That will be stupid. I know that's your favorite word because that's the word you have used the most when you open your mic.
You're
That's
so triggered.
stupid.
Chill,
Your boyfriend
daddy.
is triggered. Your boyfriend is triggered.
You wish I had a boyfriend.
That's why he's triggered, because you don't have one.
Where you from?
America. Have you ever heard of that great nation, America?
There's no way you're from America.
What do you mean? Why not?
You couldn't pay for any apartments there.
What do you mean? I pay.
Poor old man. You're poor
No,
old
I'm not gonna
man.
tell you. I'm not gonna tell you how much I pay. I'm not gonna tell you that.
There's no way you're from America. No one in America is that stupid.
What you mean? There's like what over
There's loads
Let
of
me
dumb
see.
people over in America, man.
None of you are. You all have like very thick accents.
Yeah, but remember, in America, there's a lot of accents. Many accents. So how do you know which accent is from America?
It's very easy.
Really?
Really?
How easy is it? Very easy?
Very
Easy?
easy.
Medium? Hard?
It's like
Very hard?
I ask for
Insane?
proof and there's nothing.
The further south you are, the slower you speak. And it's like the opposite in England, basically. It's like a
Show
gradient.
proof of citizenship. You don't got
Talk
one.
to a Scottish guy.
Not you. Just saying it's not that hard.
Hey, Victor, why are you speaking so quietly? You don't want people to hear you speaking to
I
all
don't
flat
want
earthers?
my mom to wake up.
You don't want your mom to hear you talking to all flat earthers?
That too, like I don't want to get caught talking about flat earth. It's retarded.
Your boyfriend might leave you?
Why are you so hung up about my boyfriend, bro?
I mean, you're worried about people around you
Aren't you a
leaving
bit
you
too old to
and
talk
be
like
worried about you talking to old people in the internet.
that? Is that what's triggering you, old man?
And you call him stupid.
But you are.
Yes. Correct.
You're not even American.
What do you mean?
Show proof.
Have you ever heard of America, Victor? Have you ever been to America?
Show proof.
Do you have a green card to go to America? You don't even have a passport, do you?
You're just a terrorist.
Yeah, I'm terrible at this. Yes, I am. You are too. So you are terrible at this as well.
Show IQ, bro.
Show IQ.
Triggered old man.
I'm 16, so you're the old man.
Yikes.
You're older than me, so you are old.
I am. I'm 72.
You old man.
I'm not old. I'll show you. Hold on.
And you're not stupid, are you? You calling other people stupid. That means you're not stupid, right?
I might be stupid, but I'm here to learn.
What about trolling? From 1 to 10, what is your troll level?
0.
0? Is there such? I asked from 1 to 10, bro. Are you stupid?
I don't want to be 1. I don't care about your rules, old man.
Yeah, but I asked you from 1 to 10, and you said 0. Are you stupid?
Old man. Triggered old man.
Are you here to trigger old people? That's what you're here for?
Cope.
Cup? Oh, Cubs. Okay. Are you a cup?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. A lot of Cubs are stupid.
See that guy in chat? Now that's a troll. A bad one, but still a troll.
Is that your arm, Vector? You have like a double bicep or something? What is it?
Yeah, I'm crazy fit.
What's the argument that the The Earth is flat?
It's stupid. Ask Vector.
No, don't ask me anything.
Yeah, ask
Have a
Vector.
chat.
He likes hanging out with old flat earthers and he knows this stuff. Ask
Is there no flat earther in here that's willing to defend the flat Earth position?
Yes, Vector. He has a horizontal vector and a vertical at the same time. Just ask him.
He's trolling.
No, Gunish, he never trolls in here.
You're a
he's
mod
serious.
in here, so your
Who?
stupidity isn't even a question.
Are you a mod, Gunish? No, he's not.
Even your small talk is cringe as fuck.
Damn, Gunish, you gonna let him say that to you, bro?
Do you think he's talking to me?
Yeah, he is. I know it sounds stupid, but yeah, he's talking to you, bro, in a stupid way.
Yikes.
Vector, do you want to clarify for the room who you were talking to?
Yeah, you know. You know it's not you, bro.
Is that your boyfriend? Because he was talking about his boyfriend earlier.
Why are you so jealous, bro? Why not get
I'm
a
just
wife?
asking. I just want to learn.
Yikes. Come on, say something smart. I'm getting bored.
Oh, you bored the other guy. He dropped out, bro. Vector.
You sure you didn't ban him?
You came at the wrong vector at him, bro. He left.
Yeah, he's a smart guy, you can tell. It's a waste of time.
So why are you acting stupid, Vector? Why?
It's just what it looks like to you. But
It only looks stupid, but it's not stupid.
I just can't take you seriously, bro.
I mean, you've been very serious since you opened your mind.
No, I haven't. What the hell?
You've been so serious this whole time.
Oh, you wish, old man.
Like licking your water like you're a dog or something.
Licking the water. It's a bottle of water, bro.
Next to the mic. Do it again. Let me hear it.
My mic's so good. I can't help it.
And just open your mic when people were talking and you say, "That's so stupid,
subject, bro."
Like your favorite word, stupid.
Imagine arguing flat Earth.
Arguing with flat Earth? Can you argue with the? I don't argue. Who argues with the floor, bro? Do you argue with your floor? Or with your wall? You argue with the wall? That's what you do?
I wish you had a chat partner.
You stupid.
No, that's just temporary.
So Vector, you got anything else besides calling people stupid old people?
That's when
Anything
you
else?
ask me questions, bro. You get what you ask for.
Can you bring a different Vector to the conversation?
I just
Instead of the
chill here and
stupid
listen
one?
to elderly talking about stupid shit. It's funny.
Oh, because you say your mom is sleeping. That's why you don't listening to her, because you like listening to her.
Bro, your English is too funny to take you seriously.
Your English is too funny to take you seriously.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it sounds kind of stupid, like you say, but it is funny. Actually, it's not funny. It is laughable.
You're trying too hard, bro.
Yeah, I am. I have to do it because you're not even trying, right, Vector?
Where's the intelligence, bro?
Vector, what is the vector
Honest
of gravity?
intelligence.
What is the vector of gravity, Vector?
I don't argue.
You don't
Science
argue,
with
you
the
just...
fucking idiot.
You don't argue science?
Right, I don't.
What is science? What is science?
Keep talking. You're my entertainment for today.
You waiting for your mom to wake up so you can talk and listen to her? Like the stupid old people in here?
My mom's younger than you. Yikes.
But she's older than you. And stupid like you, right?
So triggered.
I mean, you learn from her. So you being stupid and stupid being your favorite word might mean something about your mom. Since I'm not American because I don't sound like you, saying that I am American, that will
You're
be
not
stupid.
American because you're stupid.
I am American because I'm stupid. Isn't that like one of the prerequisites to be an American? Being stupid?
There's no way your stupid ass lives here.
Here where? You're not American. You're not stupid. Are you? Are you or are you not? Prove it.
Prove it. Show proof.
Show proof that you're not stupid.
I think your wife wants you to get off the computer.
My wife? What's that?
What's that?
Are you stupid?
I don't know. I heard someone. I too doubt it was your wife.
Your wife?
Yeah, no way. Some girl would lay.
You mean your boyfriend?
Why are you so uptight about my boyfriend?
Why are you so uptight about my wife?
I never said that you had any. I was guessing that you don't.
You said your wife
I
10
heard
seconds
some
ago,
female
bro.
in the background, bro. Relax.
Are
It's not
all
that
females
deep.
my wife? Oh, yeah, all female, therefore
I
my
don't
wife.
know.
Okay.
Friend?
Hey, Vector, are you stupid? And old?
Maybe.
Or
That's why I'm
young
here to
and
learn
stupid?
from people who struggle speaking English. But they
Well,
wanna
your
say
LARP
something.
and troll is very weak, so nobody believes what you say.
I'm not even trolling. I just wanna listen.
You're not trolling, really?
No, you're just being silly old man.
So you calling people old and stupid in here is not part
Yeah,
of
I
your
did.
troll?
Maybe I'm wrong, but why you hung up on that so much?
I mean, I'm just checking what's wrong with you, bro. Maybe you need help.
You unmuted me just to like get triggered. That's too funny.
I mean, I muted you to check if you had anything to say besides stupid.
I even told you I didn't. All I have to say to you is that you're stupid.
Lovely.
It's facts.
Isn't that like a stupid thing to say?
Kinda.
Does that mean that you are stupid?
Maybe.
Do you learn it from your mom?
Do you learn it from your mom?
Or from your boyfriend?
There you go again.
Because your dad is
Stop
definitely
being
not
perv,
stupid,
old man.
because he's not there. He's
He
a
went to
smart
get
one.
some milk.
Yeah, he never came back, because, you know,
You're so
he didn't want to be
stupid.
associated with you.
You probably think you're God's gift to trolling.
I mean, I'm just, you know, giving you some love back, because, you know, you're sharing your love in here.
Okay. Thanks, old man.
You're welcome, old lady.
Just like that.
Hey, Vector, A guys, giving you props for the content. Saying some high quality content in the VC. Hope somebody is recording this. You see, Vector?
He's just
You're
being
serving the
sarcastic,
community.
but you don't know English enough to notice that.
You're serving the community with your stupidity.
Why don't you speak in your native language? Maybe I would understand you better.
Yeah, it's called
Yeah,
English.
do it. There's no way.
Have you ever heard of that? That's what we speak in America.
America.
Oh, A guy has something to say. Go ahead, A guy. He's gonna make the VC better. Come on, A guy. You got this. Come on, bro.
I think at this point, I think being quiet is better than saying what you guys are saying.
Facts.
Staying quiet is better. It is better.
Yeah. Why aren't you quiet then?
What's the argument usually for why you see Earth curve on the moon? There's a shadow. What's the argument for that again? Against that, sorry, not for that.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the moon, that's Earth, right?
Well, when you see the shadow, right? You usually, when you look at the shadow on the floor, you attribute it to yourself, right? So when I look at a shadow on the moon, I attribute it
a wall.
to the object.
The shadow on the floor might be a wall or a tree or something.
Yeah, but when you look at a
Not
shadow
me.
that resembles, for instance, yourself, right? You would expect, okay, that must be myself. That must be my shadow. And when you see nothing between you and the moon, then you see a shadow with curve, you wouldn't attribute it to anything
that
other
doesn't
than the
resemble
object
the
living in
ground.
front of it, right?
Curve that doesn't resemble the ground. Okay, so how
Yeah,
do you?
well, I mean, it's there.
So,
You can see the
when
curve, right?
when I look at me and I see me in the mirror and I look at my shapeless shape, right? And then I see myself in the mirror, and then I see a shadow of me on the floor. I say, "Look, that's my shadow," right? But then when I look at the Earth and it's not curving, and then I see a curved shadow on the moon, I say, look, that shadow in the moon is not the Earth. Why? Because Earth is not curving, you see?
Well, that could be true. What also could be true is that the Earth has a certain size to the point where you can't perceive the curve when you're standing on it, but you can perceive it being cast on another object. So you can see the curve, you're just not perceiving it on the ground. Maybe that's the explanation.
So are you
But
denying
which one's more
reality?
likely is the next question.
Why are you denying reality?
Well, which one's more likely is the next question, which is to say...
why are you denying reality, bro? Tell me why.
We need to figure out which one's more likely, right? So if
the most likely is that
there's
the
two
ground
options,
is not
right?
curving. The ground is not curving, right? There's
Yeah, voice
topography,
break.
obviously, but the water is not curving. You don't know how big the Earth is.
So there's two options, right?
You just look at a furniture in front of on top of a table. Okay, so you look at furniture on top of the table, and then look at a cartoon on a book, and you're saying, look, this furniture on the table or this cartoon on the book is casting a shadow on the moon. That doesn't work like that, bro.
Okay, so there's two options for the shadow,
What?
right? You said it could be something we don't know because we're standing on an Earth that looks flat, and that's possible, right? But then the shadow would have to be caused by.
No, I didn't say there's two options on the stuff that you're saying. No, the shadow on the moon is the shadow on the moon. That phenomena that we see, it's what it is. But you attributing it to the ground, that's you making stuff up. You attributing it to the shape of the whole Earth.
Okay,
that's you making stuff up.
Let me just present the two options because there really are only two.
Those are two options in your imagination, but not in reality.
Well, you can tell me if it's a false dichotomy, right? Once I've laid down the dichotomy, either one, there is a shadow on the moon, and we don't know what caused it between us and the moon, in which case it had to be some other object in place to create that effect, or two, that shadow is the Earth's being cast by the Earth. Now, I would hedge my bets.
You can't have that option. When you look down and you look the Earth on the floor, you're looking down, and then you look up and see the moon up in the sky. How can the thing under your feet be causing the shadow on the thing above your head, bro?
See, I would have. Okay, well let's put it this way, right? You know, you can be on an object so vast that you can't perceive its shape. Let's say, and I'll show you how you could demonstrate that. I'll tell you how you could demonstrate that. Let's say you have a massive sphere and you put a tiny little camera on top.
Where is this massive sphere?
Let's blow up a balloon that's massive.
But where is the? You're saying. Let's say you have. Where do you have this? Where?
Well, just hold
on. Where is this massive sphere? Where is it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just working.
What do you mean? It does matter. You're trying to say. Let's use logically step by step. Let's use our because we're using our senses.
I'm trying to be logical with you.
But you're saying let's use our logic and then throw logic out of the logic and use non-logic.
MC, I thought flat earthers were meant to be critical thinkers. If
I'm
you're
not a
saying
flat
it's
earther, I'm a heaven earther. I'm a heaven earther.
You're saying it's impossible.
Don't misgender me, bro.
Yeah, you're saying it's impossible to stand on a sphere that's so large that you couldn't perceive its
You can stand on a sphere, but as long as that sphere is not. I mean, you can stand on a ball, and if you keep your balance, you can stand on it. But then eventually, you're gonna have to get off it. Right?
Now you're just being dishonest because you know exactly what I'm asking you, but you just want to.
You're being dishonest. You're being dishonest.
Well, if I'm saying like, Gremsy, let me ask you the question straight. Do you think a ball, if you're an individual, an observer, could be the tiniest little ant or tiniest little camera on a big ball? Do you think
I'm not standing on a ball?
There's no.
You're making stuff up, bro. Can you stick to reality? No, stick to reality. Talk to me about reality, not about your imagination in your mind.
The logic first before we can talk about reality.
Talk about reality. If you're not going to talk about reality, don't talk about fantasy.
Okay, then. Well, let's talk about the shadow on the moon again, right? So
the shadow on the moon is a shadow on the moon. We agree.
That's vacuous. That's non-informative. Total tautology, right? So when you look at the moon and you see the curved shadow, then you know that there must be something causing that shadow, right? Causing that shadow over the moon,
or the water's on the ground because that's not curving, right? Because with the
does it matter?
ground,
why are you looking? Look, I'm pointing at the curve. You're pointing away
Not the
from
thing
it.
under your feet, right? Not the shadow on the moon is not the thing under your feet because
Well, I
that's not
expect
curving.
that shadows take the form of the object that's been cast on it, right? Do you expect that as well? Do you see anything different?
Yeah, but you're still saying that
Oh,
the
so
sun is
you
under
do
the
see
ground.
it. So you're looking at the curve.
No. You're
Yeah,
saying
you agree with me.
you're hiding something and you're not adding
He's
into the
confused,
equation, and
old
you're
man.
saying
I'm hiding
you're saying you're not adding something into the equation.
This guy
You're
is
saying that
clearly mentally ill.
the sun is under the ground and is casting light across the whatever medium, and the
sun is
object
under the
between
ground?
You're saying that the shadow on the moon is because the sun is under the ground and casting that shadow between on the moon because of the earth.
Look, it can't be the case the sun is level with the moon, because then we would see every side of it.
Every side of what?
The moon, even during daytime. But we know that we don't do that.
But you don't know what the sun and the moon are. So why are you making arguments like you know what's going to happen with the phenomena of the sky? You don't know the medium, you don't know the sizes, you don't know any variables, and you're saying
You're
know what should be happening.
You're right. There could be some sort of special pleading going on here. There could be some sort of mystical energy causing shadows that we don't know about, right? But what do we have on the table? We have what we can observe.
Thing of
and
your
we're not going to appeal to
mystical
things
energy
that we can't observe. We're not going to appeal to our mystical energy today, all right?
These guys
We're going to appeal to what we can see. And so when, for instance, if a globe earther says, well, there's the reason why that you can see further sometimes over the horizon is because refraction and mystical energy. You go, no, you can't do that, right? And I say, well, look at the moon. Like, you can see the curve. The curve is that you can point at the curve,
and then you look at the ground.
Say, well, no, mystical energy. Mystical energy.
Then you look at the ground and you see the ground is not curving, and you look at the moon and you see a curve on the moon. You say it's not the Earth because the Earth is not curving.
Dumbass, what in your theory explains what he's talking about, the shadow on the moon? What in your theory explains that?
It is dumbass.
I don't think we need to think about how they explain it. I think it's just self-evident that there is, right there, a curve, and the only thing we can see between us and the moon is the object we're standing on, right? So I would deduce
if they're
it is the object we're standing on, right?
Listen, if they're just going to special plead and appeal to ignorance, just ask them how their theory accounts for it. If their theory can't account for it, right, and they need to appeal, and they need to appeal some kind of magical force that's going to make the expectations that we all agree upon different, right? Then you can just show them that they're just fucking idiots. These guys are all mentally ill. They have diagnoses. They take medications. They're fucking idiots, right? Like, why even spend?
Is that an argument? Is that your argument?
Yeah. I mean, it's stronger than anything else.
Is that your argument? Yeah. I see a curve on the moon. Therefore, the ground that is not curving is causing the curve on the moon.
So, is that consistent with the globe theory? Is that consistent with globe theory?
Is that consistent? The ground is not curving, but the thing in the sky is curving. Therefore, the ground is curving because the thing in the sky is curving.
You see, I would say that there's something self-evident here, right? Now, I say that we can use our observation and attribute shadows to things. I believe that we can do that. Now, I also think that I can see up to the moon and there's nothing between us and the moon. And I can deduce with that the shadow is being cast by the only massive object in place to do that, and that'll be the thing I'm standing on. And so I can see curve. I experience that curve, even, I'd say. Now, you would say, well, look, you can't know what that is. Now, then I would respond to you and say, that's
it's not the thing that is not curving.
No, but everyone else will move on with their lives knowing exactly that relationship.
Hey, the Earth. Let's say the Earth is causing the shadow on the moon. Okay, the Earth is causing the shadow on the moon, but the Earth is not curving still. Even if you see a shadow on the moon that looked like it's curving, that doesn't change the shape of the thing under your feet. It doesn't attribute the shape to the thing under your feet.
I think there's nothing else it could be attributed to.
Sure,
so you made that claim. Now you made the claim.
The ground is causing the shadow on the moon, but the ground is not curving like a ball.
Okay, great. So what on your theory?
Therefore, it's not a ball, right? Because you see the shadow on the moon, but is the ground under your feet curving and spinning?
Well,
Is
we
it?
agreed earlier, and this is what I tried to make you agree with logically, that you could, in theory, right? In theory, be standing on a ball that's so large that you couldn't perceive it while
No,
standing on
agree.
it.
Didn't agree
You think
to
that's
that. No.
impossible? Can you give me an argument for that? Why is it impossible?
An argument to what? That
Why
you
it's
were standing
impossible
on
to
a
stand
ball?
on a ball that's so large that you couldn't perceive curve? Tell me why that's impossible.
Is that impossible? It's
Hey, don't tell me.
impossible.
Give me the argument. You said it's
You
impossible.
said
Okay,
it.
ready. I'm ready to go. The logical argument. Let's
The
go.
ball that ball that you have in your imagination, it's impossible.
No, I want to
Get
know
it?
the argument.
Get it?
Dempsey, where's the argument?
What argument?
You said that it's impossible to stand on a ball
in your
so large.
imagination is not real.
Yeah, but you said that it's impossible to stand on a ball that's so large that we couldn't perceive it from Earth, but we could, for instance, look up in the sky and see the curve.
So your
quite
argument
clearly.
is that you're imagining that you live in a ball, therefore it can be a ball because you imagine it to be?
Well, I'm just after the argument, Dempsey. The argument, you said that you can never see, it's never possible that you can't see curve while standing on a ball that's so large. That, like, no matter how big it is, it could be millions of miles across, but you'd still see
So it
the
is
curve.
a ball that is not the ball that is being claimed. It's another ball. A ball that you're imagining that is so,
Dempsey, I'm going to lay the
it is
question out for
so
you quite
big.
plainly.
It is not, I'm not, bro, stop it. You're saying that this ball is so big, so not the ball that you're claiming. It's another ball, a bigger, way bigger ball.
Does it
And you're
matter?
saying,
All
hey,
I need is for you to agree to the principle, and then we can move on.
No, your imagination is incorrect, bro. What you're
Okay,
saying,
so it's impossible.
the fantasy that you're proposing is not reality. It's as simple as that.
So can you give me an
What you're
argument for why it's
proposing
impossible?
is an impossible that is nonsensical.
Why is it impossible?
Nonsense.
You're just saying
Because
that. It's just
it's
a
not
story
in
at this point.
reality.
Why
You're just
should anyone
making
take that
something
seriously?
up and saying, hey, if we imagine that we live in this ball that is not really in reality,
This is just
why
rhetoric.
not?
I want to hear the argument.
You're making rhetoric and you have no argument.
Why is it the case that you can never, no matter how big, it could be millions of miles across, you're saying that if you're standing on it, you can see the curve from on the ground? I want to hear that argument. You can never do that.
Can you repeat that?
You're saying that no matter how big this ball is, you would always be able to see the curve, right? That's your case.
This
I
ball
want to hear the
that is in your
argument.
imagination, this piece of furniture that you're extending into an infinite
More
size,
rhetoric. I want to hear the argument.
the thing in your imagination is not reality. It's pretty simple, bro. Why are you overcomplicating
That's not an
it?
argument.
Why are you denying reality and trying to make an argument from fantasy? Why are you doing that?
Well, I think once we establish it's possible, we can then scale down, right? I think that's certainly possible. But
So you go to Fantasyland,
but I'm
and
waiting for you to
from
accept it's possible
Fantasyland,
in the
we're
first
gonna
instance.
from Fantasyland, we're gonna create some type of concept, and let's try to work it out from Fantasyland.
So it's more like, well, you just say you haven't got an argument. That's fine. I'll call it that. I think I've made my point.
Yeah, your fantasy doesn't add up to reality. It's pretty simple. Don't overcomplicate it, bro.
Total.
Good afternoon.
Oh my god, I love this place.
We're talking about moons.
I just want to know, like, why the sun doesn't shrink at sunset and expand, right, evenly on all sides concentrically, right, on sunrise. Because if it's the case that the sun is something above us, right, orbiting around the sky on a flat plane, I mean, that's what you would expect to see. If the reason why we can't see it anymore is because it's getting far away from, like, angular perspective. Like
It's because we're looking through like a sphere or a lens or some kind of like a dome. But even on like an Earth model, there is like a dome of atmosphere, right? Around the whole Earth. It's like a full dome. It's the same.
How does that relate to what I'm saying? There's a dome of atmosphere. Okay, so.
Well, each person, each observer would have their own like unique perspective on a sunset, depending where they are on Earth, right?
Okay, so everybody has a different perspective from the way they look, but let me just frame this again. So, on your model, on the flat model, I don't know if it's yours.
Flat model, the thing in your imagination, you're imagining something in your mind and making a build of your imagination and arguing from there. No, that's not reality.
Yeah, no, he's trying to get an idea of the flat Earth model. Go on, carry on, man.
Yeah, so the idea is that the Earth is flat, right, and the sun is something that just kind of like orbits around, right, above our heads. We don't know how big it is or what it is, but it orbits around. Right? If the reason, what we call sunset, and the reason why it goes away is because it's getting further away, and the atmosphere is like occluding, right, the sun, or it's shrinking, like the way a street lamp will look while you're driving down the boulevard, right? What you should expect to see, like you see the street lamp, shrink, right, concentrically, not like become occluded as if it's going over a globe, right? And I've just never heard like a response to that. Right. Also, it should not only shrink concentrically, it should also move laterally, right? It's because the reason it's moving away from you, it's moving in a circular. Right? There should be circular, angular, moving in a circle. I'm sorry, and it should be moving to the side. Sorry, ramble.
Go ahead, argue the strawman for him. Go ahead, Turksoid. You gonna explain the argument from the flat Earth that he imagined?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just saying, like, if this isn't your model, then tell me what I got wrong on it. Okay, now if I got it right, tell me why you shouldn't expect to see what we don't see.
You think that you are perceiving the sun and it should be doing certain things. It should be doing this. It should be doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if there is flat, yeah. Now I gave it. I tried to steal man.
Shouldn't be doing anything in your imagination.
What, dude? Can I just not talk to you? I'll talk to somebody else. Right?
Yeah. Stay in mute then. Mute yourself.
If you're just gonna say it's in your imagination, right? What we're doing
you're building a concept in your mind, and you're saying, "Hey guys, this build up in my mind should work a certain way." Mm-hmm. Explain it to me, guys.
I did. It's called a conceptual analysis, and I asked you if you agree with my model, right? Of what I think model of what I think your model is, rather.
Cool guy. The phenomena that we observed, the thing that the sun does, and the luminaries, the way they work, they're not gonna change based on your ideas in your imagination or minds. They're gonna work the way they work, and that's it. They're gonna change it. I'm not gonna change it.
No, duh. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying that if your model is correct, this is what we ought to see, and we don't see that.
Yeah, reality is not a model. Cool guy. Reality is not a model, bro.
Okay, but like, do you think the Earth is flat?
Bro, his model works, and you're just canceling it.
Yeah, is the Earth flat? Right. If the Earth is flat and the sun is a thing that orbits around our sky, then we should see this.
You mean flat like a wall? Do you mean flat like a wall?
What I mean, flat like a plane.
Like a wall?
What do you mean like a wall? Wall's vertical. I mean, like,
no.
Like a plane.
Look at the wall. Look at the wall in your house. Do you have flat walls? Don't you?
Are you just trolling?
Are you trolling? Person? Are you trolling?
No, I'm not.
You're not.
I think you're just like a mentally ill troll, or you're not, and you're just like wasting time on here.
Are you mentally ill? Are you mentally ill?
No, I'm not.
Sounds like you are.
Why do you think I am?
Why do you think I am?
Because you can't follow a conversation.
Because you can't follow a conversation. Again. You can say the same thing over again. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you understand like how theories?
Yeah. Do you understand? You think
I'm acting like a child?
You acting like a child.
Great conversation.
Great conversation. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Do you believe in God?
It's got to work more along.
Gamsey, I expected better from you. What's going on? Not your day today.
What's going on? He opened his mic earlier. He called people in here mentally ill. I say, I think you guys are mentally ill, and you think I'm gonna just give him time? And he's not even addressing what I'm saying. He just wants me to address what he's
That's the
saying,
last two.
and I ignore what everybody else says. So it's his show in here. He's
all you said.
He's coming
all
in
you
the
said
room.
is that like
You're coming. Poor guy is coming into the room and not leaving his shoes out, his dirty shoes outside. He's bringing his dirty shoes into the room and putting his dirty shoes on the table and say, "Hey guys, serve me coffee, steak right now."
Yeah, great. Yeah, so all you said is that what we believe in our heads doesn't change on the outside. Obviously, it doesn't, right? But you didn't address anything I said, right? So are you going to address what I said, or are you just going to keep are you just going to keep saying imagination?
Yeah, address your imagination. How are we going to address your imaginary concept of reality when reality is out there in the real world?
Okay. Do you think the Earth is flat?
Do you think the Earth has a shape? You think?
I think it does. Yeah.
You think flat is a shape?
I mean, it's kind of like a feature of a shape.
Is it a shape?
I mean, flat itself, no, it's a feature of a shape. Squares have flat sides, right?
So
all we're concerned with is if the plane. All we're concerned with is the surface of the Earth is a flat, right? Maybe it's a square. Maybe it's a circle with a shaved top. You know?
Okay, so let's go with your flat Earth, with your concept of the flat Earth, right? The one that you're imagining and constructing.
I'm asking you what your view is. I don't know why you're asking the question.
Okay, so you're the one proposing.
I'm asking you what you think, dum dum. I asked you if you thought that.
If you're asking about the ground and the thing that we're standing on, why are you asking about the sun?
Okay, I'll get to that in a minute. And I'll answer the question.
Is the sun in the ground?
So no, it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about right now.
So you're asking, in your concept of the flat, in your model of the flat Earth, how does the sun work, guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, do you think the Earth is flat? Do you think the Earth is flat?
The Earth is Earth.
Is the Earth flat?
It's Earth.
Is it flat?
Earth. Listen to this. Earth is Earth.
Earth is Earth. I get it. It's a tautology.
Yeah. You got it. You got it.
Let's put some synthetic. Let's put some synthetic identity on the table. Is it flat?
Okay. Earth is Earth.
Is it flat?
You got it. You got it already. And you know, water is water. You know the difference.
Yeah. Right. When you do that, Gemsi, just to be clear, right? The reason why it's called a tautology or non-informative or vacuous is because you haven't actually said anything. You just said Earth. Maybe you want to say Earth, Earth, water,
yeah.
Earth, right?
Earth.
And that's how clear you're being right now. You know.
It's brilliant argumentation.
Hey, if you can, because you're expecting someone to tell you what the shape.
Yeah, what you think, right?
Is.
We're trying to debate here, so I want to know your view.
What the shape of the Earth is.
No, I'm actually just asking you if you think it's flat, right? It's not the shape itself, right? It could be a square, it could be a pizza, it could be a star, but it would still be flat.
You assume the model when you ask the question initially, right?
Well, I'm asking him what his model is.
Yes,
so what is his model?
There is no model. There is
no model. I don't got a model.
Is there flat? So you don't know. You don't know what.
Look in the chat.
Yes.
There is.
You see his problem?
Shape, right?
He's expecting me to have a model and destroy that model when that's not reality. That's not Earth. Model, not Earth. You see, that's why when he asked me about Earth, I tell him Earth is Earth, but he's saying Earth is model. You see his problem?
Well, I think the real thing is that we would say, look,
even though we established
the observations
that Earth is Earth, and Joey, you call me stupid and you're not saying anything because you said Earth is Earth. This guy agreed that Earth is Earth, and now he's saying, "Oh, you don't have a model of Earth." That is the model of Earth, cool guy.
I'm sorry, what?
It's a model of Earth.
No, it's the model.
Okay.
It refers to the Earth, dum-dum.
You finally got
it. It's a concept. It's a concept that. Oh, right, great. So I'm asking you what you think the Earth is, right? And then we're going to use your model of what you think the Earth is and do a conceptual analysis. So, do you think the Earth is flat? Yes or no? Is it flat?
Earth is the Lord's. Earth is God's. That's what it is.
God. Earth is God's. Okay, so there is God's.
Yeah, it's His or His. Yeah.
Oh, it belongs to God. Okay, so how did God make it? Did He make it flat?
How did God did something?
No, how did He make it? Like, what are the features? Is it flat?
What are the features? Probably only He knows.
Only he knows. So you don't think it's
I
curved? Oh, so
don't.
it's not curved.
Cool guy, do you know?
Yeah.
You know. You
Yeah.
checked it yourself, and you know all the dimensions. You know the extensions of the whole Earth. You know how deep
I don't have to know I don't have to know everything to have knowledge. Do you think knowledge entails like omniscience?
No, I know. I'm sitting on a chair right now, and I'm speaking to you in Discord. We know that.
Yeah. Do you know it's not? Do you know it's not?
You're making claims about the Earth, the whole construct of the whole world.
Wait, are you not making claims? Is it round? Is the Earth round? Is the Earth round?
Is round and flat mutually exclusive?
Well, I guess you could say that there's a shape that's round on one side and flat on the other, but we're talking about what we walk on right now.
So are you claiming that it's around this or something?
No, I'm talking about the plane that we walk on. Is it curved or is it not? Is it flat or curved?
It's not curving because if it was curving,
okay, so it's not curved. So is that your model? Is that your imagination?
So no, not a model. When you go out there and you see the world, it's not curving. We have a horizon. We derive horizontal lines from it. What is the slope of a horizontal line, cool guy?
A slope of the horizontal line?
What is the slope of a horizontal line?
There wouldn't be one.
What is it? What will be the number? 0, right?
Yeah.
What will be the slope of a curved non-zero?
Of a curve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So in reality, we establish a horizontal, right? We have a horizontal. It's not curving, and you're claiming, hey,
how do you know that? That's begging the question.
You're claiming
how do you know that
horizontal is curving.
Yeah, how do you know that? How do you know it's a
because the curve has never been measured. The curve, the claim that you have, because you're the one with the claim, the horizontal is curving.
Wait, are you not making a claim right now?
Water,
that's not curved?
You're making, bro. That's the axiom.
Is it curved?
That's how it is.
Axiom.
Is it
what
curved?
do you mean that's the axiom?
Yeah, we used to think the Earth was flat, dumb. It wasn't an axiom.
Earth is flat. Earth is Earth. Are you
As
dumb?
an axiom?
Okay. Oh, so the Earth is flat. Okay, great. So, like, if the sun is above the flat plane,
Earth is Earth.
What would we expect? Okay, now you're back to Earth is Earth. No, he's back to Earth.
Earth is Earth. Are you for? Earth is not a description. Is Earth a description, dude? Is Earth a description? Tell me this. Is Earth a description?
It's too much.
Earth is an informative.
Is Earth a word? Is Earth a word on a word that you can write down on a piece of paper? Is Earth? That's concept. That description that you're talking about. Is that what Earth is?
What is this rhetoric, MC?
It's craziness. It's just mental illness. I wonder what like Thanksgiving is like with these guys. I mean, he probably doesn't celebrate Thanksgiving, but it's alone on the computer.
Is that your argument?
We wouldn't say the models are Earth.
No, it's not curving anywhere.
Okay, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. You're a fool. Listen to yourself.
Oh yeah. Do you want to engage instead?
Fool guy.
This guy keeps saying Earth is Earth.
Do I want to engage with your
miswrote.
foolishness? No.
He miswrote his username. Instead of cool guy, is fool guy.
Good one. Fool guy.
Can someone address my comment in
fool guy.
chat? It directs to a claim that was made a few minutes ago.
Yeah, they Vector and Fool Guy, they are the smartest people in here, and they know better. They know better. They know it's curving. They know the horizontal lines are curving, right? And it's a spinning ball because Fool Guy knows.
I mean, I'm just not. I don't want an interactive person who won't like actually talk and engage honestly.
Hey, Cool Guy, if it's not curving,
Earth is all Earth.
curving, is it a ball?
Earth is Earth. I mean, not necessarily.
Yeah.
It's not curving.
It curves everywhere, but it curves everywhere, so it is a ball. Right?
Where is it curving?
I mean, we could imagine like a shape where it's curved somewhere and not, but it's curved everywhere.
Where is curving? Where is it curving? Where?
It's curving everywhere.
Where? When you say everywhere, where?
Where every part of every stretch of land is curved. Right?
So when I'm standing on a spot on the Earth and I look across it, it's curving everywhere around me. It's curving away from me.
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Do you have any measurements of this in real?
Yeah.
In the real
How do you know that?
This is a concept.
Well, it needs to be inferred, right? You can't appreciate like a
You
curve of a
believe it.
huge
You
mass.
believe it. That's what you're saying.
So no, he's saying you cannot see the curve, you cannot measure the curve, you can't appreciate the curve.
You didn't even hear what I didn't even get to finish the sentence, right? You just
okay, go ahead. It's not there, but that's how you know it's there because it's not there.
Can you shut the fuck up, right? Obviously, you're not going to be able to appreciate a curve over like the course of like 20 feet or something like that, right? You need to do measurements.
How about 10 miles?
I don't know.
Is there a curve in 10 miles?
30 miles.
Yeah, you should know that.
Why should I know that? Right?
Hey,
there's things that oh my god, you guys are just going to like be mentally on end bandwagon.
No, listen, is there a curve in 10 miles? Is there a curve in 10 miles? Because you said 20. But we can measure past 20 feet, can we? Can we measure past 20 feet?
Yeah, there's a curve at all these distances, right? But the question is whether or not it can be appreciated, right?
You believe that? Yes, we got it.
So
yeah, I believe it.
So are you saying that it can or it cannot be measured, the curve?
Well, I think it can. It just needs to be a distance that our like instruments can appreciate.
It can be curved. Okay, how long do we have to measure it to detect the curve?
I don't know the details of that, right?
So you don't know?
I would appeal to other. No. But what I do know, right, is
claim from ignorance. You're making a claim from ignorance.
No. I was trying to give an argument that you are dodging.
Fool guy.
Why is it that you dodge my question?
Fool guy. So you think your lack of evidence is evidence?
No, I'm trying to give evidence, but you don't want to engage with it.
What
I can give you evidence that I know.
Admit it, you didn't have evidence.
What's that?
Listen. Dalulu. Saying that it's curving everywhere, right? That's what he said. It's everywhere, but you cannot measure it.
No, I didn't say that. I said that I don't know.
Where is the measurement? Right? Where is the measurement? Where is it?
Yeah, I could look into that, right? But listen, there's a fundamental problem
just
here
here
where you're being dishonest. Can you stop? Can you stop? No, I'm not. I'm trying to give an argument. I'm trying to give an argument, and you're dodging it.
Of curvature?
I'm trying to give an argument right now, and you kept dodging
but
it. You kept saying Earth
curvature.
Over and over again.
Is the curve measured?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying.
What is it measured?
No, I'm trying to give you an argument of curvature. I don't know the numbers, right? I'm trying to do a conceptual analysis with you, but you don't want to. You kept saying Earth is Earth. Now, if you want to engage with what I do,
you're gonna.
Am I gonna make stuff up? Oh, how do you know? I haven't even given it yet. You just kept like.
You said you don't know, but now you're saying you're gonna give a measurement. You don't know.
All right. What did I say I didn't know about? What did I just say? What did I just say I didn't know about? Go ahead.
Okay, who measured it? Who measured the curvature?
Yeah. I do not know the exact measurements for the curve, right? But I didn't say that I don't know if the Earth is curved. It's different claims. Okay. So do you want to engage with what I was trying to say earlier, or do you just want to dodge?
No, we're gonna keep on the measurement, and if you don't know
exactly
it's measured, how do you know it's curving if you don't know?
Yeah, from other forms of inference, right?
Oh, so you're gonna ignore the direct measurement and go to the moon. You're gonna go to the moon
to allow me to give it. Yeah.
Are you gonna go to the moon, to the sky?
Why are you asking like a ridiculous question like that?
Go ahead. Go. What is the next one? Well, let's go to the next. We're gonna go back to the measurement, but give us your second best proof.
You're like a broken record, dude.
Listen, besides your lack of evidence of curvature of a measurement, right? You don't have that. You just admitted you don't know. Now give us the other best proof that you got. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's just do the conceptual analysis I was trying to do. So you think that the Earth is flat, is that correct?
No, don't ask me about flat Earth. Tell me about
Don't ask me about flat Earth, okay. Don't ask me about flat Earth.
Because Earth is Earth. I told you.
Aren't we discussing flat Earth right now?
So are you gonna run away from your claim and not gonna provide any?
I'm trying to provide.
He's trying to make his claim.
He's asking me. He's gonna make a claim, but he's asking me, "Do you think the Earth is flat?"
Yeah. Well, all right. I'll make the claim now, and then I'll evidence.
Is that the evidence of the globe that asking me?
Can you shut the fuck up?
Right? Is that your evidence of the globe asking me if the Earth is flat? Is that your evidence?
No, it's just a Socratic method of getting through it. Now, I'll just make the claim now, okay? So, like, what we observe, right, with the sun rising and setting, right, is only consistent with a globe, okay? That's the claim. Now, I want to go through the...
Only consistent, okay, only consistent, how? How is it only consistent with the globe? Go ahead, can you support that claim?
Dumbass. That's what I'm trying to show you, dumbass, right? So if the Earth isn't globed, right, curved, and it's flat, right, what we will observe, right, with the Earth coming in now sight, would be the Earth's shrinking concentrically around all the edges of the Earth, such that it looks like a street lamp when you're driving away from it. However, that's not what we observe. We observe what we would expect if it was going over a horizon on a curved surface, right? We also don't see what we would expect to see on a flat Earth, is that the moon would move laterally, the sun would move laterally. But we also do not see that. It just stays on the axis of which it's been moving through the sky.
So more arguments from ignorance.
How is it an argument from ignorance? What do you think an argument from ignorance is?
You're saying that.
What do you think an argument from ignorance is?
Hey, the only way.
What do you think an argument from ignorance is?
The only way we see the phenomenon.
What do you think an argument from ignorance is?
We know the ground is.
What do you think an argument from ignorance is?
Because the only way. Okay.
What do you think an argument from ignorance is?
This is the argument that you're making. We know the Earth is curving. The measurement of the Earth curving is because the only way we can observe the phenomenon of the sun setting is because it's a globe. That's your argument?
Yeah. If the sun, right? If we agree that the sun is a thing in the sky and it moves, which we do.
You don't know
right?
what the sun is. Do you know the medium that the sun is in? What's the medium that the sun is in?
Medium? Yeah, it's in space. Right, but we can just imagine it's just in the sky.
So
right?
another argument from ignorance.
What do you think an argument from ignorance is?
Making an argument that you don't know anything about.
Making an argument you don't know it.
You're claiming
I can't.
It's in space.
I can't deal with this.
You're saying that the sun is in space. In space.
Yeah, I'll talk to somebody else. I'll just leave. This guy's crazy.
Yeah, go to another VC.
Yeah.
Go to another VC, bro. Oh, thanks God.
Man, that guy was annoying. Thank God.
Yeah, Heaven Earther was annoying. That was crazy.
Yeah, I had to be annoying because the first claim he made.
No, not Heaven Earther. The Lulu dude.
Yeah, that's right, Clay. He's trolling. But when he opened his mic earlier, he said that he knows that everybody in this VC is mentally challenged, right? So that includes you, Red Clay. He knows everybody in here.
Anybody mentioning my name?
I'm not mentally challenged.
But he said that you guys are mentally challenged.
Oh.
And you should be taking your medications.
I don't care about what people say, shit like that.
But hey, that was his argument.
You might like to get hung up on stuff like that, but I don't.
But hey, that was his argument. And then he's arguing that he knows the medium that the sun is in. He knows the medium of. And his proof that the Earth is curving and it's a water ball spinning in space is because we observe the sun doing what it does. And that
makes a lot of sense.
That's not what he said. That's the beauty of it. No, it's not. That's what you trying to characterize his argument as.
No, that is what he said. What are you talking about?
We asked him, how do you know that the Earth is curving? He said, when the sun is moving across the sky and it's setting.
And we see it go over a curved surface.
That's how you know.
Yeah, that's not how it works, but.
He said that's the only.
Hey, what's the diameter of this flat Earth that we're on?
That's the only way that it can be. It has to be a ball. Because what the sun does.
Is the sun a physical object?
Probably he knows. I think it is. Should be.
It should be, yeah. I mean, it heats up and it can burn you. But so can a magnifying glass. But the magnifying glass isn't what burns you, is it? It requires light.
So Joey, he said that the only way that we can observe the sun doing what it does is because we live in a ball. Great net.
What's the question? Sorry.
The guy said, cool guy said that the proof that the ground is curving is because the only way that the sun, that we observe the sun doing, is because we live in a ball. We see the sun doing what it does, and the only way that that can happen is because we live in a ball.
And what do you want me to say about that?
Is that like, that's the only way? You agree with that?
That's the only way you could tell it was a globe? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, that was his second best proof of that the ground is curved.
I would suspect that isn't the only way you could tell. If you could tell.
He said that he doesn't have any measurement. He knows it's curving, but he doesn't know about the measurement of curvature. He said that himself. And then I asked him about his second best proof that the Earth is a globe. And he says that the sun is moving across the sky and setting and doing what it does, and that's the best proof. You have to agree with him, right? That's the best proof.
I think and I might have misheard, but I thought his case was that you can't reconcile these phenomena with your current explanation of how the sun should work, right? So, for instance, if you say the sun moves further away, and that creates day and night cycles, and seasonal cycles, and yet we see no change in angular size of the sun as it sets when it's supposed to be moving further away, then that explanation seems quite poor, right? Would you not agree?
The sun doesn't change sizes, and it's moving across the sky, and it should be changing sizes, and that's why we live on a globe, because the sun phenomenon. It does what it does. We live in a globe.
Well, I think that case is just to say that it's not flat. It could be any other shape. It doesn't have to be a globe. You haven't proven globe just yet. That's more like to say, well, whatever it is, we're on a three-dimensional object. That would be the case being made.
All right, so that's the number 2 proof of the globe.
See, I would say seeing the curve on the moon, the shadow on the moon, is good proof that, especially if there's no object between us and the moon and no object nearby, that it must be that. It can't be the sun because that's casting light, right? So that can't be causing a shadow.
Yeah, the phenomena in the sky, the shadow on the moon is happening and that determines that the ground is a curving, spinning water ball.
I would say that whatever shape it is, that there's obviously curve, and that's represented in a shadow. And as far as I can tell, there's no object nearby to cast the shadow, so it must be the object that I'm standing on. And so I can see the curve. Now, when I'm standing on the curve, I can't, on the ball, or the
wait. You see the curve, bro. You jump from. You can see the curve on the shadow on the moon.
Yes,
and you jump into that. You're standing on that curve.
No. I was going to say that whilst I can see the curve when I'm standing on the Earth, it's apparently large to the point where I can't perceive it without aid. And I would say it's confirmed to be apparently large because it takes a long time to travel to different parts of this apparently large surface. Would you agree with that?
I don't know how you go to the conclusion that the shadow on the moon is the non-curving ground below your feet.
I would posit it in a different way. There is no other thing that we know of at all, no physical thing. It has to be material because it's causing a shadow that can be attributed to the moon shadow. Nothing else. And I beg you, posit something else, please.
Well, you're assuming a heliocentric model, sort of, where Earth is.
I'm just assuming the moon.
Yeah, no, but if you're talking about the shadow on the moon, you're assuming there's a sun and the Earth is in between, right? So you're assuming a heliocentric model.
I think you've got it back to front. So all I'm doing is assuming the moon is a solid object, right? That's at best what I'm doing, right? So I look at the moon and I go, okay, look, right, we see a curve. I've not made any determination about its position in the sky. All I know is that I'm standing on an object. That's a shadow of a curve, and there's nothing between me and that object that's big enough to cast such an object, if such a curve, if not the object I'm standing on. That's all
I get that.
The argument is.
Yeah, but that would only apply in a heliocentric model where the sun is between where the Earth is between the sun and the moon.
I would say that the heliocentric model. Well, I mean, it's
so you're inferring and you're adding your model into the interpretation of a flat Earth, which is a claim of a flat surface, not the model.
Not necessarily. So I think that we should ignore the model because I don't think it's pertinent.
I think too.
Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm just using what I can see. The only things I'm doing are observing, ignoring where the sun is, what shape the Earth is, just yet. If the sun's in the center of the universe or whatever, does it matter? All I'm saying is that this is what I'm observing every time I look at it. Right? It doesn't change. It's always a curved shadow, and there's only one thing that's big enough nearby, local, that can cause that, and it's apparently the Earth, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but then you're saying that we are in space, right? Because you're inferring that if you're saying that Earth throws the shadow on the moon and you see the curve, and you're saying that it is Earth, right? So you are talking about the sun and you are talking about Earth in space, aren't you?
Yeah, and the sun behind the Earth.
I'm not assuming that because I don't care if you want to say.
Assume that.
Hold on. I don't care if you want to say, for instance, the moon is relatively local. Right, I don't care how close you want to put the moon. Sorry, I just want you to acknowledge that shadow is a curve. Everything else is irrelevant, right?
I see a curved shadow, or I see this curve on the moon that you're seeing, but I'm not saying that. Well, all I'm saying is that if that shadow comes from the Earth, the sun, Earth is between sun and the moon, right? So if you're saying that, you are applying a model to your interpretation of a claim about Earth being a flat surface.
But there's a lot of things you've added onto the model that I don't think is necessary. So yes, you would be inferring that the sun would be on the other side sometimes, right? But I would say that even in that observation, I don't care if you want to say that the sun is still moving around us. I could not care less where you think what the sun is doing, right? I'm just talking about the moon, right?
No, you're talking about the shadow on the moon.
Yeah, the only two relationships you need to know.
You can't talk about that without talking about the sun.
Yeah, but we could say the sun's rotating around the Earth. I don't mind, right? So it can be geocentric.
Well, I'm not really talking about what is rotating around what. I'm just pointing out that you are making a claim that the shadow on the moon comes from Earth, and because Earth is between the moon and the sun, right?
He's saying that's the only way. It can't be anything else.
Yeah.
Well, I would challenge you now, and this is why I was saying please posit something. Give me something else that could explain that.
Okay, I'm gonna post something. Listen, I'm gonna post something, okay?
And by the way, Delulu, I don't mind, like I said, I don't care if the sun's the center of the universe or the Earth is. Put the sun rotating around the Earth and it just goes behind it. Either way, I'm just looking at the shadow on the moon, right?
Hey, Britnet.
Yeah.
Britnet, you see this? This is a screen, like a phone screen. You see? See the light? Britnet.
Give me a second. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Phone screen. I can see it. There you go.
You see the phone screen?
I see the phone screen. I can see the thumb on it as well.
You can see a thumb, right? And now the phone is going to stay on, but another light behind the phone is going to turn on. So the phone is on, the screen, the light, and it looks dark, like a shadow. And then there's another light behind it, but the light that is coming out of the phone, it looks dark. So are you saying that the only way that you can see a shadow is because the Earth is causing that shadow on the moon? But here,
sorry, can you explain that one more time for me?
One light can look black in front of another light.
One light, yeah, sure, I believe that. Now, can you tell me where you're seeing the light behind the moon?
You asked that again?
Where's the light behind the moon causing that effect?
No, you see the moon as a light, right? And then you see a shadow in front of it. How do you know that's not a light that is lighter than the light of the moon? And you're just looking at another light that looks dark like a shadow. It's an optical illusion. How do you know that? How do you know it's not that?
Like you said, you're showing the relationship between that shadow, the lit up phone, that shadow, and the light behind it. Now, I would agree that's possible, but where the fuck are you seeing that? You can't. I mean, like, you'd have to attribute it to something. So, the moon is whole sometimes.
A light?
Sometimes it's not whole, and the one thing that remains constant is there's no fucking light behind it.
In front of it. There is
in front of it.
There is a light phenomena that you looking with your eyes, you're gonna see a light which is, you can see a light completely black.
Yeah.
And it's on, a light that is on, that it will illuminate other things. But when you're looking at it, you're just gonna see it as completely black.
Yeah, but I agree that's possible, but again,
there you go.
You'd have, well, I don't think I agree that's possible in principle, but I don't agree that's possible with what's happening with the moon, right? So
yeah, but now you're gonna add the other presuppositions about what the moon is and the medium that it's in, and you're saying that this that I showed you is not possible because what's happening with the moon is other stuff. It's not this thing, but you don't know that.
I do know that because you'd have to observe some sort of object casting a light that's greater than the moon. You'd have to observe the moon casting its own light first and foremost. Then you'd have to observe something behind the moon so bright that the moon looks like it's not bright, right? Maybe like an eclipse, right?
Bro, the moon, when you see the shadow on the moon, the shadow will be the phone in this example. The shadow, you see the phone looks black, but the phone is still on. It's a light, but it's dark. And the light behind the phone, it will be the moon in that case, because it's the brighter light. Because you see the light of the moon, don't you? And then you see the shadow.
And sometimes you see the moon as dark as night, right? And when it goes in front of the
completely dark, completely
when it goes in front of the sun, right? But up until that point, and we only observe it doing that when it goes in front of the sun during an eclipse. We don't observe it doing that anywhere else, right? What's right?
When the moon, let's say the light of the moon goes in front of the sun, it looks completely black, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I just said
there you go. So how do you know this phenomena is not happening with the shadow of the moon?
Okay. There's two things. First of all, you'd have to observe a third light somewhere to create that effect, because we know that the sun's somewhere else. We can call up your friend and ask him where the sun is, right? So it can't be the sun, and it can't be the moon. It has to be some other object creating that effect, and it has to be, funnily enough, following the moon, behind the moon at all times, and it has to be, weirdly enough, the exact same shape as the shadow, right? So there's
the exact,
and because we don't observe any of that, and because it's such a tall order to observe all of that, and we could probably determine it's not actually happening the way you're describing it. It's not happening, right?
Hey, Yui, the problem is that if you're saying that the shadow on the moon comes from Earth, then surely Earth should have the curve so you can measure it, right? So it corresponds with the shadow on the moon, right? But if you measure the curvature of the Earth and you won't find the curvature, how can you still claim that the shadow comes from Earth?
So when you say measuring curvature, I assume you're referring to laser tests, something like that.
I mean anything, drop over distance, just any evidence to support the claim that Earth is a sphere, and there's.
See, this isn't the route I thought you'd go. I thought you'd go into something like the Salnelian eclipse, but we can do this instead. I think if it's the case that you're talking about measuring drop over distance, I think people have tried to do it. The only issue is, and what usually comes up is like people in this arena, not even people outside of the arena, that when they try to do it, they always get mocked for the tools they chose to use. Now, they claim that it must be a mighty coincidence that the readings are exactly what the ball says it should be. I guess, I mean, I would find that quite coincidental. I mean, numbers, it could be any sort of numbers, and it just happens to be the one that are being claimed. So you have that. You can.
Yeah, sorry.
The second thing is
relevance really, because if you're going to say that the shadow on the moon comes from Earth's curvature, surely there must be any evidence at all that Earth is curving. But if the evidence shows the opposite, then you see my point?
Yeah, I'll take Jesse, for instance. You all know Jesse. Now, Jesse produced data, and his data is... Jesse is a guy who likes to carry around a theodolite. Very strange man. But he carries around a theodolite, and he collects data of the Earth curve, right? And as far as his data tells us, the measurements he gets are very, 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 very close to what you'd expect given the
Bro, what are you talking about? Theodolites are not used to measure curvature.
Yes, but that doesn't matter. This is another point, right? I was about to say,
bro,
Jemsy.
Are you saying that theodolites are used to measure curvature?
I was about to say, Jemsy, that theodolites, in this sense, to measure arc distance, light arc distance, it might not have been built to do that.
You said it measured the curvature.
And the data seems to be matching almost exactly what is being supposed, then it's like, maybe the spoon wasn't designed to cut meat, but if it's cutting the meat, you're not going to be complaining about the spoon, right? Just a tool, right? Nothing that interesting. It's just a tool. And it's giving the data exactly how you'd expect it to be.
The Earth is not curving, but if we use a theodolite that is not designed to measure the curvature of the Earth, and we can add numbers, and these numbers give us an idea that it might be curving, therefore it has to be curving.
Okay, let's put it this way. Let's take
another way.
I'll explain, right? So you calculate without measuring anything besides maybe the distance between you and the sun. You triangulate what you expect the curve to be, and you go, "This is just a calculation, right? There's not much measurements involved." And then someone like Jesse comes along with a theodolite and says, "You know what? I'm going to test this. I mean, they've calculated it, but I actually want to see if there's any drop." And he measures drop, and not only does he measure drop, but he also measures drop to the T, exactly what the earlier calculations said.
He measures drop of what?
Well, obviously curvature drop, right?
He measured curvature drop?
Well, that's what, like I've seen the data. I mean, I only hear as a rebuttal is that that's not what theodolites are built for. But spoons aren't built for cutting meat, but if it cuts meat, you're not complaining about the spoon, right?
So you're saying that he observed a drop over distance, and that means that the ground is curving at...
Not only observed, he measured it. Measured the drop over distance. And it was to the T in line with the calculations. Now, personally, I'm not going to put much money on it because I don't care about his thing. I don't care about his measurements. I just care about looking at the moon, right? And that should, in my view, be enough inductive reason to say, look, guys, maybe it isn't flat, right? Maybe.
maybe it isn't flat. Maybe it isn't a globe because it's not curving, and it's not flat because there's topography. So you're both wrong. You and the flat earthers are wrong then.
Well, you can like this is what I come back to with the moon's shadow, because I know it's quite for me it's quite an old fashioned argument. You know, you probably heard it like a million times, but I'm thinking if I really think about it, there's nothing it can be like, and I'm doing the thing you're going to hate the most, but I can't imagine what else it could be, right? And I'm trying. I promise you, I'm trying, Dempsey. I'm trying to imagine what else it could be.
You can know what the whole thing is. You can only observe what it is and go across it and look. Hey, there's a mountain here. Oh, there's a hill. Oh, look, there's a valley. Oh, look, there is a desert that is over 100 miles with a 3 foot of drop or something, right? And you can see all these different topographies, and then you can go to the sea and there's waves. You go to a lake. There is a calm lake. You can see almost like a mirror in it. So you see all of these different topographies all over the world, and you want to attribute one shape to it? You can't.
I wouldn't be that kind of guy. I'd say that the curve of the shadow on the moon is going to just be indicative so far. I wouldn't stake too much on it. I would say that it can't be explained by anything else. Was the moon the ground under my feet? No, but it's a shadow of something I'm standing on.
But the moon is a shadow.
In the same way that when I look at a shadow behind me, I say, well, it's not the ground under my feet, but that's certainly fucking me, right?
But I don't know why you're going back to the moon shadow, because the moon shadow argument relies on corresponding
he's holding
Earth's curvature.
He's holding the banner. This is the first time
what banner?
So the moon banner it's like you grabbed it and now you're gonna hold.
Yeah, I grabbed it. I tried. I was thinking because I was thinking that maybe I could, like, I was just googling while you were all speaking, and I thought, okay, you do see that curve, but I was thinking, how would you explain it any other way? And I usually hear the Selnelian eclipse, but that happens once every.
I showed you a light looking like a dark shadow, like completely black. And you said that the only way that we observe that phenomenon on the moon is because it's the Earth causing it. Now I show you a dark light, that looks black, and you say, no, that cannot be.
I did preface it and say it was the only local object to cause the shadow, right? So I don't see a light behind the moon.
What about if there's a ceiling, the local object? Are you saying that the moon and the Earth are in the same position?
The same position?
You're saying that is the only local object, that the ground. You're saying, oh my God, how can you be saying that it's because the ground is the only local object to the moon? That doesn't even make any sense.
So, well, I believe you all agree that there's some that we must be standing on something made out of rock at least, right? Because we can touch the ground, but. When you look up in the sky and you look around the moon, and there's nothing near the moon, right? You don't see the sun's not there, obviously.
How do you know
there's no other celestial objects?
How do you know that the moon
nearby,
is not?
Especially,
how do you know the moon is not moving across a certain medium or multiple mediums? How do you don't know that? You don't know if there's a ceiling above. You know this. Look up. Do you see a ceiling above your head right now?
I can see a ceiling above my head.
You
right
see
now,
the ceiling. How do you know there's not a ceiling above that? Up in the sky. How do you know that?
Above in the sky? Well, you can test for that, right? Let's say, for instance, or first of all, wherever that ceiling is, it can't be between us and the moon, right? That's the first thing. The second thing,
because you say so.
Well, I'll tell you why, right? The moon is made out of matter, right? Now, all matter.
Made out of what matter?
Just matter. Doesn't matter which matter. Just matter. It's made out of matter, and we know that.
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but it is made out of matter, right? So you can bounce things off it. Now, I can point a laser.
You can bounce things off the ceiling.
For instance, I could point we'll do radio waves. I could point a radio wave at the moon and get something back. Now, if I pointed to the left of the moon, to the right of the moon,
what if it's a ceiling?
Down below the moon.
Ceiling,
I don't get anything back.
And the moon is being shined on the ceiling.
Sorry, what?
What if it's a ceiling, like a roof, and the moon is being shined on that roof?
Or as a projector?
You know, like those Disney toys, that you
Yeah,
can
it's been projected up.
Ceiling.
Yeah.
What if it's that? What if?
Okay, well, let's do this. What if? I mean,
Why
first
is
of all,
that not a better argument than the one that you're making?
okay, well, there's two parts to this. The first one I think already kind of explained it. The first one when I said if you bounce a radio wave and you point it at the moon, you get something back, but when you move to the left of the moon, to the right of the moon,
You
above
pointing
the
it
moon,
towards the moon position,
and below,
but that position, if you point your finger towards the ceiling where you're pointing the Disney laser toy, right? You have a Disney laser toy and you have a Mickey Mouse face, and you put that Mickey Mouse face on the ceiling of your house, and then you point towards it. You can point towards the laser, but that doesn't mean that the ceiling is the laser.
The ceiling is the laser. Look, right.
You can bounce
there's some
something
things
off the ceiling at the position of the laser. That doesn't mean you're bouncing it off.
Gemsi, I'm going to request something from you, right? I'm going to request that we don't deny what we see, right, with the moon. I'm going to say.
Why are you denying? So
hold on.
Stick to that standard.
I'm going to stick to the standard, right? When we look at the moon, I want you to say exactly what you see. You see a rock. You see craters. You see
when I look
shadows.
At my plasma TV, when I look at my plasma TV, I see.
You see it's three-dimensional.
Listen,
right?
when I look at my plasma TV and I look and there's an image of the moon, it looks like a rock.
Look up in this. Is it nighttime for you yet?
Listen, when I looked at a plasma TV and I see a chicken on the TV, it looks like a chicken. It sounds like a chicken. But I know for a fact that I cannot grab that chicken and make chicken soup or get eggs out of it.
Yeah, just
I need the real chicken.
Yeah, well, look, I would challenge you to get a telescope, right? Look up into the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the craters. You see craters. Okay, we see craters. I mean, it's probably made out of matter because.
What if you're looking at a plasma TV?
Three-dimensional.
What if you're looking at a plasma TV? You're looking at an image up in the sky, a reflection.
Well, then you're not saying what we're seeing because you don't know where that's coming from. You're just making that up, right?
Hey, listen, when you see yourself in the mirror and you see your reflection in the mirror, is that you in the mirror?
Well, is it me in the mirror in a figurative way? Yes. But no, I'm
so
not actually in the mirror.
You can grab that thing
I'm
in the
not
mirror.
actually in the mirror, but just hold on, Gemsi. Hold on, Gemsi. So we don't observe, I mean, like usually when you're trying to project...
How do you know the moon is not a reflection of a reflection? How do you know that?
A reflection of where?
Maybe, I don't know, a reflection of one of the layers. Maybe the one.
Then we're not saying what we're seeing, Gemsi.
Maybe the moon is a reflection of the ground under your feet. Maybe it's that. How do you know it's not that?
Well, because it doesn't look like that. So how could it be reflecting it? I know what the ground under my feet looks like, and it doesn't look like what's going on up there.
So there you go. It doesn't look like that. So it cannot. The shadow on the moon cannot be the ground under your feet because it doesn't. The ground doesn't look like that. You see?
What?
How it is? You remember?
Okay, that doesn't follow. Just so you know, I don't know if you know this.
It does follow because it doesn't look like the ground under your feet is not curving. The ceiling, the shadow is curving, so the ground doesn't look like that. You see how it follows?
Well, shadows look like the object it's being cast from, right? Do you agree that shadows look like the object it's being cast from?
The ground under your feet is not curving. Then
you're saying you're equivocating.
The shadow is curving. Therefore, it cannot. It's not the ground. It doesn't mean. Listen, it doesn't mean that the ground is curving. It doesn't mean. If you see the shadow on the moon curving, that doesn't mean that the ground under your feet is curving.
Okay, but just hold on. I agree with you. It doesn't mean that up until we have. Wait, just hold on. Until we have another object, at least between us and the moon. It has to be, right? It can't be behind the Earth.
There's a ceiling above.
A ceiling, but you'd have to demonstrate that, and we don't see
gas pressure.
Yeah, but look, with a container, let's say there's a container around the Earth. By the way, most people put the moon in the container, not outside. So this is a new one, right? And you point your laser.
What's a new one?
Anywhere in the sky.
Bro, are you talking to me or to someone else?
Yeah, you're using strawmans here.
Just hold on. If you put your laser or radar anywhere in the sky, because this container is going to be made out of matter, can't be made out of gas. Be a very useless container if it is, right? And gas is made out of matter anyway, so it's not even like a big assumption to make. But I assume it's solid or liquid matter. So you point sonar, radar, or laser into the sky, and everywhere you point it, you should get a response, a receptor, right? The photon receptor. And you don't get it. So I would say, if container, then our tools will detect it. Our tools don't detect it.
We bound
no
things
container.
off it. We bound. Remember when you said we bound stuff off it? Remember that part? Are you ignoring that?
I would say we can bounce off the moon.
Remember that we bounce signals off the sky. Remember that part?
Well, yeah, but all it takes is
the signal,
one
the
black
instrument on the
swan.
ground. We are sending signals above, and then it bounces off the ceiling. Remember? You agree with this?
Well, okay, which seal? Like if you, like here we go.
So
if you point
is that detecting it? If you are bouncing signals off the ceiling, is that detecting it?
MC, if you point, well, no, because I don't believe that happens, right? At least it has to happen.
Said that we bounce things off the sky.
If the container's all around the Earth, it would happen anywhere you point it, right? No matter where you're pointing it. You could point it into the ether and it will still hit that container, right? Now, funnily enough, you could point that laser at the moon and always receive at least 1 or 2 or 3 photons, maybe hundreds of photons if you're lucky, right? But funnily enough, when you move it to the left or right, up or down, you're not getting anything back.
What?
So what happened?
Wait,
where did the container go?
Are you forgetting
I would suggest it's
radio
not there.
signals of the sky? Are you forgetting that?
The sky.
Remember that we bounce.
Is the container in the sky?
Of the sky?
Is the container in the sky?
Are you denying that we bounce radio signals across the world from the sky?
I'm saying you'd have to receive a result every time because that container's everywhere.
Are you saying that radio signals don't work when we bounce off the sky? Because that's,
Last night on this channel, they told me that didn't exist.
I'm saying at nighttime, when it's a clear sky, you can punch right through that sky and hit the moon, right? And I'm saying if you hit left or right of the moon, up or down, you wouldn't get anything back because there's nothing there. Right?
Well, if you're trying to get it back to your position, or you're trying to get a signal back to your position, you have to angle it correctly, right?
What do you mean land on it correctly?
You're saying that you're bouncing signals off the moon? How are you gonna get that signal directly back? Are you bouncing it to a different location or to the same location?
You get a receptor.
A receptor to a different location.
It could be a different location. Depends on which angle you're going to hit it from.
Okay, so we do bounce things off the sky.
Off the moon, yeah.
So no other place in the sky you can bounce anything.
Well, you know why we can bounce things off the moon? It's because we have mirrors on it, right? Now,
sure, yeah.
I would say, it's kind of weird how we got mirrors on it without going there, right?
So but, you see that we agree. Remember when I told you about the mirror, the reflection in the sky? The moon could be a reflection. There you go.
Yeah. Why is it the case?
You said there's a mirror in the sky.
Why is it the case that we can't do it anywhere else?
There is a mirror in the sky, bro.
So you think it's a mirror?
But
wouldn't it have to look like the ground I'm standing?
You're admitting that we bounce signals off the sky, so it has to
not the sky, the moon. I'm saying that you can't hit it anywhere else, right? Other than an object, you have to aim it at an object. Sometimes you might hit some atmosphere, but besides
the
that,
model was the ionosphere, or what it's called, and the over
the
horizon radar stuff. Isn't that the theory that you can bounce anything off the sky? Let me find it.
If you're aiming for it, yes, but I think most people could agree that if you hit it into the ether, you probably won't get anything back.
So I brought up the ionosphere last night. Not everything will bounce off the ionosphere. Obviously, certain wavelengths will. But I was roundly told by people on this channel that I couldn't prove the ionosphere existed. that if I hadn't been to space, there was no way to know the ionosphere existed, and I was just believing stories. So
No, I was here. You were asked questions. How do you know the ionosphere exists? And you didn't provide an answer. So
How do you know it's not what Dewey is saying? That is a mirror in the sky. How do you know?
You
that?
just call me Dewey.
Yeah, Dewey, Shuey, Jewy, Jewy.
I'm just saying that you're doing more legwork to explain this shadow curve than I am. And I would say go for the simplest answer. In fact, I would say
the simplest answer is that there's a
devil trying to make me see things I'm not seeing. You're saying, oh, there's a light behind the moon that I don't see. You're a devil, right? You're lying to me, right?
No, actually, you are kind of correct. There is the source of the sun and the moon, which is a light above that. So there is a light that is behind the sun and the moon.
What's that? Can you demonstrate that for me?
The center of the sky, the center where the sky is rotating. All of the luminaries are rotating around the center of the sky.
So you're saying the luminaries are the lights behind the moon and the sun?
All of the luminaries revolve around a center. You're not like a clock.
But are you saying, when you say there's light behind the moon and the sun, are you saying it's just the stars? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, the stars are lights also behind the...
So what else is it?
The center where the stars, the moon, the sun, the radiance, the sporadic meteors, all of them are sourced from.
Can you show me a picture of that?
Possibly.
So I don't know what you're referring to. Maybe you're just speaking a different language. So can you show me a picture of that? Post in chat.
People have this
What
computer.
makes the sky blue? Is it the firmament?
Isn't like particles in the air that kind of bounce a certain...
I'm waiting, MC.
Waiting.
For your picture.
Wouldn't there be stuff growing on the firmament?
Like plants or bacteria?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, we can't see
Let's go and check.
We can't see it there.
How do we know there's a firmament?
What is the firmament made of?
Out of a mirror?
Out of a mirror? Well, that's a claim.
Because Joey said there's a mirror in the sky and we're bouncing things off it.
Well, I don't think it's any firmament. I don't think we're bouncing anything off a firmament. I think we could bounce things off a moon. Right? Firmament, on the other hand, I would say, because we never do, no matter what frequency we use, no matter how strong that laser is, right? We never observe it. And I would say at some point you've got to say it doesn't exist. Now, you can keep believing it exists, but I would say we've successfully proved the negative. And I would say we can move on now, right? You guys don't want to, though.
The only reason they believe in the firmament is because the argument of the atmosphere. How we don't just wash up in space.
But Jesus, how can you have an atmosphere if you don't have a sphere?
Because atmospheric pressure reduces the higher up you go.
But if you don't have a sphere, how can you have an atmosphere?
Well, you can have an atmosphere theoretically on either geometry of the
No, but
Earth.
in
real life, as you go up, atmospheric pressure decreases, right?
Do you know what the etymological fallacy means? Do you know what that means?
Why would you do this?
Well, he's saying that you can't have an atmosphere without a sphere, and the etymological fallacy is when you mistake the meaning of a word with its etymology, which is exactly what he's doing. You can have an atmosphere on a flat Earth as well, on a flat Earth model, as long as you have air on the surface.
Well, let's just call it an atmos. Who cares?
So you're attributing a shape to the medium of air? It has a shape.
Atmosphere does not attribute a shape. You're using
It does,
the
though.
etymology.
Sphere.
Do you know what etymology means? Yes or no?
So atmosphere doesn't mean anything based on a
Heaven Earther, please answer the question. Do you know what etymology means? I will take that as a no. It means the origin of a word. So
You just
that
gave
is
the
what you're
definition,
doing.
dude.
It's confusing the origin of a word because it has the word atmosphere in it. You're thinking it can only apply to a sphere. That is logically fallacious.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't have that word sphere in it if they hadn't fallaciously, quote unquote, proven a sphere and attributed the word atmosphere to it. Like,
But the
that's
thing
the whole
is
point.
that
You
my
have to
point
prove the
wasn't-
ball before you can have the word.
Yeah,
It's still a fallacy.
That was my point. My point was that we don't have this sphere.
Okay. So look at the chart that I put in the chat.
So, do you have any evidence for the flat Earth model?
What model?
They don't provide a model. They only work off the list of claims because it's much easier for them to do so. But it's
So then, how do they make? How do they make
They
predictions?
believe the Earth is flat because we observe it to be the case, based on our empiricism and just looking around us. Right? That's the only reason.
So I want to talk to Heaven Earther about the atmosphere because I think that this is a point that most people in this channel will agree on. Not the non-existence of the container. I don't expect the logic to go that far, but I think that we can agree that as from sea level to higher altitudes, the atmospheric pressure, which is the gas density, decreases.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, right? We agree on that. It's
Right.
thinner at the top of Everest than it is sea level. So
Right. Yeah.
So that line continues to decrease, right? As you go up in altitude.
We never heard this before.
Well, you haven't answered it.
Sure we did. Temperature.
So what's the answer?
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
They say
it-
temperature changes the pressure gradient,
I-
which it does affect the pressure gradient, but it does not. I don't see how they can evidently show that it what we see. Like, say if we have a container, right? A box.
Temperature won't get you there, and the reason
Yeah,
why
you-
temperature.
Of course it will.
No, it won't.
We can show you this in YouTube videos. We've shown it before, dude. Where they've got fucking
here's the thing.
contained gas and they apply temperature and show density and gradients.
Yes, but the pressure gradient doesn't correspond to the atmosphere's pressure gradients.
Wait, can we let him explain why temperature doesn't get you there?
The
You guys
atmosphere-
keep interrupting him when he's trying to explain it.
Okay, so the reason why temperature won't get you there is, first off, at lower temperatures, gas becomes more dense. If you turn it all the way down, it'll become liquid. And the denser the gas is, the further down it goes, not the higher up. So this chart, the fact that things are getting colder and colder, the reason it actually gets colder is because the atmosphere is thinner. It's not the reverse of that. Now, you may not believe me, that's fine. But as the atmosphere gets thinner, this is the barometric pressure that we record. So it's higher at, it's lower at high altitudes, and that line continues. As that line continues, barometric pressure will get either to zero or close to zero, asymptotically close to zero if you are willing to accept that. And if it gets asymptotically close to zero, you don't need to then slap a container on top of it. There's no requirement for a container if the natural thinning of the atmosphere continues.
Yeah, it's a lovely story.
Well, we know how it works. Tell us why.
FE Jedi.
Yeah.
Do you assert that at some point that line reverses and starts getting thicker or something? The atmosphere starts getting thicker or something?
No.
Okay, so do you assert that there is some reason why that graph would not continue?
Because, well, yeah, you're just saying that the graph continues out into a veritable nothing.
I am, because I'm looking at the slope. Do you assert there's some reason why it would not?
Yes. because it's pressurized gas. To have pressure, you require a container. And I've heard this.
You are admitting that the pressure is getting less and less and less, right?
Excuse me. Still talking. Don't know whether you noticed that bit. There's a bit more my voice was carrying on and you decided to talk all the way through it. Thanks for that. So I've heard this for the past 3 weeks, Omnivore. You've also claimed that you don't understand how temperature's got anything to do with it.
No,
I've just posted you your own model, which demonstrates that within your model for an atmospheric gradient, the reason why you have an atmospheric gradient is because of the temperature. Now, that's not me saying that, or Flat Earth is saying that. That's your model. That's your model saying that. That is not us, not you, but your model.
But this model shows that the temperature decreases. I don't at all suggest that the temperature doesn't decrease. I know it gets colder the higher up you go. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is that's not the temperature decrease isn't responsible for the thinning of the atmosphere.
Okay, now, then you've got two problems. One, you're disagreeing with your own model, and two, you're going to have to provide me with a mechanism.
What?
So you've got two problems now.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you do. One, you're discounting, Omnivore, please. One, you're discounting, just out of hand, your own model. You're just going, no, I don't see how that fucking figures out. Okay, then, so you're going to have to provide me with a demonstration of your cause for a gas pressure gradient. You're going to have to do that.
No, I don't have to do that.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Otherwise, you're just making baseless fucking claims.
I'm not making a baseless claim. I'm claiming that the atmosphere thins, which we all agree on.
The atmosphere thins, so yes. We have gas pressure gradient, but you're asserting that gas pressure gradient continues into a veritable nothing. So no fixed volume for the gas to achieve gas pressure. Just a gas pressure gradient on a ball that is moving away from that gas you are saying is pressurizing it.
I assert that the gas, that I see no reason for that graph to not continue.
Okay, then that's just your blind assertion then.
Well, no, we have a graph that we all agree on. We all agree on that graph, right? We all agree that that's an accurate depiction of reality. So you say, well, I think it just cuts off there, and I say, I don't see any reason for that.
Okay, that's your problem then.
Well, you believe it does.
You're fighting outside of your model. You
no,
don't agree
I'm
with
not.
Your own model. Hold on, I haven't finished. If you're not scared of the truth, then don't interrupt. One, you're discounting your own model for the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of radiant heat primarily from the surface of the Earth, let alone where all the fucking gas is produced down here on the surface of the Earth. You're telling us that because a graph looks nice, because it thins out, that can thin out into a veritable nothing. Something that you are just claiming that you cannot demonstrate. And then you're going to have to provide me with a scientific experiment that proves gravity and show me how that gravity is keeping gas pressure gradients adhered to a ball that is moving away from the gas.
Okay, so you've talked a lot and you've said a lot of stuff that I disagree with, and I can't interject to tell you when I disagree with it. So I it's kind of hard to have a back and forth. But first off, this model that you give me, I agree with. I don't see why anything I'm saying contradicts with it.
You just said no.
No, I didn't. The temperature does change with height. It gets colder as you go up.
Awesome. So that's the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient then?
But it is not.
No.
No,
it isn't. Now you're confusing me. Yes, first of all, you said it wasn't. Then you jumped in and said, actually, no, I do agree with you. Then I ask you to agree and you go, no, it doesn't.
No.
So you're very confusing.
I think you're not understanding this.
Okay, let me ask you the fucking question again. Does temperature play a predominant part in the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient? Yes or no, so we can move on and stop being confused?
I think that temperature is responsible for
no.
FE.
What?
I'm not your enemy here. Come on.
Well, you're acting like a cunt. Just say yes or no. It's quite easy. It either does or it doesn't. 2 times you've confused me because you said it didn't, then it did, now it doesn't again. Now I ask you to be clear. Shut the fuck up, you prick.
Okay.
Answer the question.
The gradients are defined by temperature changes, yes, and height and altitude, but they are not caused. They are not caused by temperature gradients.
They're not caused by temperature gradients.
Correct.
What are they caused by?
The thinning of the atmosphere.
So
and the composition. And the less gas.
Yeah, he just said the thinning of the atmosphere is caused by the thinning of the atmosphere.
No, I'm sorry. Look, I know there's a certain kind of way the game is played here, and I know you want to keep doing it. But what I'm saying is that, notably, the gas pressure gets thinner. Right? We agree that it does. So if there's no reason to think that that graph stops, whether it's temperature or space elves or, Cthulhu, whatever's causing that gas pressure to thin out, if it continues to thin, we don't need a container. If it doesn't continue to thin, then we have to postulate some reason why that doesn't continue.
There is reason to think it won't just continue like that, which is that vacuums don't contain pressure gradients.
Well, that's not true. We already see it thinning.
You can go ahead and show it then. You can go ahead and show a vacuum enveloping a pressure gradient then for us, since that's not true.
Heretic, we see it thinning.
Say my name instead of just show me the demonstration of a vacuum containing gradient.
We see it thinning without any containment. It doesn't need containment to thin between here and Everest.
That's the thing in question, dude.
No, it's not. It doesn't need a... Why does it thin between here and Everest without a container?
So there's a differential in the force gases exerting on the walls of its container between here and Everest.
Yeah, so why do we get...
So did you miss the part where you were pointing at a differential in the force gases exerting on walls of its container?
I know the game, yes, but I'm not talking about gas pressure.
Game, dude. A minute ago, you said there's no reason to think it won't just continue on like this indefinitely. Yes, there is, because then eventually you're going to run into a near-perfect outer space vacuum, which just goes on essentially forever, too. That will not contain gas pressure. Gas pressure will disperse into that, and that entire gradient that you're talking about will not be here. You said, that's not true. A vacuum can contain a pressurized system. So just show it then without begging the question, dude. You know the game is played, right? So don't just come here and beg the question. Alright, guess that's over with.
Well, the gas pressure argument, it's fine if I said gas pressure. I'm talking about barometric pressure or gas density. So the dictionary definition doesn't really back you up here.
Is there temperature changes between wherever you said and wherever you said?
There are.
Okay, you answered our question. That's the end of that.
That's not the reason for the thinning of the atmosphere, though. Getting colder, does gas get thicker or more diffuse? Can I scream answer the question now and we'll go with that?
I think I'm going to put a stop to this conversation unless you're ready to show a vacuum enveloping a pressurized system. Because I've asked you for that and you're obviously dodging it.
I'm not dodging it.
The definition, you want to talk, it's gas density I'm talking about, not pressure. So you're playing games.
He's not dodging, he's just going to ignore you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he changed gas density gas pressure into gas density last week.
Because it triggered Doctor. It triggered you, Doctor. And
he thought that was going to win the argument with it.
Right, so instead of just showing a vacuum containing a pressurized system, you just want to trigger the people in this room. Well, that's kind of a waste of everybody's time. And your silence tells me that you can't show us the thing that you're asserting, which would be a vacuum enveloping a pressurized system or a gradient, pressure gradient.
He's been doing the deafen game. Whenever he doesn't want to reply or listen to people, he just deafened.
Making it harder for himself then.
I mean, you're directly speaking to him, and he deafens.
He's an asshole.
Oh, he's a liberal. That explains a few things.
Well, he deafened himself, so I thought I would oblige him by muting him as well.
Heretic asking for something, and he's just gonna be like, "I'm not ignoring you. I'm just gonna deafen myself." Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's not talking about gas pressure. He's talking about gas density because he wants to trigger Radwin. Okay, that helps us prove outer space. Thanks a lot.
Well, here in Texas, when this awkward silence comes, we normally say, "How about them Cowboys?" But I just want to talk about whether or not the globe exists, because I don't think it does.
That's nonsense. I mean, the
And,
globe is
and gravity
impossible.
only affects heavy gas, right?
What's the vector of gravity?
There isn't
But
one,
wait,
bro.
gas is omnidirectional. What?
Was this guy Vector earlier? He was saying, "You guys are just stupid old people." Asking, "What's the vector of gravity?" He didn't know.
So no Globers can prove anything about their model? No questions about the flat Earth?
Like, how do we even have the Atmos in the first place?
Like without containment? I don't think we can. But I don't know
He's
everything.
saying we can, right?
But he says he must know everything. I wish I knew everything. I wish I could just take all these mathematicians' word on their theoretical
So the reason is gravity,
physics and whatnot.
That's the story.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
But gravity doesn't affect all gases, only some of them. And
Right.
oh, yeah.
Only on the weekends.
Yeah.
Womp womp. Yeah, not on the strong end, just the weekend. You know what I mean?
Hello, anyone there? Anyone there? Yeah, this channel is become inactive. That's very likely to happen.
Penis. Penis. Penis, 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 penis. Don't talk, you feel like penis.
You're funny.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Except for the funny part. You don't really have that down.
Yes, I am. My humor is just on such a different level that.
Ah, no, that was funny. Yeah, hearing your sentence cut off like that midway. Now that's funny.
It's not funny. It's laughable.
Yeah, you're laughable. I'll give you that.
Right, protein.
That was
It's
so fun.
laughable, right? Ha, that's funny. The middle of your sentence is funny, and the beginning, but not the end. Are you working on your finger there? Pressing the end and join. End call, join call, end call, join call, end call, join call. That's funny.
Poor guy's upset. All right, who's got some earth-shattering globe proof to fill some dead air with?
Barometers. Barometers don't require a container, he said.
My goodness.
I said atmospheric pressure doesn't require a container, according to the definition.
Does atmosphere, so atmos, a sphere, ball, air, ball. Do gases take inherent shapes?
Etymological fallacy, I'm sorry.
What kind of fallacy?
Etymological.
Oh, go ahead. Now explain what that is.
You don't know?
No, that's why if you call them out, then you're going to go ahead and tell us all what that means.
Okay, I assumed that that would be one of your.
Don't assume things.
Okay, I put it in the chat.
So how did they come up with that word?
I don't know. I'm not an etymologist.
Oh, then don't use that.
I can't use a word unless I know the etymology.
You don't know anything about what you're talking about. You can't call out the fallacies.
I don't think I understand what the fallacy means. I think you're rolling now. It's okay.
So, atmos equals air. Sphere equals a ball.
Logical fallacy.
We could call it fallacy. Can we call it an atmos ball?
I don't know. Can you explain, the need for a container without begging the question?
Can I explain the need for a
I should explain what begging the question means, right?
So, can I prove that we need a container to have pressure? Yes.
No, can you prove that we need a container to have atmospheric pressure?
Yeah.
Okay, how?
If you need a container to have pressure.
Here I put in the definition. Atmospheric pressure, that's not the part of the definition. That's just the pressure exerted by the atmosphere.
How did you determine the shape of the air?
I haven't determined the shape of the air. I'm using the common word for it. Etymological fallacy, right?
We could call it anything we want to then.
You can call it what you want as long as we're clear on it. Yeah, I'm not married to a specific word.
You're throwing me off with balls of air. Don't you get that? It's done on purpose by you. It's purposely done to make us fucking throw us off.
I think you're reading way too much into this. You should read that article on etymological fallacy I linked. Do that, and we can start this again.
So it's not a ball of air?
I don't know. No, I don't think
you're just calling the gas pressure outside atmospheric pressure instead of gas pressure.
I'm calling it atmospheric pressure.
That would seem to imply a ball of air because that's what the standard understanding of atmosphere would be.
Well, you're using, the atmosphere is what we're breathing.
Okay, so that would be like a ball of air inside a vacuum.
If you want to assert that sounds like a positive claim.
Claiming in that definition that pressure is caused by gravity, and that's the thing we always ask for a demonstration of. That
I'm not claiming it's called by strategy.
Yeah,
by gravity.
That's
no, I'm not.
The definition of atmospheric pressure. So if you want to go to the definition and say, hey, here it is, well, then we'll need a demonstration to back it up, because when we use the gas pressure argument, we can actually provide demonstration to back that one up that you need a container for it.
I understand what you're trying to do.
Pressure, right, due to gravity, that's just a claim. That's not.
It doesn't say anything about gravity in the definition.
Yeah, it does. I'll go get it. And if it doesn't, where the fuck's that pressure coming from?
Who knows?
It's got to be a container.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, then
prove that without. Well, I'm showing you, and you already know this. You wanted us
to prove that out without using a container.
Well, I think you know what I'm going to say, but I'll put it in chat anyway. We see that
pressure without a container.
We see that gradient. You can have atmospheric pressure without a container. that definition is nowhere
That's
in
gravity.
there.
That's gravity. You're not claiming
It doesn't say anything about gravity.
Yes, it does, you idiot. Read the Wikipedia on atmospheric pressure. It's due to gravity, according to them.
I posted it. I posted the definition at the top.
Listen, either just throw out the atmospheric pressure claim, or take on board the gravity aspect of it because it's part of it.
And I only see 10 marked on there and the line going to 20. Where's the 0 that is then in a flat line? I want to see where it goes to 0 and it always stays at perfect 0 because it would have to. It can't just increasingly forever from here to Jupiter get different.
Do you know what an asymptote is?
Did you answer me?
Yeah, I did. I think it gets asymptotically close to 0. Do you know what a asymptote?
Oh, it's not 0 then?
Do you know what an asymptote is?
So you measured that at how high?
Answer the question. Do you know what an asymptote is?
You're not going to have me until we clear this up.
I'll give you a definition.
8, 10, 11,000 feet. You got anything higher than that?
I can look for it, but I don't have it. But if I find it,
meters.
If I find it, would that be fine?
I want you to show me where at 200 that Amish remembers. Is he in here? What the satellite info we just got from some archived satellite data, and they're at 200 and fuck.
Yeah, right here in the Wikipedia.
There you go.
That he cropped his screen cap from the mechanism atmospheric pressure is caused by gravitational attraction of the planet.
That's
begging the question of the planet. It's a function of the mass of the planet. There we go again. They're obviously begging the question of a ball Earth. They're saying that it has gravity and then it causes this pressure to form around its surface. Okay, so that's your claim. So can you show us?
No, not my claim. I'm claiming.
So all this time he's been talking about
heretic.
A fake claim. This
is the part where you guys. This is the part where you
cartoons. All of this time he's been talking about cartoons.
Yeah, just drop atmospheric pressure then, because you don't want to take that one on board. It entails the planet, the geometry. It entails the gravity of the planet in the vacuum of space, all that stuff. You're invoking all that stuff every time you say atmospheric pressure. The only thing you can do to get around it after that is lie, but I'm not going to let you do that. So either just drop it or come clean.
Are you okay with barometric pressure?
It's the same thing.
Well, the measurement of whatever barometric pressure is measuring, gas density at sea level versus at higher altitudes.
Can you show gas density without a container?
Yeah, I think we're looking at it right now, and the reason why I'm showing you that. Look.
You think that that's what we're looking at? Can you prove that that's what we're looking at?
I don't see any reason not to show it.
Okay, so that's enough.
You say that. Look, this is you're theoretically, looking for the truth here, right? So you kind of need to engage with it. I know you don't really want to, but you probably should. Yeah, well, I'm not sure you're seeking the truth, but I have faith in Doctor.
With a container all day long. Now you're invoking gravity, but pretending you're not.
I'm not invoking gravity.
Yes,
Wikipedia.
Okay, you gave us a screen cap from Wikipedia. If you read on, that's what it tells you, is that the ball Earth's gravity in the vacuum of space is causing that pressure. So that's your atmospheric pressure claim. You can't just take part of it and throw the other part away. If it's not being done by gravity, what is it being done by, and how is it not a container? Just show me, and then I'll say, okay, no container necessary. That's all you got to do.
He's claiming the cartoon and turning around and denying the cartoon? I don't get it.
Okay, Heaven Earther, do you know what a barometer measures?
You're claiming the cartoon and then denying the cartoon.
Heretic, do you know what a barometer measures?
Heretic said.
I did.
Yeah, pressure.
I did.
No, you didn't.
What does a barometer measure? You know what a barometer is. Okay, pressure. Any specific kind of pressure? Like
it's pressure on it.
What's pressing on it?
Air pressure.
The gas.
Air pressure, right? Is it like air pressure in my car, like in my tire?
Yeah.
So a barometer in my house is measuring the air pressure in like my tire?
Yeah, it's gas pressure.
Okay, so it's measuring pressure, but it's not measuring pressure in like a tire or inside my house. It's measuring pressure.
Unless you have a barometer in a tire.
No, right. If I had a barometer in a tire, it would be measuring the tire. But if I have a barometer in my house, it's measuring pressure in the atmosphere, right?
What?
In the atmosphere.
Like a ball of gas outside? You need gravity for that. And a ball
etymological fallacy. Try again.
You're the one who said it. You're the one who keeps saying
I am, and you rejecting it is an etymological fallacy.
A specific term with a specific meaning.
It's measuring pressure in the
earth.
It's measuring pressure in
the ball earth and gravity into your claim every single time you utter that word, and you know that you can't validate any of that. So just stop it.
See, etymological fallacy. Yeah, I mean, you don't get to keep making fallacies, I don't think, unless you're fine with everybody else doing it. Or is it good for you, but not for...
That's what it means. That's what atmospheric pressure is. So every time you say atmosphere, that's what you're talking about. A ball of gas, just like the word implies.
Okay, so in the air we breathe, the environment around us, environmental pressure, can we do that? Is that okay?
So is he going from reality into the fantasy cartoon?
Oh, heaven! You gotta wait a second.
You're jumping from fantasy claim into reality, and then jumping back to fantasy claim and say, "Look, fantasy is real."
I'm losing faith. I'm losing faith in you. So look, if you have, can we say environmental pressure?
This guy's a troll.
Can we say environmental pressure?
I don't really care. I mean, you made that up, but sure.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out a term that you'll be okay with, that we can mutually understand.
I mean, every single time you invoke the ball of gas, of course we're going to jump on that. We've all told you why.
I know, but I'm trying not to trigger you. So environmental pressure. so a barometer measures environmental pressure in millibars, right? That's how it works. We know that the environmental pressure measured by barometers reduces as you go up.
To what extent?
Well, it goes all the way up to the Karaman line. I posted that into the chat.
Okay.
You wanted to see it.
A lot longer than that, though.
I don't, whatever the case is, what we see from our lived experience is that the barometric pressure decreases at the slope that I posted, right? That's from here to like the top of Everest or wherever.
That's it.
And we see it. We see it decreasing, and we can tell from things like the Karaman line that it continues to decrease to near zero, asymptotically near zero.
Okay, so you only measured it to Everest?
No, the Karaman line is well above Everest.
But you said that your graph is showing up.
I haven't. No, the graph. I don't know. The graph goes to whatever height it goes to.
Oh, you don't even know what your graph says. All right.
It looks like
10,000 meters.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think we could all agree that the firmament is higher than that, right?
I think that whatever containment there is must be above 10,000 meters.
Okay, great.
I don't agree with liberals.
Perfect. That's okay. That's okay, Heaven. You can't be right about everything. I got it. So if it goes up, if we assume that the firmament is higher than 10,000 meters, I know. Yeah, this is where you
can
talk
use
over
both
me.
hands, bro.
It's just the part where you
use your left hand.
It's just the part where you start screaming.
Why do you keep lying and stuff? Because you're like, oh, this graph, it goes up to about the height of Everest, and then I called that out, and then you're like, no, that's not what I said. That's not what it does.
I'm using heretic.
Heretic. Why do you keep changing everything?
I'm fine with that. I'm using Everest because
no, it's not well.
Heaven, do you have to keep screaming here? I'm trying to talk to Heretic.
Yeah, but you keep spewing BS, and I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, okay. So the reason why I've been using Everest is because I think we've all seen pictures of Everest.
Everest is in reality, not in fantasy land, bro.
You don't believe
Everest. If you're talking about Everest, you have to stick to reality.
You don't believe in Mount Everest. You don't believe in Mount Everest.
No, you don't believe in it because you jumped from Mount Everest into a fantasy claim.
I believe in it.
Everest
What?
isn't in space. That's the
Right.
thing you gotta remember.
Correct.
Yeah,
I
Everest
agree.
is here, and down here in reality.
Correct.
You're
Correct.
going into outer
That-
space to make a claim.
Just listen. You know, it's okay. Just listen. Everest is something.
You're a liberal. Who want to listen to you, bro?
Oh dear. Oh no.
Oh no, no deer. Buffalo. Bison.
Is the truth, you know, a problem here? We all know that on
You think-
Everest,
You open your mouth and you believe you're spewing the truth?
yeah, I do, and you will too.
Wow.
You'll agree with me
Preach.
if you can
Come
be
on,
quiet
preach,
and listen.
liberal. Preach, preach.
You'll agree.
Come on,
You'll
preach.
agree. I'm going to preach.
Come
I
on,
am.
preach, bro.
I will preach.
Yeah.
You know, Senna, that at the top of Mount Everest, the air is very thin.
No. Wrong.
Do you disagree with that?
Yes.
Who's that? Who disagrees with that?
I disagree. There's just
You
less
just-
pressure.
So, people need breathing devices, right? Not always, but a bunch of them
How
do.
does that prove that you live in a cartoon?
We're not there yet. This is about the need for a
Yeah,
container.
we're never gonna go to live in a cartoon, bro.
This
Just
is about the
because you
need.
said-
This
Just
is
because you
about
say that we live in a cartoon, it's not true. It's not reality.
Heaven. I was talking to T-Dub. Come on now.
Yeah, but you're saying we're not there. We're not in the cartoon yet. We're gonna go there. Soon,
Yeah,
but
because
we're
you're
not gonna go into the cartoon.
You're jumping
We're gonna
ahead.
stick to reality.
You're triggered. Don't.
You're gonna stay in
just call-
reality.
I
Hey,
am.
don't
I
get
am.
triggered.
I
It's
am.
okay.
I am
We're not gonna go to the
very,
cartoon. Stay
very
in
good.
reality.
Very good. So T-Dub, do you say that it's less dense, which I agree with. Right?
I never said
But
that.
okay, so what did you
No,
what did
I
you
never
say?
said less dense.
What did you say?
Pressure.
Less pressure.
There's less pressure.
Okay, so there's right. So I agree completely. There's less pressure up there. That's what the graph shows. Now,
That, gas pressure.
Now let's go to fantasy.
Pressure of gas up there.
yeah, there's less pressure.
Okay, so there'll be less force that gas is exerting on the walls of its container up there. Okay, go ahead.
That's begging the question. I like begging the
Why?
question fallacy.
Of
Let
course
me
not.
let me.
No, they asked you if it was gas, if that would be the pressure of gas.
We're talking about barometric pressure.
All I did was change around the words that you gave me.
I'm
You
using
said gas
I'm
pressure.
using
I just
barometric
wrote the
pressure.
definition instead of the term gas pressure. That's all I did.
Okay, well, so you want to swap out terms, and then you want to beg the question.
No, it
I
means the same
understand.
thing.
I understand the need for using fallacies.
No, it means what you said. You said gas pressure.
What
yes.
what you're doing is you're launching a bunch of fallacies, really two fallacies. You know, begging the question, and
You are a walking fallacy. You're a liberal. You are a fallacy.
oh, heaven.
Okay,
You
so-
are a speaking fallacy, bro.
Okay, so basically, Omnivore, you're saying that it's gas pressure, but
I'm
if we
saying
actually-
it's atmospheric pressure.
Hold on, I'm not done. You're saying, well, no, you just said it was gas pressure. I asked you that question. You said, yep. So it's gas pressure, but it's not the definition of gas pressure. It would be fallacious to say it's the definition of gas pressure, but it is gas pressure.
That would be begging the question,
Well,
right?
that
That's a
would be
begging
you
the question
who said
fallacy.
that.
You're saying there's atmospheric
Definition.
pressure. The definition of your I'm using barometric pressure, whatever it is that barometers measure.
Yeah, that would be gas, right? And the pressure.
Well,
thereof.
I'm just talking about whatever barometers measure. I'm not defining.
the barometer will debunk the globe.
Right, because I don't want to. I don't want to beg the question.
Well,
if you
it's too
want,
late.
if you want to
According
beg the
you-
question,
according to
no.
you already begged the question because I
No.
got to admit that we are talking about gas pressure, and then
No.
you ran away from it.
No, I'm not. Look. I've been trying. I'm trying to use terms that we could agree on that won't trigger you. Okay. If you insist on being triggered by them, I can't. I can't help
I
that.
just want your proof for gravity-containing air. That's all.
I know you do, but we have to get there, right? We have to get there with some level of agreement.
We're not going to get there. That's the whole point.
I
of
know
this
because you can't handle barometric.
No, the point is that
barometric
no
pressure.
such demonstration
So-
exists.
so-
that's
so-
why we're not going to get there.
No,
And so
that's not true. That's not true. It's not true.
That fact.
Do
Yeah,
you okay, so you understand that barometric pressure measured at the ground is higher than measured
Okay,
at
so what's
higher
causing the
altitudes.
pressure? Would that be gas?
It's whatever the barometer measures. I think we all
Well, that
believe in.
sounds like gas. As far as I know, that would be gas, right?
We believe in barometers. Do you believe in barometers, or are they part of the conspiracy?
I don't know why this is such a hard question to answer. That would be gas, right?
I believe that barometers marry gas, but I'm not prepared to make that as a claim. I'm not prepared to make that as a claim.
Okay. We're talking about measurements of gas pressure, then.
No, we're talking about measurements of barometric pressure.
So it's pressure, it's gas, but it's not gas.
So this is why we can't get to anything that you really want to get to.
Because you're a walking, talking fallacy. That's
No,
why.
I'm not. Because you guys
you are.
are begging the question.
You are.
Guys are no.
You
I'm
are.
not.
You are
I'm
begging
not,
the question.
No, you're just begging.
Incarnated. If anybody looks for begging the question in the dictionary, there might be a picture of you there.
Yeah.
He's begging the question when they're talking about gas pressure.
He just doesn't
And
want
not
to
a
call
photograph,
it.
a picture.
That was really funny though, because he did agree. Okay, yeah, it's gas pressure, and then I just swapped gas pressure for the definition of it, and he was like, "No, it's not that."
A baby. Mute. Deafen when you get muted.
I mean, he's a liberal. What can you expect?
Well, he's acting like a cornered animal at this point. He doesn't want us to speak anymore.
Just search in YouTube liberals, Karens. You'll see. This guy.
We're making a claim of atmospheric pressure? Man, this guy's confused. Why does he think that deafening himself is a loss for us?
He's a liberal.
Yeah.
You're gonna put,
He's not
when you bring a reality, when you point out reality to the liberal, he's gonna put his fingers in the ears and be like, la 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 la.
Yeah. Because he's not talking about gas pressure. He's talking about barometric pressure. So he must be measuring barometers.
Is that the pressure caused by a barometer?
Right.
Is that what we're talking about? Oh, my bad. Thought we were talking about the gas outside.
Do we believe in barometers? I mean, do you guys think barometers exist?
Yes, we all deny barometers.
Well then, barometers, therefore, we live in a curving, spinning water ball to the vacuum of space. Obvious. Come on, guys. Are you slow? He's gonna extend he's gonna extend the barometers thing to water ball, spinning water ball.
So he swapped the term gas pressure for atmospheric pressure, which he then swapped for barometric pressure, but he's still just talking about the same thing.
You still need the walls of the container. It's like in the fucking definition, dude.
Well, we called him out on atmospheric pressure. He's like, no, I'm not claiming ball with gravity or any of that, which is what atmospheric pressure entails. So now he's gone to barometric pressure, which is just another synonym for atmospheric pressure. So he just keeps trying to say the same thing with different terms, like that's going to change anything.
What a freaking snake!
Yeah.
Yeah, barometric pressure claim that, it's a claim that there's a weight air in the pool of the mercury.
And there's obviously things in space. So it's not zero, man. And it doesn't go to zero.
Well, he's trying to do what we do, with appealing to the definition of gas pressure. The problem is the definition that we use can be verified easily by anybody over and over again. The one that he uses is just like fantasy, basically.
But it's on the definition, when you go to Star Wars and you talk about the word the Force in Star Wars, right? Or the
Exactly.
lightsaber. The definition of the lightsaber is the beam of light that is used by the Jedi to cut through steel. And
That's right.
And that's what it says, but it has to be true.
Yep. He gave us a sci-fi based definition, so it has to be true.
That's what I was telling him. And bro, you jumping from Mount Everest to Fantasyland to make an argument, and that reality doesn't work like that. Yeah, but in Mount Everest, the pressure is lower than at sea level. Okay. Yeah, sure. Therefore, globe.
And I disagreed with him about it being thinner, at the top of Mount Everest. I'm just speaking on my behalf, representing myself, not representing anybody else's opinion. I don't agree
So the gas is exerting less force on the walls of its container up there. I can only see how that helps us.
Exactly. Yeah.
Unless you can demonstrate one of these other mechanisms for causing air pressure. If you just do that, then okay, I'll drop the container thing. That's all I'm asking. Well, there's really only one other proposed mechanism, and he doesn't want to try to argue that one, so I guess he's just trying to waste our time.
Wasting our time. That sounds about right.
Thing is, it's
Like a
really funny too how they want to claim there's less gas, the air's thinner, and like that somehow proves that we're breathing air that's not in a container. But then there's certainly, but people have to take gas with them, oxygen, when they climb Everest in tanks, like in containers.
Well, why can't they just use gravity?
That's the container.
But you can observe it in a container over and over, like the experiment's redoable, and like that's how it works.
Gravity is a container. Don't you know that?
Well, the extra mass underneath you when you're on top of Everest obviously isn't helping.
And I guess the atmospheric pressure is just enough to keep the gas down and nothing else. And only certain gases.
There's kind of a lull in the conversation. You guys discussed the idea of like mountains being like sliced up ancient trees and stuff very much, or is that too speculative?
Sunday's over, man.
Sunday's over. Speculation
Hey,
Sunday.
it's still Sunday at the other side of the world somewhere. There might be something to that. Possibly.
I think it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
There's some very interestingly shaped like ridge tops and things, which like resemble like castle
Petrified
towers.
Petrified trees, yeah.
Castle towers,
I wouldn't say all of
Oh,
the
yeah.
mountains, all of them were trees. I wouldn't say all of them, but definitely some.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Some of them look like really craggy and rocky, like a typical idea of a mountain, but some of them are suspiciously looking like chopped up petrified stumps.
Some of them are my great uncles and cousins.
Yeah.
Rocks are my cousins.
Your great 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 grandfather used to be a mountain. I mean, it's a mountain. It's a mountain now.
See, rocks are our cousins.
There you go.
It's true.
Like Ludo from Labyrinth. Rocks friends. Just don't get enough of them together or they'll have enough gravitational force to hold you down.
If you like Einstein, you might have a propensity to be attracted towards rocks as well. Cousins.
Any Globers left in the chat? Can I get you any copium tea? Do you need anything?
Some copium tea.
Yeah. How does T works on a flat Earth?
You need a container, first of all.
And a horizontal, because if it's not horizontal, the T is gonna,
the T is gonna flow.
Gonna flow.
How do you explain seasons on your flat Earth model?
BritNet is back, and the proof that the Earth is a spinning water ball is that when you look at the moon, you see a curving shadow in it.
Was it your counter explanation?
Therefore, we live on a globe.
Was it your counter explanation that there's a big light behind the moon that we can't see, but it's definitely there, bros?
Hey, we live on a ball because we see a ball on the moon.
You don't even see a ball in the sky. You see a circular shape in the sky, and that automatically means you're on one yourself. Great logic.
Well, I think, if you frame it like that, then yes, it's stupid logic, but I'd frame it in a different way. I'd say, look, we all agree that shadows cast shapes of the thing it's a shadow of, right? So I can tell what my shadow is, and it's going to look different from yours. And if shadows can cast shapes, and you're seeing a shadow on the moon, and there's nothing between you and the moon that could be possibly casting that shadow, I think it's not.
How do you know there's nothing between you and the moon?
You'd be able to see it, and it'd have to be pretty large, right? Pretty large to cast that shadow.
There is nothing between you and the moon, huh?
No, besides the atmosphere, but that can't cast shadows. You seen gas cast shadows before?
So you're saying that the curving shadow on the moon is the curving ground under your feet, but the ground is not curving.
Well, that last bit is something you just added on. I don't know about that. I'm just saying that we can determine shapes with shadows or where it came from, and I can't determine where the fuck that shadow came from but for the Earth, right?
Can holograms have shadows? Like Heretic just posted with the
Can
Tupac
holograms have
hologram?
shadows?
Yeah,
of course they
physical
can.
object that I just posted there. I mean, it's got shadows and everything.
Believe me, babe.
Is that the black man? Holograms, you can have a shadow on a hologram, yeah.
Well, when I look at my plasma TV, listen. When I look at my plasma TV and they present the moon and the planets on the plasma TV, it shows with shadows, but those are like.
Stand in front of your projector TV, right? And tell me if you can't distinguish whose shadow that is. So, when you do a little rabbit with your fingers.
I see the shadow on the moon on the TV, and that's not the Earth under my feet.
You can still distinguish the shape because you're making it.
The shape of the shadow, it has like a curve, but the ground under my feet doesn't have.
No, the projector when you put your fingers in front of it. So yes, projected images do produce shadows. Well, you produce the shadow on the projected field, but
so the shadow on the moon is not necessarily the Earth cousin. Let's say like you eliminate the curving water ball casting the shadow on the moon. It's definitely not that, right?
Sorry, say that again one more time.
The shadow, the curving shadow on the moon is not the piece of furniture that you put on top of the table, the globe. It's not that causing it, right?
I don't think that's English, bro.
What? You say you're standing on a globe, right? A globe?
I say I'm standing on an object. And whatever that object is, it's casting a curved shadow on the moon.
Is that object shaped like a spinning water ball?
Well, look, if you want to say that, I mean, if it follows, it follows. I don't
know. Okay, you're not making that claim. So yeah, shadow on the moon shadow on the moon, observable phenomena, but that doesn't mean that the ground under your feet is a water ball. So we agree.
It doesn't necessarily mean that. It just strongly implies it.
Tell that to the globetrotters. They say that the shadow on the moon proves the globe.
Well, in the same way, if I turned around and I looked at my shadow, it could be the case, possibly, that's not my shadow. But I'm not going to say it isn't, because there's nobody else around me, right?
Yeah,
So
but when you look
it
at
could be
yourself
someone else's shadow.
when you check yourself, someone
They
looks
could
at
be
you and they can see you and the shadow. They can say, "Hey, that shadow has the silhouette, your silhouette, right?" And we can say
Yeah.
that shadow is your shadow. But how you gonna
Why
do that
can
with
I
the
say that,
Earth?
though?
You can't. You don't have the silhouette of the Earth. You don't have the silhouette of the whole of the whole of the size of the Earth.
Yeah, but why
You don't
can I
have
say
that.
my shadow is my shadow? It could be an invisible guy's shadow, and I'm just, in between. He's on the other side of me, and I'm just looking through him.
You lack the frame of, you lack the view, the frame of reference to see the Earth and say, "Hey, I see the Earth as this shape. Therefore, the
Yeah,
shape of the
my
shadow
frame of
is
reference
that."
is that there's nobody else around me, and I'm deducing that shadow on the ground must come from me, right? Well, it's not even it's an induction still, and then you will do the same. We'll transpose that logic onto the moon and say, look, there's a shadow. There's no objects nearby besides the thing I'm standing on. That's the Earth, right?
The Earth is not next to the moon, but it's causing. You see, you just did it right there. You contradicted yourself, bro.
It's just
You said
transposing
that-
the same logic,
You said
right?
if you can see the object that is causing the shadow, you can tell what that the shadow is being caused by that.
It's even worse, right? Because in this case, there's nothing else I can see in the sky. It could be, right? At least when I'm talking about my shadow, it could be a tree.
But then you're saying that the Earth is next to the moon and you can see it. Therefore, it is causing the shadow on the moon because you can see the Earth causing it.
Well, you can definitely.
You're not. You're not doing that. You can
you're just
identify lying.
There's only two objects between us and the moon, and only two local objects, and we can't count the sun because the sun's not causing any shadows, unless.
Yeah, but you're adding that the sun is behind the Earth.
It's not got a shadow.
Illuminating. You're adding that the sun is in the medium of space, and the Earth is in the medium of space, and then the light is being going across the Earth, and I mean, you're adding so many things to it. You don't have any evidence for.
I think I'm being the simple one, because I remember when I spoke to you about it, you're like, well, there could be a light behind the moon, and it's happens to be positioned the exact.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You showed me a phone with a light behind it, and you were like, well, look, this is what's happening at the moon.
I show you because you said the only thing that can be that shadow on the moon is the Earth. You said that, and you said, show me anything else that can do that. And I went and I show you that light can look black.
I said what else it could be, not like anything. I know that you can produce that effect because that's what.
Oh, look at Floyd.
Right?
Floyd posted something. Look at the round shadow being casted by a not round object. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, just before I get into that, I just want to say that the analogy for your little light. I know that we know that exists because that is effectively an eclipse, right? Yeah. Now, let's look at this GIF. Where's the light in that image? It's behind.
Where's the light in that?
It's behind the stick. So is the sun behind the Earth? So I don't think you'd agree with that.
Well, saying
the point of that GIF is to show you that it doesn't necessarily need to be a spherical object to make a spherical shadow, if that was even the case. But you're basically pointing to the sky and going, look, that light's changing, or it appears that there's a shadow. Therefore, it must be what I'm standing on.
I think with that GIF, it's not affirming the consequent because it's an inductive argument, and inductive arguments can't affirm the consequent. But the GIF you posted, I'll be fair to you. That obviously is possible, but we need to be consistent with other observations here. There's no way.
You're not consistent.
No. Hold on, Gemsy. Just pause. Just pause.
Relax.
You're never consistent,
Hold
bro.
hold on.
You're
I'm
never consistent.
Yes, it's rhetoric, nice rhetoric, whatever, right? So that in that GIF, you and I agree that the sun isn't behind the Earth. Let's just say that. We'll agree on that. So that effect is ruled out. So what else have you got, right? We've already falsified that image. There we go. That GIF is pointless now.
So
what else do you have?
What's your claim? What's your claim? That the shadow that you say you've already assumed it's a shadow. Okay, you've assumed it's a shadow for one, right? But is it the shadow? Is it a shadow on a flat surface or a curved surface?
It's a curved shadow. That's what it is.
Yeah, is that the result of the moon being curved?
So,
or
I
is
would
it
say
the result of the object casting the shadow being curved?
Yeah, I would say that because we agree that effect that's in that GIF can't be the case, because we know that if you're either agreeing that it's a flat plane or you think it's a sphere, that effect can't be the case. So, unless there's any other effect you could refer to, I would say it strongly infers a sphere.
Have you ever seen the shadow of a sphere on another sphere?
A shadow of a sphere on another sphere?
Yeah.
I could produce that. Well, yes, everyone's seen that, but I could produce it if you want.
Well, you should have a look at it.
Yeah, but do you want me to produce it?
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
You can.
I'll get 2 balls and I'll put a light behind it. But you're gonna have to wait for me to do that when I have 2 balls at hand. So up until that point, what was your point? Was it that you can't produce a shadow with 2 spheres?
Another
Let's get an S-bend. An S-bend.
An S-bend. Ah,
Yes.
can you show me that?
S-bend.
You know, another interesting aspect is you can't cast a shadow of something and make the object appear smaller. Like you can't have a smaller shadow. You can have the same size or bigger, right? You know, you've always seen like your shadow when it gets really long, right? And you can have it be of course, the same size as the object. But in case of the heliocentric model, we're supposed to believe that this shadow is now shrinking enough to where you could see it on a moon at that distance. It's just not adding up, man.
Sorry, can you say that one more time for me?
You can't produce a smaller shadow, smaller than the object.
Right, okay. A shadow smaller than the object.
Correct.
Can you illustrate that for me, what you're trying to talk about?
Right. So I was trying to make the demonstration that you might be familiar with of like when you see your shadow, right? And you've seen it really long, obviously larger than your dimensions. Or maybe at high noon where it's almost your exact dimensions, right? But you've never seen your shadow smaller than you because of the sun or any other light source.
Smaller than me.
Correct. Smaller
Sorry,
than the
I'm
object.
looking at spheres. I
is
can't
casting.
double focus right now.
That's okay.
Yeah, I was trying to pay attention, but it just wasn't working out for me.
I'm sure it has a fancy name, but I can't remember the principle right now.
Well, maybe Dioder wants to tap in for Omnivore. It's just cheerleading for him in the text, so go on. Cold feet.
What are you guys talking about? I just came from a chat where people were talking about Ronald McDonald's feet.
Nice.
And now you guys are quiet. Come on.
Yeah, so the Earth is
Not a cartoon like the globe is.
true that. Yeah.
Yeah. Earth is not cartoon. Water is not cartoon.
But what if it's in zero gravity?
The cartoon that you learn as the globe Earth is not what you're standing on. Get it?
Yeah, that's actually true.
But tell that to the Globers. They tell you they live in a cartoon.
Well, I don't care what I live in, but the people the shit they show you is fucking cartoon.
Have you heard of something called escape velocity?
Yeah, begs the question of a ball Earth, gravity, vacuum of outer space. Can any of these be demonstrated?
Yes, I think like Elon Musk and SpaceX are
So
showing
cartoons.
So, can Elon Musk actually demonstrate any of those things to you, or can he just claim them?
He has Starlink with many satellites orbiting Earth.
Okay.
So yes.
So, okay, he provides internet service, therefore the world's a ball?
Well, they have to calculate the trajectory, right, of the.
Okay, and they're using a ball Earth to do that?
Well, yes, you have to with all
Can
of
I see that ball Earth that they're using? Any like direct observation or measurement of it? And something verifiable, please. Not like a a cartoon from so-called outer space, but like a direct measurement from here.
No, I can just show you rockets taking off and.
Yeah, but nobody disagrees
on
that
the-
rockets can take off. That's not what's in contention. We know that a rocket can leave the ground. What we want to know is what the ground is. They say that they've measured it, thousands of years ago to be a ball, and today that's how they're able to have Starlink internet and all this. But where is that where is that measurement for the ball Earth in the first place?
Well, we've measured the gravity of Earth, so these rockets know how much propellant they need and how strong it needs to be to leave the atmosphere of Earth.
Okay, so that's an open system then.
Well, yes, it is a
With
very
gas
open
pressure.
system.
So how do you contain gas with an open system?
Gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate that?
Can I demonstrate gravity?
Because as far as I know, I'm going to need a closed container to have gas. Gas pressure. I could see that demonstrated easily.
Yeah. I think if you have a small pressure chamber and you remove
Container?
pressure, you'll be able to see where the ice crystals.
A container? Using a container?
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is that we have a system that the gas isn't leaving from, that rockets and people can leave from. Yeah, that's a really cool story.
Yes. It's called the escape velocity, yeah.
No, it's called sci-fi. You're never going to leave the system. If there's gas contained in it, then so are you. I don't care what excuses you come up with, unless you can actually demonstrate an open system with gas pressure due to gravity, which, of course,
Well, he attempted to by using a chamber.
Right. Yeah, that's a container again. That's the only way you're ever going to be able to do that. So that's the point of that question, is to elucidate that fact that you're going to need the container for the gas. Gravity, if you guys can even figure out what it is, doesn't contain gas. So, like,
I think
you got
I think
claims and stories, right? But what we're asking for is demonstration. Of course, we've heard the claim of escape velocity, right?
yes.
We've heard all this
Okay.
stuff
Okay.
before. What we want is the demonstration that we actually have a ball Earth with gas pressure on its surface enveloped by a vacuum. That's the claim. We need the demonstration for any of those things.
All
Like,
right. Fair
maybe you
enough.
thought that flat earthers were just confused because they haven't heard the ball Earth claim yet.
No, no. It's just that I just cannot give you the evidence that you are asking me for. It's impossible. I cannot
I
do it.
know. I know. That's the point of asking for it.
You heard it, folks. You heard it here.
That's the whole point, because the claim of the ball is impossible. Get it? The ball is impossible in reality. Because we have reality, the place we operate in, and then we have claims that reality is a cartoon. But that cartoon is impossible.
So, and because of your orbital mechanics that you're so proud of, do you know what the size of the Earth is, or the stated size?
Nobody knows.
Or do you know?
Well, just ask a flat earther if you don't know, because they all do.
Do you want that in kilometers or miles?
Would you like fries with that?
You mean flat earthers? You mean flat earthers know the size claim of the ball, not the actual Earth?
Yes, in
Yeah, it's a claim,
kilometers.
brother. The alleged size.
Isn't it 6,301 kilometer radius claimed to be?
Well, it kind of has to be for orbital mechanics, right? To get escape velocity or alleged.
Is no one talking?
Nope.
Wow.
Yes, you're
Doing
interrupting, Clay.
research. I
Stop
need to do
interrupting.
radius research and shit.
Yeah, it's just really, really quiet.
Sorry for interrupting the silence.
Yeah, it's good info. It's good info, man. Just really, really quiet.
Okay, so 6.3 thousand kilometers is the radius. That's from where I'm standing till the center of the planet. So about 13 all the way across, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you think that is
I was off.
real or fantasy? Which one? Do you think that's a real measurement of the Earth or like a fantasy idea of the Earth? Which one?
I think hundreds of people have spent thousands of hours of their lives studying these ideas and phenomena, and if they say that it is a 6,000 kilometer diameter, I'm going to believe them.
Radius.
I was off by 77
Radius,
kilometers.
sorry, radius. Yes.
6,378 meters.
So now that you know the size, so then we can calculate how far we can see on this thing, right?
I think if the Earth was the size of like a basketball, you wouldn't really even be able to see the atmosphere. It would just look part of the ball. I think if I walk outside and I look up and I see the clouds, oh, they're so fucking high up in the sky. But compared to the size of the planet, it's like nothing. It's basically touching
Size of the
the
planet.
So
Who
surface.
figured that out?
you just told me what the size was, though, right?
Size of
You,
the
Yeah,
you
yeah.
need that size for your orbital mechanics, right?
Okay, you want me to do a little bit more math? Okay.
No math is needed. It's a fact, right? Like you got orbital mechanics. You have to have a certain size of the Earth, right? You're launching from here. You want to get to there.
Who figured out the size of the planet? Who figured out that there's a planet to figure out the size of?
Do you guys believe that light has a speed limit? Like cosmic
It
speed
can
limit?
get arrested breaching it.
Yeah, don't drink on light speed.
None of that diet light for me.
Diet light. Or light light.
Or diet speed. One-way speed of light cannot be determined.
Is with what? A gravitational influence?
So we really can't get any proof of the core claims of the globe, eh? It's too bad.
It's funny you said core.
Yeah. Good one, right?
But they are things we can we can agree on, like the speed of light, which is approximately 300,000 meters per second, right?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Sounds like a traffic violation.
There are things that we can agree on, right? Like there is a horizontal and a vertical axis in reality. You know, the horizontal, the building that you're on was established upon. So when you put water on top of the table, it doesn't flow out of the container. Right, dude? There's a horizontal.
Okay, so take that bucket and go sit in a car, drive 50 miles an hour and stop. What happens?
Depends how good of a driver you are.
What do you mean?
It's
What
also an
happens?
argument for people saying like, oh, if we are spinning on a planet going this fast, I'm like, okay, cool. You're sitting in a car, sit in the car, flip a coin. It's gonna go up, it's gonna go down, it's gonna fall in your hand. Now stick your hand out the window and do the same thing. The coin's gonna just fly the fuck away from you because you are in an enclosed vacuum. Not a
Oh,
vacuum, but a
enclosed now.
not
You
a
said it was an
vacuum,
open system.
This is
but a
going to be
closed
one of those
system. Yes, sir.
we don't agree on.
It's relativity. This is relativity that I'm trying to introduce into the conversation.
Oh yeah, we've never heard that before. Go on.
How do you spell that? R-E-L.
Yeah,
This
hold on.
new
Just let
term.
me make sure I'm getting this down. Okay, I got my notepad out. Go ahead.
It's just a decent way to explain the closed system that we are in.
Oh, it's closed
Thanks
now.
to
Okay.
gravity.
Well,
Closed
that all
now, yeah.
changed in a hurry. It was open, but now it's closed. Well, that's
How's it
what we keep
closed?
saying.
Oh, you guys are trapping me. You're trapping me.
You walked into it all on your own.
How do you figure out if something's moving?
Measure the distance and speed.
Stand in front of it.
I have a question out of good faith. This is a good faith question. What are these people gaining from making us believe that the Earth is round when
Your
it
mind.
is in fact not?
Why would they lie?
They get to condition your whole worldview. If you believe that, you'll believe anything.
Yeah. Which causes you to ask that very question.
Well, you'll believe anything, just not reality. I think it's a gaslight.
And what is the incentive? The incentive
To condition and manipulate your worldview, I would guess.
into
What it's
moving
been
away
conditioned and
from
manipulated into. You'll deny the reality of your senses, and then you'll have to defer to some government or authority or institution or what have you to tell you what it is instead.
They could be hiding more land.
So I mean, yeah, there's all sorts of different speculations possible, but yeah, that's mine.
If you really break that question down, you'd ask, why is there any reason government would tell you the truth? There's no system to hold them to account for anything they ever do or anything they ever say. Without any accountability, they can get away with whatever they want to. Why would they just be honest about something? They've got every reason to never be honest about stuff.
Yo, I got one question. If clouds are made of water, how come planes ain't wet when they land? Hmm?
Because it rains on the plains of Spain.
Nobody? That's what I thought.
What was the question?
Welcome to the Earth being a globe.
What's up?
Does that mean welcome to the Earth being a globe?
Something like that.
So, planes ain't wet when they go through clouds, therefore the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah.
What the heck? What?
Oh, I don't know.
No, that means the Earth is flat.
Does it? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Walk me through this logical framework then.
Why aren't the planes wet?
Why has that got anything to do with the floor not moving and being flat?
Because clouds aren't real.
This is a moment in the conversation where I just disengage.
Why is everybody muted?
Because they're not talking.
Yeah, but this is the only chat where like everybody's muted. Kind of eerie. Maybe some of them are feds from NASA listening in.
Are you the dude that asked why planes aren't wet when they fly through clouds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so clouds aren't like balls of water. It's vapor, right? And even you'll see if you fly in a plane and you're at like 30,000 feet or 25,000 feet or whatever it is, it's usually the water that's stuck to the plane freezes. If you go through the cloud, it's so quick and so fast. The water molecules that collect on the plane, depending on the what the weather is like underneath the clouds. I mean, the clouds could go all the way to the ground or be very high up. It depends on the situation. Do you understand that variable?
No.
Okay, well then our conversation is over.
Shit.
T-Dub, what's an S-bend? Is that like a bend that goes back on itself?
The back of the toilet, right? That's a U-bend. Never mind.
You stupid man.
If the ground is spinning, how come laser pointers don't
Hey,
turn?
I want to know what an S-bend is first. What's an S-bend, T-Dub?
S-bend's the thing that goes under your.
Be quiet. I'm
toilet.
not asking. Are you T-Dub? Are you Australian? No.
Maybe.
T-Dub.
I could be.
Oh,
No,
you have ADHD or something, right? Because you can't shut your fucking mouth for like 2 seconds. Anyway, T-Dub, are you there? Does anyone know what an S-bend is? Like, Jedi,
don't
maybe
sound-
you can help me. Right? Jedi, T-Dub said that you can't produce a shadow on 2 spheres because of an S-bend of the shadow. Do you know what he's talking about?
I'm trying to picture it in my head. You can't create what on a what?
So
with a
if you
what?
put a sphere in front of a sphere and you cast a shadow from, put a light behind the sphere, apparently the shadow you'll be casting has an S bend. And in my head, that's saying that you'll be able to see maybe the underside of the sphere, but the shadow would be wonky. I don't know.
I'll have to ask him when he comes back.
All
You
right,
should
well,
get 2 spheres and shine a light on them.
I've just done that, right? And I'm posting the video of my results right now in the side chat and see what you think. I overlaid it with Chad music because I thought I was right, but we'll see.
Now do it in space.
Right, look at the side chat, guys, and I think I've debunked S-bend.
Are you a flat earther? Uh-oh.
So that was my S-bend.
Okay.
You got one of those under your sink, though.
I got what surrounded my sink?
That's a U-bend.
Got the S-bend.
Oh, the tennis
What
ball
the fuck
came
is
from
that
under my sink.
weird? What the fuck?
Yeah, well, I was debating about the shadow of the moon, and then we got detracted over the idea of whether or not that shadow would be produced on the moon. So I then decided to get 2 spheres and create a shadow. The first scientific experiment I've done since I was 16. All right.
Saying you can't make a shadow of a ball onto another ball.
Yes.
What if one ball's bigger?
Well, yeah, I think that was the idea. I made a big ball and a little ball. Yeah. The first ball is a lot larger than the second ball.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure you could just shine the light from behind the ball.
Look at the video. I did it.
I don't want to look at the video.
Cool man shadows. It took me a long time to edit that as well.
Are you not a
That
flat
video
earther?
made me so sad, dude.
I'm talking
Is
to
this
you,
all
ADHD
flat
freak.
Earth chat? You call me an ADHD freak. Why would you call me that? Man, you guys are mean.
I know.
We haven't even started yet. What are you talking about?
Why are British people so mean, man?
I think that's just your personal experience of us. We tend not to like Americans.
I mean, I don't like Americans either, but
there you go.
British people are always mean.
Not always, man.
Nah, that's just the Southerners, pal.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah, we're alright up north.
Let's give it a few years. The UK will look different.
When you say look different, do you mean black?
Yes.
With 4 legs.
You guys have to bomb until the crown surrenders.
We have to bomb until the crown surrenders. Us.
America.
America, I see.
Like 1776 should have commenced all the way to Buckingham.
I see.
They shouldn't have stopped at Liberty Bell. Just kept going.
Yeah, I agree, because then they would have lost. You know?
Imagine what the world would be like right now if there was no crowns. It was just people interacting with each other through logic, reason, and science. No rulers.
Isn't it biblical to have monarchs? Isn't that like in the Bible? At least Catholics believe that that the natural sort of higher way of governing.
Hey,
themselves.
Heretic, 1 second. Do you have the YouTube channel for
He's
the live
deafened.
stream? Anybody has the YouTube channel for this live 24/7?
Just search 24/7 Flat Earth on YouTube.
It's
and
the other
first
one. It's the old
Can't
the old
find
one.
it.
Gemsy, it's the old one. The one that
Helio has?
Yeah, there we go. I just had a senior moment there. Yeah, it's Helio's channel. His backup one, number 2.
Let
I
me
can
see
get a
if I
link
can
for
find
it
it.
if you want it.
Yeah,
I'll give you
please.
a link.
That will make it easier, because for some reason I searched it and can't find it.
Yeah, they probably have it set up where you never get a result. You have to actually have the link for it.
Yeah, we can share that. Thank you, Crit.
Crib, say you're welcome.
Shut up, Brit.
Get back to work, you bum.
It's 9 o'clock. I'm not working now. Where have you been, Jedi? You've been missing in action for a while.
Have I? Didn't really notice, mate. Been busy, really. I haven't had a lot of spare time. You back at work at the moment, then, yeah?
Yeah. I haven't been around much recently. Mainly in the evenings, but yeah, going to bed early these days, so it's not so much fun.
Somebody in the side chat, he keeps asking why the sun sets in the east. It's starting to annoy me. It's the second time I've said that.
Is that like a genuine error, or is he?
We've said it twice.
You're not muted, Tippy. You can speak if you want.
It's because he's facing south and he thinks that everything's rotating in the opposite direction now.
North used to be east, according to the ancient Egyptians. North was the direction that the sun came from. Oh, there you go. That's new.
And then there's no answer.
Every day's a learning day with Jedi.
Mm-hmm. Apparently the sun rises, sets in the west or the east. I've even forgotten now.
Why does the sun set in the north? Is Tippy trolling us?
No, this is a classic bricked example. If the Earth is flat, suddenly he doesn't know anything anymore. Like nothing makes sense. He can't tell if he's alive, if he's a plant, which way the sun goes. Nothing well, if the Earth is flat, like how are planes not wet when they fly through clouds?
I don't know if you guys caught that debate between the two pastors, Doug and Greg. That was pretty interesting. Did you see that? Anybody? I guess not.
No. What pastors are you talking about? Doug and Greg, who are they?
There's two pastors. One's he leads a church called like Global Vision something, like he believes in the globe. And then the other guy, the other pastor, Doug, he believes in flat earth, and he did a whole debate presentation, like an hour or 2 hours long, of all the scriptures breaking down like the original Greek, the original Hebrew, like what they were saying, like the context of it. Like he broke it down really, really good, like the way it should be broken down. And then that globe dude stepped up and never once gave one, because he said, like the argument was, he has proof that the Bible speaks of a globe. He didn't share one piece of evidence of that. All he did was just continue the same rhetoric that we've escaped, all those falsehoods and lies. Didn't prove one thing. That was funny. But at the end, he disgraced himself. The Globe pastor disgraced himself because he made up this stupid doctrine about the clay to the seal. I'm sorry, for like the seal to the clay as it embosses it, and it creates garment. So he tried to say that that's talking about sunsets and sunrises, and I was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Talk about like misrepresenting what the word's saying. And then he asked the guy, Greg, the Glober, asked Doug. He's all, does the signet ring represent sunrise? And then Doug goes, absolutely not. And then he goes, get out of here. You get out of here with your lie, or something like that. He like kicked him out of the church, like live on stage. And then Doug goes, okay. And like he gently tossed the mic to him, like to catch it. And Doug or Greg, the Globe pastor, he swatted the mic down like out of anger. Like I was like, wow, that is not a man of Christ, bro. Like who is this knucklehead? It goes to show you though that the Globe doctrine is an evil one, bro. It's demonic. That dude was like possessed almost, like with the negative entity, like a negative spirit, just angry and mad. The whole time Doug was talking about it, he was calm. People were cheering and clapping. Like the truth was being spoken. You could hear it. You could hear that truth was being shared. But then when that guy went up, it was wild.
You're getting the flat earth guy's name wrong. It's Dean Odell. Pastor Dean Odell, not Doug.
I kept saying Doug. Sorry. Yeah. Dean, not Doug. Dean. Sorry. Yeah, it's Dean.
Okay. I know who Dean Odell is.
Yeah, it was Dean. My bad. I kept saying Doug. It was Dean and Greg. Greg Locke, I believe. Lockie or Locke. But it was a good one, especially since McToon's dumbass, he put out a video like proving that the scriptures don't speak about flat earth. Such ridiculousness, bro. Like that was so retarded. His video, McToon's video. I'm like, dude. Oh, and matter of fact, McToon was there. McToon was even there at that debate. Probably cheering on Greg because he's a Glober as well. But pretty crazy, pretty sad how they're misrepresenting even the scriptures to fit their doctrine. And then they say it's
telling you to find a McToon video that's not stupid. Go ahead.
Hey, guilty. I can't. I will never. Oh man.
He said his problem isn't with like thinking that the earth is flat. The problem is with Christians saying and preaching that the Bible teaches a flat Earth. Talks about
Well,
a flat Earth.
well, I think it's well. First of all, like I pointed out in there's a scripture that strikes down anybody trying to say what the shape of it at all is, and that's Jeremiah 31:37. There's no way we can know the depths or the heights. And he says, like in the scriptures, says, "Thus saith the Lord." Like, if man can do that, then he will pull man from Israel, cast them out of Israel. That's why I say, last time I checked, everybody's still here on earth and here and there in Israel. So obviously we haven't mapped out and searched the depths and the heights, but man can just lie about it. They can tell you, "Oh, we found the ends. It goes in a circle, guys, and it's a round sphere circle." They can say that, but that doesn't mean that we have. And they can say, "Oh, that star is 25 trillion miles, up in the sky away from us," but that doesn't mean it's true. They can say that, but it doesn't mean it's true. And I'm just saying, like, according to scriptures, if you are a believer, then go read Jeremiah 31:37 and tell me that you can say it is a ball for a fact. Then you are then demonic and possessed, and you need to get out of here. I'm just saying. I think the whole argument of it being flat is just more of it's not a ball. And we know that water is flat, like just naturally, that's the way it works. So obviously we would be like in a big basin type thing where there's lands in the middle of this huge jacuzzi, if you want to say it that way. But we still don't know what's even beyond those lands because we can't even go beyond that border. It's like you living in your backyard in a round pool and you never can get outside your backyard. You don't know what's outside there. So just saying, gotta wake up. Gotta wake up to the facts. So when Globies, when they come in here like, "Oh no, we know it. We have NASA. We have videos. We sent a rocket." Dude, they're living in la la land, man. I mean, if you're a believer, that's what trips me out. Believers in the most and the high and the most high and the Almighty also believe in a globe. That's like, dude, that's like be hot or cold. Don't be lukewarm. That's like spit you out. Like, you cannot serve two masters, bro. And believing in the globe, I feel like you're serving man right there, and man science and understanding and lies and falsehoods. That's all it is. I don't know though. I'm ranting. My bad. I'll shut up. Mute myself. I'm getting frustrated in my own head.
It'll brought up a new one for me that I hadn't thought of before. He said he read out that nothing escapes the sun's light. The sun's heat. Sorry.
Yeah. It says when it goes on its
That was a
circuit,
good
it
one.
escapes its heat. Yeah, and if you think about it, well, then that means all the 25 trillion miles away, they don't. I guess they can feel the heat, or I mean, I don't know. It's stupid globe model. The heliocentric model is retarded, but
Well, it really
exactly.
does it insinuating that it's a independent and sole entity that there's nothing else alike, right? There's nothing else like it.
Right.
As in the heliocentric paradigm, it's just one of zillion other things. Yeah, they're similar.
Yeah, these guys, they're just. I mean, they're either brainwashed or possessed. That's the way I look at it nowadays, or both. I don't know. Maybe they're one and the same thing. But to break free of that brainwashing, to break free of that programming, that indoctrination, I think that's the awakening that's happening right now. That's why so many people are like accepting the truth now and avoiding the lies or escaping the lies. But then you have those crabs that are like always trying to pull down the other crabs that are climbing out of the bucket. And a lot of Globers come in this Discord servers and they do that. They try do damage control for their paradigm, and they try to they're supporting it and defending it, and they themselves are lost. It's like the blind are leading the blind. But they can't accept the truth. They're not going to grasp it. Even when you tell them straight up, like you can prove to them, like, look, this is what we did, and it proved it wrong. They're like, no. They'll have an objection to it. They'll have an excuse, a rebuttal, and it is what it is, man. They're lost. Sometimes you just gotta let the lost be the lost. So all right, well, hopefully you get found, but it's not my job to find you.
Yeah, like the cognitive dissonance amongst just like Globers in general, normies, you know, like the cognitive dissonance they seem to, you know, display when presented with this topic is, you know, something to be like looked at. But if you add like the whole biblical like thing to it as well, then it just gets crazy. I mean, and you know, we don't have to go like into a whole big discussion about this, and I'm not arguing from a biblical position or anything, but man, once it gets into that and they want to try and hold to the idea that we live on this spinning ball in a cosmic vacuum and fit the scriptures into it, it gets so the cognitive dissonance is like 100-fold.
It's
You know,
amplified, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. And I feel like it's weird to me when I come across believers now, like McToon. McToon believes in God, but he is 1000% would defend the globe more than he would defend his belief in God, and that's demonic to me. That's crazy to me. It's literally he's now serving the master of the globe, which would be Hasatan, which would be the enemy, the adversary, right? It would be Satan who has created this because he's the author of confusion. So it would make sense he wants to confuse the people and take away the creation from the creator. Makes sense. I mean, it just makes logical sense that that's what an enemy would infiltrate, you know, their enemy with confusion, and then you have people that are lost and they're serving both masters. It makes no sense. Then you get to science and you're like, wow, shit, like you can't prove it's not even a scientific thing to do. But, you know, going down those roads with observations and with experiments, and then you realize, wow, like we are so far off from the truth. But that's only because we've been indoctrinated into these lies. But it's hard though, because you have people working in fields that they themselves are convinced that my job needs to have the globe be reality. They literally believe that. But that's only because they can't grasp how it could work otherwise within that same, you know, within the reality that they're in. And that's sad. That's when you know they're really lost. Like, for instance, I used to set up, you know, uplinks and downlinks for commercial broadcast television. And I used to work with satellites all the time. Since I was 10 years old, I was building those big 3-meter ones that we used to put in the back of residential homes, you know, for my uncle's business. I was 10 years old installing those. I was the one that used to run the cables underneath the ground or underneath the house because I was the smallest guy. But and then growing up to my early 20s, now I'm building real big ones that are 15 to 20 feet large for way big. And I mean, I've done satellite work. So then I used to struggle when I first came to flat Earth. Like, but then I was like, wait, but I know those satellites. I'm pointing my dish to something. But then other things kind of domino affected, or had a domino effect. I mean, and then I realized, whoa, wait, there's no way it could be a globe, and I'm dumb for even believing the lies to begin with. So I don't know. I guess everyone's on their own, you know, own journey. They're gonna come to it in their own way. Just sucks for those that are lost, and some of them there's no hope. Real interesting though to think, like, I wonder what they're gonna do when they say we're gonna go back to the moon next year. Was it January 25th? Yeah, I think so, right? For any Globers out there or flat earthers that know, I think they're saying we're going to the moon on January 25th.
Aren't they sending that YouTuber?
I'm not even sure who's going at this point. It could be Mickey Mouse. Doesn't matter. Like who knows? Oh
There's
yeah,
chosen a
you're right. I
YouTuber.
think it was a
Yeah.
YouTuber because he was like been training and everything, right? Like he's been getting ready, conditioning.
It's not it won't be. They're claiming it's not a moon landing. It's just an
A
orbit.
flyby. Yeah, you're gonna
A
fly by it,
yeah.
right?
Flyby, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still saying like that they're going back to the moon, not to land on it, but to just go back to it, like a way apparently Arm is. I'm just saying he's a YouTuber. He should definitely have a 24-hour recording of everything, and then have that data, right? Have that the documented video documentation, especially being a YouTuber. I mean, obviously NASA and their $60 million a day, they can't find it in their budget to set up a simple camera and record, time lapse 24 hours a day. But hopefully this YouTuber can. Swear to God.
Oh, you should live stream it.
Right. I mean, he should be able to at least a certain point, right? Because then he's gonna be outside of his network. He won't be able, he'll be roaming. Imagine the charges on that cell phone bill.
And if that happens, will it prove that the Earth is not flat?
No, it's gonna prove that he went way up high and then came back down. Congrats.
So if he did like a continuous live stream of him going straight to the moon, coming back, the Earth is still flat. So it wouldn't prove anything.
No. It doesn't. Hold on. Well, it depends though. Like if I'm telling you right now, if you can show a video of showing that Earth being an actual ball and getting away and away, and then now it's getting smaller, right? Kind of like the way they say, they say it to be. NASA does say it to be. But it actually is a real representation of it, not a CGI, not a cutout. Then coming back, 3 days later or whatever with the live footage, quote unquote. No, I mean like the entire trip, and they show the Earth being the proper size that it should be, that it's supposed to be. Not, there's no way that the moon and the Earth can look the same size in the sky from one another. That's just illogical. That's just stupid. And
Why not?
unfortunately, a lot of people fell for that. What was that?
But why not? It's all about
Here,
perspective.
let me give you an example. Okay,
Mhm.
if you're holding a beach ball at the 50-yard line, okay, and I'm holding a ping pong at the 40-yard line, okay, and you took a picture to me holding a ping pong, and I took a picture of you holding a beach ball, we're both not going to show the beach ball and the ping pong to look the same size. That's illogical, bro. Like if you think that you can do that, then you may be a little bit too deep into the brainwashing. I'm just saying.
So if you hold a beach ball up to the moon, like if you're looking at the moon and you hold a beach ball up, you can like put it at the same size and it'll look the same size. But
Okay.
they're not the same size.
Okay,
So you can
I
do it.
agree.
It's all
That's
about perspective.
1,000% true. I agree. Now, if you put the same beach ball from the moon to the Earth is way bigger than the beach ball and the moon, so they will not look the same size. This is what this is what Glover can't grasp. That you can't grasp that logic.
Even if you want to claim focal length changes and all that, why not take multiple different pictures? Hey, we'll get one like this. We'll change it to that, and we'll show them what it really like. We'll try and get it to what it perfectly match what we're actually seeing with our own eyes to represent. To try and give the viewer our experience. Like as close as possible. But yeah,
if they
we
have
don't get that.
if they have a picture like that, you still wouldn't believe it. You would say it's CGI.
No, they don't have that though. That's the problem. That's
They do.
that's
They have
kind
a
of the
picture.
argument, though.
They have a
No.
picture of the dark side of the moon, and it's showing Earth in front of the moon, and the moon is smaller than Earth.
So hold on though. You see, I like that you brought that up because that Earth being that big in the sky, while the astronauts are on the ground on the surface of the moon, that supposedly, then how do they get a small Earth in the background with that same idea that you just had? Oh, well, yeah, they showed the moon and the Earth so big behind it. Okay, well then, how did the astronauts not take a picture
where the entire sky is the moon or is the Earth, because that's the way it would have looked, according to your logic, in that one photo of the moon behind the Earth. Because
Well, it,
technically, it makes sense logically. It should be that way.
right, but it's just like, oh shit. It's like if you look at the sun looks way smaller than it actually is. The
No,
sun
no,
is
no, no,
like
no. Well, hold on. No.
uh-huh.
That's a claim. That's a claim because we're
Okay.
saying that the sun is way smaller. That's why it looks like that. By the way, matter of fact, we're saying that the sun and the moon seem to be the same size because that's the way they look. By the way, but if you want to now like bring in the sun is millions of times bigger than the Earth, but it's so small because it's so far away. That's why you have to have it so far away, because now you're talking about like an optical, that's like an optical principle there. Like, that the farther something is, the smaller it gets. But you can have something really, really large be the same size as something very close, as long as it's double the distance away. Like, we understand that. But that's a claim to say, oh, we know the sun is very, very, very big, but it looks so small in our sky. No, no, no. That's the falsehood, buddy. That's what we're trying to take you out of. We're trying to like break you free of those lies and falsehoods.
So how could it be proven to you though? Because if we have all the measurements that we can get, right, that says the sun is this size, what would prove that the sun is actually that size? If you can measure the sun at that size, like using
No,
angles
no,
and shit.
no. Well, the proof is that nobody can measure the sun at that size, because you literally cannot measure something that's in the sky that far away from us. We cannot measure it. Like I mean, there is a shadow casted from the moon that's only 57 miles across or something like that, or 70 miles across. Okay. Now, is it safe to say that something that's casting a shadow onto it, it's usually actually bigger? But they're gonna say, well, it's really, really far. It creates a penumbra and an umbra, and then there's like this small little focal point of it. All of a sudden, light diverges. Although it's supposed to be parallel, but all of a sudden it diverges. There's just a lot into it, bro, that I don't think like we even have time to discuss right now with it, because I'm kind of hogging the mic. But there's too much to go into it to just prove to you that that's all nonsense and that's a story and a claim. But we need to focus on, well, let's not go by what we can, we can say that the sun is 180 million miles away and twice as big, and it will make sense because that is a mathematical thing that can happen. It's all in the.
Apocryphon.
Go ahead.
Brother, hold on a second. Before we get too far into the weeds, there was a measurement claim, and I need to know what that measurement was and how it was taken of the sun and the distance.
Me, I have no idea. I'm just asking questions.
Well, you made a claim that you said we have the measurements of the sun and the distance, so I wanted to know
Yeah,
what
I
those were.
know they measured the sun, right? I know, like,
How did they do it?
and some independent. If I can look it up, but I know I've.
Well, you're making a knowledge claim, so I need you to go ahead and back that up, just instead of saying that someone did something when they didn't do it.
Back it up.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, dang. Mm. There you go.
Yeah, but just regardless though, like when people make claims like we know the distance to the sun, that just right off the top, blasphemy, bro. Like, we don't know the heights of the heavens, man. We don't. We're never gonna know. But man has lied and said, oh no, we do. We know it's based off of this and based off that, and we know the distance and the size. Nonsense, bro. All lies, all falsehoods. Part of the doctrine.
Right, 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 right. I get that. I get what you're saying. But I'm saying like what like if they say if science says or they said math says, hey, you can get the measurements of the sun by doing this, right? And then you do it and it comes out to what like all the scientists says it is. You still wouldn't believe that?
No, dude, you can't divine our thoughts. And number two, science doesn't say anything and math doesn't say anything. So you actually kind of have to contextualize your argument here. You have to come down to the brass tacks. You believe, and I'm trying to be as kind as I can. You believe that someone did this, and it all works out. But you don't actually know that. You just believe it. So you got to figure out how they did this, what the math is, where they got their numbers from, if actually measurements were taken or if they're suppositions. That's what I'm hoping that you'll find out.
Right.
So I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure I'm pretty sure I can if I was to like get one person on this side of the earth and get another person on another side of the earth and just take the angles of the sun at a certain time, make sure the fucking get the angulars so we can get the angles so we can get the size and all that shit. I could do that, but
Hold
I
on.
won't do that.
You're telling me that the Earth is flat because angles require a flat plane to measure off of. That would only happen if you had a flat Earth.
Wait, you said angles require a
Right
flat
out the
earth?
gate, you already proved it's flat, and he
Yep.
just told you. Because when you
I do think
when
hold
you're if you're on one side
Mhm.
and I'm on the other side, and we get
Mhm.
an angle to it, well,
Mhm.
to create that angle, we're gonna have our baseline, right? Because we're gonna create a baseline for ourselves as we look up into the sky. And the person way on the other side of the continent, even let's say it's someone on the East Coast and the West Coast of
That
America,
would have to be.
then you have to be representing a flat planar line between you to get that, because now you're creating like a triangle, right? You're creating a triangle where there's a dot in the middle. We're both trying to get the angle from our position. You literally just created a triangle. You literally already proved flat Earth without even having to do it. That's funny.
Wait, are you saying you can't have a triangle on a round shape?
Hold on a second. If you're going to beg the question of the Earth being round, you have to prove that the Earth is round first. You can't just beg the question. You can't say Earth is ball and someone's antipodal on the other side of that ball to me. You have to prove that actually the Earth is round in the first place, and that is going to be the hardest thing for you to do. I promise.
And you can't beg the question by assuming you have a tangent. Curve surface.
And that's another thing too. Like, I don't know why this also, I think it gets overlooked sometimes. Is like we don't even necessarily know exactly where the sun's at in the sky, because light and the I guess whatever the environment that's around it, or what we're looking through, the how we're seeing from our position to its position, like it might not necessarily be in the same position that we're looking at it from in our position. And I mean, a good demonstration of that is like what refraction really does to objects in water and behind in glass and stuff like that, because it can make something look way off from its position even though it's like in another position. So like if you're in America and one's on the East Coast and one's on the West Coast, like you might not even see the sun in its true position from where each person's standing, simply because of the way the light comes to us through the sky itself. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, you can't even prove that to be accurate, that this is exactly where the sun's at, just because I could see it in that position. Like, there's that picture that someone posted before with that dude in the pool, and his head is not even on his body. And like, you could be like, well, I don't know, is the sun there? Is the sun the head or the sun the body? Or is it just being refracted because there's a barrier we're looking through, something that we're seeing it through? I don't know.
Okay, so do you think the sun is small and local? Like it's close, but it's just small?
Well, I do believe that it is there's a greater light and a lesser light that goes around and around on its circuit, and obviously it can't be 1 million times bigger than the Earth if it's within our tent, if it's within our firmament, within our our world that's it's been created in. So like it's
Yeah, then
like
it would be daytime. It would be daylight all the time. That doesn't make any sense.
right. That makes zero sense. Like there's no way that that could even be a possibility that it's a million times bigger than the Earth, and like in locally, like that makes zero sense, bro. Like you would have to literally think of it like, okay, can you fit a big exercise ball in your living room? Yes. Can you fit a ball that's the size of a mountain in your living room? No. Like, so think of it logically like that. Like, obviously, it would be smaller because it's able to fit inside your house. So, like, Earth is our home, and we have a light above us, two lights, one's greater, one's lesser, and then it's they're on the circuit, and they go round and round. That's what it is.
But wouldn't the sun have to like change sizes as it goes around since it's going away from you? If it's going around the Earth, it's going to be further away from you at one point, then it'll be closer to you at another point. Wouldn't it have to change sizes?
No, not necessarily. Why would it have to
Because
change
if something,
sizes?
because like you said as something gets further away from you, it gets smaller, right?
Yeah,
It
well,
comes towards you, it get bigger.
yeah, but let me give you an example. Like, but we're talking about something that's very big in the sky as opposed to something very small in your hand. Like you can see a car getting smaller in the distance because the car is only, let's say, X amount of feet long and X amount of feet wide. But we're talking about something that would have to be miles across, miles and miles, like a mountain. If you take 10 steps away from a mountain, do you really see it get smaller? Even though technically, mathematically, you should say, well, yeah, with every step I take away from the mountain, it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But then you have to say, well, when I go 10 miles away from a mountain, it does get smaller. Great, you're right. But we're talking about an object that is way bigger than a mountain, like way, way, way bigger than a mountain. So it's kind of like equivalent to you taking 5 steps away from your house. Does your house look smaller? Like eventually, though, you can see though when it's way, way as it's setting into its distance, a distance away from you, like it does look to be smaller than when it was at 12 o'clock high noon over your head. But it's just a very, very, very slight change. But that's just because of the enormity, the mass of it, how big it is. And you can't say like that. We can't even say that we know that it's like a ball in a living room. What if it's like a reflection on the walls, on the ceiling? What if we? How do we know what it is? How do we even know what it is or where it's at?
What if it is a reflection of a reflection?
There you go. Who knows, man? I can't stand here and make a claim that I know what the sun is and what it does, and I can't do that. But observably, like we know that you can see it's the same size as the moon, or most likely the closest to it, and we do see it do change in a really, really far distance. It does get a little bit smaller as opposed to when it was high noon over your head. And we do
But
know
if
it
it's
goes
like
around and around.
but if it's a couple hundred miles away, and it's still not like small. Like if someone's in California and I'm in like Maryland, we still see the same sun. It might not be at the same time, but if I'm like a couple hours behind, I can see that sun. I can see that sun and it's the same size.
Yeah. Again, though, so let me ask you this: some of this. If there's a reflection on the ceiling, okay, like if you put a light and you you took a flashlight and you
Right.
there's a reflection like
Mhm.
on a sheet. Let's say like on a sheet. If you put a sheet, like if we're seeing it go across, like if someone's waving it from behind the sheet, or let's say a tent. Let's say you're in the woods and there's a tent. Someone takes a flashlight and just takes it around you. Like everyone's gonna see it at the same size, even when it's far away from you, because it's just a reflection. It's not an actual physical object where that angular size even becomes a thing. Does that make sense? You get what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're
Because
saying.
If it's a reflection onto the tent, and let's say, I don't know, who knows, man? Only God knows these answers. But what if the transferring of heat comes from this reflection hitting the firmament of this object that we call the sun, of this greater light? But then that would make sense why it doesn't really change in shape, because it's just a reflection. It's not an actual object that's just, I don't know, like a ball, like the way a ball would change in size. I don't know, dude. These questions are just, you should save them for speculation Sunday, though, because it's not reality.
I got you, bro.
Just speculation. We don't know,
Weren't you,
bro.
weren't you commenting earlier, Pakistan, on the moon dial? Was that you or not?
No, I was talking about the moon dial.
Something called the moon dial, which is, it works exactly the same way as the sundial. You put the, the little marker towards north. Anyway, when the full moon is out, what it does is it'll measure exactly the same as a sundial during the day. I'll tell you when it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock with the shadows. Now they say that the light from the sun is coming in parallel, hitting the moon, right, which is 238,000 miles away, and then the moon is hitting that ball, which it should have a specular highlight. The light should be going to a point, but then they're saying that the light's reflecting off of that moon, divergent
Right.
from the moon,
They're
and
also
landing
do that.
just as the sundial would during the day.
Yeah,
The only way
That's
that
a
would
huge
work, yeah.
problem for the heliocentric model.
Yeah, that's what the heliocentric model says, that the light's coming in parallel. But I mean, whatever it's doing, right? We could put a moon dial, sundial out, put one out toward the full moon, and get 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, no problem. Same thing with the sun, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, no problem.
Yeah, but I don't know. It comes down to a lot of the Globers. They're just lost, and they keep believing, the lies. It is what it is, bro. All right, I gotta go though, guys. Good talking to y'all. I haven't talked to y'all in a while. You guys have a good one. Take it easy.
Later, dude.
How's there 25 people here? Nobody's talking. That's crazy. Alright, I'll have a go at it. Who here is a flat earther? I'll try to dispute that. Fight me, goddammit.
Hey, you have evidence for Glober? What happened? Did he dip?
Geometry important for the shape. Both.
Is that Unitox Femu?
Huh?
Is that Unitox Femu?
Tox Femu? Who's that?
Unitox Femu.
I don't know who that is.
That's Sasha.
Oh, Sasha. Shabas.
Despite everything.
Despite everything. Yes. No, I was listening to the old recording in the live stream. I somehow managed to make it play through my mic. Anything I play on YouTube. Kind of worked like a music bot. Yeah. Have a listen.
True. What you can use in real life.
Geometry, like mathematics, is a language that we've devised to describe things that are real.
For example, sphere. If you have basketball, can you measure the radius of basketball?
There you go.
I like it.
Yep. You know, since we can't pull the music bar over here, we can try to play, you know, maybe something like that. Short bits or something. I don't know.
Am I famous now?
Yeah, man. You're on YouTube, man.
Oh, wow.
How is it listening to yourself?
Like everybody else, it's awful.
It's awful, yeah.
That's because you never hear your voice, and that's why.
Yeah, I don't think I like my own voice as well, to be honest. Listening to it, I guess. But yeah. But if you got any song clips, like short bits, maybe you can play those, you know, if they're on YouTube. I don't know if you have those, so let's check.
Play me again. Play me again.
Play me again. A little bit.
You can calculate the radius of a basketball.
Can you measure the distance, the drop over distance, if you put the finger on the one point and another finger on another point of the basketball? Can you measure the drop over that distance?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Can you measure drop over distance on any sphere?
Depending on the tools and how precise the measurement you're going for. Generally, yes.
Generally, yes. And why we cannot measure this ball in reality?
Because our tools are limited, considering the
No, our
size.
tools are not limited because this basketball earth, it's telling you how much your geometrical horizon should to be.
No.
And it's easy, you know.
Oh, cool. We got to my question now. So what a reification fallacy is taking the pure mathematics of something and equating it as a one-to-one equivalent to real life.
Really, Manufacturer? Really? Fucking hell.
You can't do
Okay.
that.
Geometry, it's pure mathematics, you
That's
know,
right. The world
especially
is
when
not
it's
pure
when
mathematics.
yeah, of course, but sphere is pure mathematics, you know, especially
Yes.
when you have rate and dimension.
Mhm.
And when you have dimensions, everything is easy to measure and calculate. When you don't have a size, then it's difficult because you need to make that, you know, measurement.
That's right.
But when you have the measurements, then it's easy to compare and see is that measurements matching, you know.
I'm with you so far.
Yeah, and that Black Swan example with oil rigs, it's in mathematics, 1 or 2% could be very big, you know, very big off.
Depending on how you phrase that, yeah.
Yeah. But do you know how much is off that observation?
Something like half a degree, I believe.
No, in percent, I will tell you. I
Ah,
like percent. Yeah.
I know you do.
Yeah, because percentually it sounds very nice.
It does. Yeah.
It's
Sounds very
from
big and
1,000
scary.
to 2,000% off.
Right.
Right. That means
Which
that, for
translates to
example,
a very minor percentage in degrees.
if you are living in New York and from New York, London, it's not 1,000 miles. I don't know the real distance. It's 10,000 miles. The distance.
Mm-hmm.
That's the real distance. What I should believe. But somehow that doesn't matter. Forget all that stuff. Forget all geometry. Forget
No,
everything.
not
Think
all
about
geometry. We said we've established, and I agreed, that geometry is important for establishing shapes. Once you have that shape, you have to take other things into consideration, like that we don't live in a world of pure mathematics.
Yeah, of course. Now you go to the beach, you go to the water, you see the water on 10 miles. Everybody see water on 10 miles. Nothing is happening. That's it. Water on 10 miles.
So you think the world is breathing?
No, I'm telling you what I see. Water
I
on
know.
10 miles.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then on another
Okay.
day, you see water at 5 miles. How do you
Of course,
explain that discrepancy?
because
What kind of reverse fallacy are you doing here, Mano? That's not the flat earthers claim. You fucker.
Dude, I was so confused. I was like, why the fuck is there 3 voices coming from the same person?
No, this is me talking. I was just playing an old recording between Manu Facto and our dear old Sasha.
Yeah, now that you take it away, I realize that. But meanwhile, I was just like, what the fuck? Is there like 3 people on the phone like arguing?
You need to dissect what he says, man. It feels like no one sees what he's saying. You need to go through that shit.
What's the argument?
There's no argument. Just listen to the recording.
There's water.
Oh, there's
10
no
miles.
argument for the Earth being flat. That's cool.
oh,
Oh,
we got an
now
argument.
begins. Oh.
Oh my god. Not a fucking Glober, man.
No, Globers are cool. Come on.
Yeah, so there's
what
no
argument
argument?
do you think? Well, I mean, what do you think we have to argue about when it comes to flat Earth?
It seems like the general claim of the channel is that the Earth is flat. I was asking for a justification for the claim.
That's not a claim.
Wait, it's not a claim?
It's not.
No.
Is it a proposition?
It's an
We don't-
experience.
Is it a
we don't go-
proposition?
We don't say like.
Is it a proposition or not?
Relax,
Wait a
relax.
second. We're not like you Globers. You Globers are like, we claim this. This is a fact.
Sir, do you know what a proposition is?
Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
You don't think that's propositional?
Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
You don't think that the curvature of the Earth is propositional?
Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
You don't think it's a proposition?
I'm telling you now, the proposition has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. The geometry has to do with the surface of the Earth.
You're saying
Is it a proposition or not, sir? You're not answering my
Proposition
question.
has nothing to do with the shapes. Geometry is doing.
Yeah, it does. I just don't know if you don't know what proposition is. Like, you're embarrassing yourself right now.
Okay, can you tell me which proposition It's on 1.22 miles.
Yeah, so a proposition in regard to the claim that the Earth is flat.
A proposition that Earth is a globe. What is the proposition that Earth is a globe?
Wait. So somehow me asking for the argument for why the Earth is flat has turned into a double up question and like a little spurg there. So am I going to get answer my question or not? Look, I'd like to take the I'd like to take the bait. I'd like to take the bait, sir. I'd like to take the bait, but I just want you to answer my question.
There is no debate, man. There is nothing to debate.
I said I'd like to take the bait that you're putting out there, but I just want to answer my question right now, and then we can move forward.
What bait, man?
What is your question? Do you know
my
why
question was, what's the argument that the Earth is flat?
There is no curvature in reality.
Okay, and how do you substantiate that proposition?
With the given size of the Earth.
Yeah, you just like made a you just made like a
Oh.
vacuous claim. Are you gonna like substantiate that?
Do you know how big is Earth?
Do I know how big the Earth is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure the relevance because you're not answering my question.
That's
so
irrelevant. That's the point. What you wanted. You asked what is the
What
argument? This is the argument.
so the argument is because the Earth has a size. If not, then that's not an argument. So I'm asking for the argument.
That's the argument. Yeah, the Earth has the size.
The
Oh, yeah,
question
okay.
is how are you coming to conclusions about Earth size, Gonsin?
It's every kids in school will learn tomorrow the size of the Earth when they have a class of the Earth. And if you tell them that
if that's your justification for knowing the size of the Earth, then it would just follow that because we're taught that the Earth is a globe, then the Earth is a globe. So if you don't take that to be the case, then you're going to have to use a different justification.
do we have the size of the Earth or do we don't have it?
Gonzin, you need to cool down a bit.
It looked like
Relax.
it looked. It
has
seems
to go
like
back and forth. Back
Sorry.
and forth.
Are you done?
We have the size of the Earth or
not?
we don't have it?
Are you done? Okay. Yeah, so it seemed like your justification for how you know the size of the Earth was that you were taught in school. Now, if that's
claim,
if that's the soundness, or if that justification is sound, then it would just follow that because we're taught that the Earth is a globe.
Who said it's a fucking
that is-
justification? Shut up.
He said
You
you
annoy
literally
me.
said it was a
Shut up.
justification. Do you not know what a justification is?
Guys, let's give
Do
him
you know
the
what
same
just-
respect. No, like
It's
let him
not
finish, guys.
justification, it's information about the size of the Earth. And I asked you, do
It's a
you know the
claim.
size of the Earth? And you said, and I told you that kids will learn in the school because I didn't give the size of the Earth. Somebody else give the size of the Earth. Who was that? That would be my question.
Can someone unmute Gonsin?
Yeah. So, do you know the size of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that?
I don't know the
he doesn't
size of the
know.
Earth. I know what people saying that the size of the Earth. But the
Oh, so
mainstream.
wait. So you don't know?
Oh, can you tell me who knows the size of the Earth?
Sorry, I just asked you a question and you dodged. You want to try
I'm
again?
asking you this: who wrote the books about the size of the Earth? Some
doesn't
flat
know that.
earthers?
That's the second dodge. You want to try again?
He's not. He doesn't know the size. He's asking you what, like, who.
No. He
knows-
said I asked him if he knew the size of the Earth, and he said yes. So I mean, if
No,
he
but
wants to
then
try
he
the
said
claim-
no. Then like 2 seconds later, he
It's
said
a
no.
3,959 mile radius.
He
24,000 something miles of in circumstance.
Yeah, is that true?
Okay, I'll try to move the conversation forward. He reiterated, or whatever that word is.
Why are you speaking for him? Shut up. He can speak
Yeah.
for himself.
True.
Yeah, I can speak. Yeah, I told you the radius is 3,959 miles, or in kilometers is 6,000 something 300 blah blah blah. I don't know the right number. You can look and you can type radius of the Earth, and it will come out 3,959 miles. I didn't do that measurement. Who did it? We asking that question every day.
So to be clear, you don't know how big the Earth is.
Okay. Try.
I think it's time for Goon to go bye-bye, because this is the game he plays.
You had your last chance. That's a shame.
Yeah, it's a waste
He
of
told you
time.
the number.
He knows he's just trying to talk you in circles and waste the time of this room. Sandbag the conversation. So, okay, one more chance, and if you want to try to engage honestly, he's told you it's not his claim. He knows what the Earth size is claimed to be. If you want to go ahead and engage with that, one more try. Otherwise, I'm just getting rid of you. I'm sick of it.
Well, I was just asking a clarification question, but if you don't want that answer, that's fine.
He already clarified.
Do you know how big? Do you know?
He told you that he knows how big it is claimed to be. He already gave you the clarification, so you don't need to ask for it again. This is what I'm talking about. So the next thing you say is inevitably going to get you banned, I'm sure, because you're incapable of engaging with any kind of honesty here, but let's just see.
Yeah, I would just ask him like if he knows how big like the United States is, if he knows how big like his house is, if he knows how big his town is, right? So because if it's not clear to me that he can derive these conclusions without making a direct measurement from himself. And so if he can't do that, then it's not clear to me.
For
that he can have
example,
those
I can take a car for example, I can take a car from one town to another town, and then I can measure the distance between two towns, because in a car it's that kilometer, miles measurement, and then I know the distance.
Well, I mean,
Great.
the whole point is exactly what you said, though. We can't get to that
Interesting,
conclusion
huh?
without a direct measurement, and that's what we're asking for. And he's saying it's not his conclusion. That's a conclusion that's been reached for us, and we're asking how. Same thing that you're trying to put onto us. I don't know.
Yeah, how did they measure that 3959 radius? How did they do that? We know how Sasha measures, A to B, in a car with speed. I mean, how did they measure a radius?
So yeah,
Isn't a
we
radius
got
in the
that.
center?
We got that exact same question about that 3959 figure that you're turning on to Sasha. How? Yeah.
Because just for clarification, flat is description, right, of zero, right? Zero is not a claim. I mean, that's just, hey, we don't have any measurement. So they make a claim though, 3959. I mean, how would they get that measurement?
Sorry, I'm back.
Does captain of ferry need to measure the distance between 2 points when he travel with the ferry, or he knows the distance between two points?
Yeah, so I got the last part there.
Does captain of ferry
What you were talking
to
about in
measure the
regards to the
distance when
Earth
he
being
travel?
flat,
Question for you.
not being a claim. I'm not
Question
sure
for
what.
you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you take a claim to be in that regard. If there's a belief that the Earth is flat, and that's a propositional belief, so it's just going to follow that there's a justification for the belief, which is what I'm asking for.
Okay, Salt Lake, Bolivia. Is that all right?
And somehow me asking that led into them asking me a question, which is just like a disingenuous, bad faith acting on their part. So,
Well, I can kind of understand where you're coming from. Originally, people don't realize that the claim on the table is the claimed measurement of the Earth to be a shape. Flat's not a shape, so the claim is on the globe, not on the flat Earth.
right, but I took the proposition in contention is that the Earth is flat. If nobody in here wants to defend the position that the Earth is flat, that's fine. Right, we can move past that. If there's not a single flat earther in here that thinks that the Earth is flat, that's cool. And we could definitely move forward in the argument, but it just seems like that's not going to be the case.
Do you think we're claiming a shape? Is that what you think you're here for? Yes or no?
A shape? No.
Okay. So why do you keep insisting then?
Do you think that's what I said?
Or why do you keep insisting?
Do you think that's what I said?
I asked you a
Okay,
question.
no. Okay, that's just disingenuous bad faith acting. Okay.
Yeah, he said, why do you keep asking that?
I'm asking why there's a propositional contention in regards to the Earth being flat. Whether or not we know the shape is not relevant to my question. I'm asking you why you think the Earth is flat, because that's in and of itself
You
is
don't
a
want to go into
propositional
that.
belief. So do you want to
You
answer the
don't want to go
question
into
or
that.
dodge again?
You don't want to go into that.
That's 3 dodges now. Does anybody want to answer the question?
What's the question?
Yeah, these scumbags won't answer the question that
What's the question, man? Come on, hurry up.
Nah, he can fuck off. He's done for. telling us we're in bad faith. What a fucking dickhead.
That guy's usually pretty level-headed, so I don't. Maybe
Level-headed. Yeah, that guy.
He's never been able to be in here without getting banned or disconnected or muted.
No, maybe he
That
just
means
likes
that
to troll you
that
guys.
means that
then.
he realized that why we think that Earth is not a globe. If we ask him now why we think that Earth is not a globe, he will answer properly. He will say because of this and this and this, and we will say yes. And I'm sure that we will say no if he start to say you think that Earth is not a globe because of this, and he wants answers. But he doesn't ask good questions. Why you people think? And I started to explain to him why, but he don't want to go into that.
His crappy attitude. He was not here in good faith at all.
You know what they're
honest
They're
discussion.
asking now. They're asking, how do you know that this distance is real? Like, for example, how do you know that the oil rig is 10 miles? You know, did you measure that? That means if you didn't measure the distance to the oil rig, that observation is not correct.
He's very talented, Goon, at arguing precept and knowledge claims, truth claims. That's like his forte.
Like we don't have known distances for some things. That island is 20 miles. That things lighthouse is 5 miles. That things we don't have that. We don't know. We need to measure every time, every observation. Where is something? That town we don't know how far it is. Let's measure now. And then when you measure, then it's correct. But it's still not correct because it's you. That means somebody else need to be with you when you measure it. That means we cannot believe any measurement in the world, any of them.
Well, I believe some measurements.
I mean, he's begging us to make a measurement claim. They don't have any verifiable measurements or any verifiable claims of the globe to bring to the table, so they keep begging us to do one so they can try and punch holes in it. But that's not what we're here for.
If he comes in again, I would just agree to an axiom, and because that's what like I said, that's his forte. Maybe you can make some headway with him. So if you agree to the so the assumption of horizontal and vertical, and then go from there, and then ask him where the measurements are.
Is he even interested in defending the globe, the one he believes in?
No, he's just here to fuck with us.
Yeah,
That's
what I assumed. From his shitty, crappy attitude talk.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother trying to have a real conversation with him. It's not going to
Well,
happen.
that scumbag thing, like that he says. That's what they say in the Dawkins room. It's like a catchphrase. So he's not even really calling anybody a scumbag. That's what I'm saying. A lot of that goes through. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's a guest in this VC. He should fucking behave, show some respect at least. Calling all those words.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing, but it's like a politics discord known thing when you say scumbag to somebody in that tone.
Mm.
So I've caught on to anyway. Yeah, I couldn't tell you whether he's genuine or not, but it doesn't come off as genuine.
You think?
Hey.
Yeah.
May I ask something?
No.
Why you people think that Earth is not a
Oh,
globe?
it's Luna again.
Yeah, you got a bad track record, so no.
Here comes the lizard people.
Okay.
Luna, why these people think that Earth is not a globe?
Yeah. Asking
Why
me.
these people think that Earth is not a globe?
Why don't you ask them?
I know, but do you know?
I think they think that you just shouldn't believe everything you're told by other people, I guess.
That's not true. Can you try again?
No, I think that's the only thing I've heard on the
You only hear
24/7.
you never heard something. They are saying something. There is no curvature in reality, and when they make observation, there is no such a thing existing in reality.
Could you please not scream at me?
I'm speaking normally. I'm saying. Did you hear that they are saying something? There is no curvature in reality.
In no curvature in reality?
Yeah,
No, never heard that claim.
never heard that. I'm hearing that every day, like every half an hour. They are repeating that.
Sorry, it's my first time joining this voice channel.
Ah, okay, sorry then.
What? Your first time?
Yes, sir.
You're in for a ride.
Why does it sound like you're on Xanax right now?
I think you answered your own question.
You know, that line's not going to keep working when you're like, 30, 35. Keep telling the guys it's your first time. They're not going to keep believing it.
I think you guys are mistaken. There's probably another person called Una, and that's not. Yeah, it's not
I'm
me.
pretty familiar, to be honest.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah. Why are you acting
Makes-
nice today, though?
Huh?
Why are you acting nice today, though? Usually you're not this nice.
Do you know what
No,
will be
see,
for
I'm
me,
usually
Luna?
having
For me will be now. What do you mean by that? There is no curvature. Can you tell me more about that? What that mean?
Can you tell me more about what it means that there's no curvature in reality?
I
Please?
mean the sphere. We are living on the sphere. They are saying, and the sphere has the dimensions, and they're saying that its radius 3,959 miles. And with that given size, with your height, you can see the horizon on 3.5 miles, not more. But in reality, when we take observations, we can see 10, 20 miles, even more. And it's always flat, with flat horizon. And it should to start to curve, to drop over distance, sphere. If you're on the top of the sphere, over distance, it will start to drop. That is not happening in reality. And that's why people think that Earth is not a globe. Because of reality.
And they say we are the crazy ones.
I'm kind of confused now, to be honest.
Going out, doing your own long distance observation with measurements based off the prediction of the curvature of the claimed sphere Earth is not there in reality. So are we the crazy ones, or are the globers the crazy ones?
Why do you guys have a theory on why media
No
and
theory.
government and
Theory of what? What do you say?
No.
Could you,
No, you talk about
could you-
conspiracies now?
No, could you please let me finish my sentence?
You will say something why you people, but you don't know if that people think.
I wasn't finished. I
But
wasn't done.
you will say something
Wait, you said
people
government and then theory. Like, might know where you're going with this, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so do you guys have a theory on why the government and all those people and scientists would try to make us, believe that the Earth is something it isn't?
Well, could you first show us who's trying to do that, and then I'll try to postulate some kind of theory for you about it. I just need to know who's actually in the know and trying to deceive me.
Well,
you say scientists, and like I know a few scientists, well, so-called scientists. They don't actually use the scientific method, but I know they're not trying to deceive me. It's just more like they're deceived themselves.
And why are we being deceived by whoever, you know?
Yeah. Well, show me who that is, and I'll try to figure it out.
I don't know. Like, why do so many people believe that the Earth is a sort of, however that word is
That's what they
pronounced?
keep telling each other.
But why?
Because it's an educational program.
Hey, that's something you should look into.
I thought you guys might have an answer to that, but it's okay.
We do have speculations, but it would just be that. And first of all, what you should do probably is suss out whether there is a lie before jumping ahead to why is there a lie. Because before you figured out there is one, what's the point in asking why?
Because, well, at this point, I'm like, whatever the shape of the Earth is, it doesn't affect my daily life. I can, do whatever I'm doing, and the world is going to be the way it is.
That might not, well, it's sort of true, but I think that if you were to find it's not a globe, that would affect your worldview, which in turn could affect your life.
Why do so many people who profess to be scientists engage in pseudoscience?
Yeah, so it's like you show up at a crime scene and there's been a murder. I mean, is the first thing you're going to do is ask, why was there a murder? First of all, you have to establish that there was one. And motive is still kind of beside the point. You don't even need to know why it happened to have a conviction or any of that. So that's more what we're about, is just showing that there is a lie.
I think that's a bad comparison, sir.
Well, why? There's a crime scene here. There's a lie.
There's a lie? How
Well,
is
the Earth doesn't fit the claim that's been made of it as a ball in space. It doesn't measure like that. We don't observe it like that. It's not adding up. So just because we went out and noticed that it's not adding up doesn't in and of itself tell us why we've been fed a lie.
Just think of it this way, Sunder. The more you think about like how did we get the curve measurements, how do we get all this stuff, like the more questions pop up.
Did you ever ask where it came from?
Pardon?
Did you ever ask where the idea came from? You ever wonder? Came to that conclusion?
I have no clue.
Obviously, like okay, so we're being told that we live on a spinning ball in a cosmic vacuum. Okay, right. At that point, you've got two choices. You can accept it on faith and just believe it because someone said it's true, or you can look into it, see why they are saying that, and critique the reasons that they give you for saying that.
But how will that benefit me? It's
Well,
just...
if you have to ask, it probably won't, so don't bother.
Yep.
Okay.
Luna, imagine this: there is a world telling that Earth is a sphere, but it is not, and you are saying what that matter? Nothing. Okay. If it's nothing, then it's nothing.
I mean, at
Hello,
this,
hello.
yeah.
You don't care
Hello,
where you
are you
are.
hearing me? Do you hear
If
me?
you, hold on a
Hello?
sec. Yeah, hold on, Sonny. Yes. If you don't care where you are, then, well, that's on you, I guess. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say, because I was trying to get back on, you said that what you don't see why it would matter. Now, let me tell you, I could guarantee that you have no idea what you're saying when you say it wouldn't affect you, because I'll tell you what, this could affect every single part of your life if you can get past your own bias confirmation. So this is what we all had to do. And the whole thing is, there's no globe proof at all. We're still here 7, 8, 9, 10 years later, waiting for the evidence that we have been made to feel so confident that somebody has it. They are somewhere. Now, I'd like for you to tell us what proof they gave you of the Earth being a ball ever since you can remember in school.
I kind of want to preempt this really quick. I think I know what proof they gave her, which is why would they lie? But go ahead and you speak for yourself, son.
No, go ahead. I would like her to tell us. What did they give you any proof of the Earth being a globe, or did they just give you a story with no proof?
Oh no, see, it's not like I ever really looked into it. I mean, I heard about it in school. You can't come across like documentaries and you see, how they portray the Earth.
Right.
So yeah, the question would be like, why would they lie? Like that's
movies.
the question that comes to my mind. Like, what's the
Okay,
point?
so here's the thing. In light of what we've learned, what if I told you we actually know exactly what they lied about? Would you want to hear about that? Or do you want to just keep on asking why would they lie when we actually have the dead body on the floor? We can show you where the outline is. What would you rather see, the actual evidence? Or would you like to just keep on asking the impossible question to answer? Why would anyone lie? That you cannot answer that question at all unless you talk to the liar. Even
Well,
then, you can't tell.
If that's the way we're
Oh,
going to go about it, though, can we use that justification too? Can we ask you why we would lie and say, okay, therefore the Earth is flat?
right. Think about that.
Well, I'm not trying to justify any belief here. I just really wanted to understand and get your guys'
Yeah.
view on
Okay.
opinion
Okay.
on it.
So here's the thing. What we found is that anybody can go do this, and you can go across a body of water, take the information they gave us with this, which is the size parameter on the surface. That means elevation drop over distance, because it's a ball, would have to be visible, observable, testable. So we went out 5 miles should be 16 feet of drop. That means 4-foot waves you would not be able to see, which I can go see every single day of the week. And 25-mile away islands off the coast, which I can see quite easily in a clear day, is out of the question. That would make the Earth's radius about 240,000 miles at 25 miles. For 250, more than 260,000 actually. So you're talking like 1 million miles in radius the Earth would have to be for me to see what I see here in San Diego when I look out on the islands 25 miles off the coast of Mexico. So it's there for you to see. So you could do this over any body of water with the binoculars. Have someone go to the water's edge on the lake, a lake that's not, got storms on it, calm water. Go to the calm water, have them flash a mirror at the surface 5 miles away. Have someone else film that. Either the curve is there or it's not. So we don't have to convince anybody.
It's in nature, so it's right there out for you to see yourself. That's all I had to say. Sorry about the traffic noise if you heard them.
No, that's okay. No, but I think, well, even if I do that, like, experiment myself, and I come to the conclusion that, yeah, these guys are actually telling the truth. So,
Well, if you do that, then case closed. No need to go on to that question of why a lie.
no, but that's the interesting part, right? Like there must be a reason, right? Like, are you really?
Listen.
It's psychotic.
We just
Maybe
gave
that's
you.
the reason.
We just gave you the answer. We just gave you. We actually know
Psychotic Woxy.
exactly what they lied about in geometry.
No, it's not about
We know
what
what they
they
lied
lied
about.
about, but why. Like, the question is why.
So who cares when you have the what? When you have the reason, you have the answer. You have the reason why. That's what I'm telling you. We're giving you the answer, and you're saying no. I'm not going to look at the answer till I know the reason why. When we
No,
actually have
that's
the
not
answer
what I'm
to the
saying,
reason
sir.
why. Well, I'm trying to tell you. This is the beginning stages of it. So,
Hmm.
do you think governments lie?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
They
So
lie a
why
lot.
would they not lie? Why would they not lie about where you live? Especially if
Oh,
they were hiding more
would.
land.
I'm not saying they
What if they're
wouldn't.
okay? So what if they're hiding more land, more resources, and more people, possibly? You don't care about that. That doesn't matter. That wouldn't
We
affect
can't
your
read their
life at all?
minds, man. Sonder, we can't read people's minds, but you can speculate if you have a good reason and a logical reason for it. Yeah, sure.
So if
Yeah,
you just look at
that's what I
the
wanted
black
to hear,
swan.
sir. I just wanted to, like, hear you guys out and what your thoughts on it. Yeah,
Okay, so our thoughts are that when we measure, we see too far. When we go out and measure distances over water, we find the required curvature that must be there. If the Earth is a ball, you would see curved water is not there. That's it. And we do this every time we look. It's not there. Only flat water on a stationary plane. We know we're not in motion. Like, nobody senses motion. Nobody measures to a curvature when they're building or operating vehicle on or above or below the surface. Nobody's using a globe, anything. They're all assuming a flat stationary plane, even submarines and torpedoes. Yep. So no, if you could show us one instance where any government source or any source at all is flying their aircraft over anything but a flat and stationary plane, my hat's off to you. So go ahead and find that if you can find a citation of a linear aircraft flight model where they're flying over a curved surface. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
No.
Okay. And you know anything about flight? Not that flights mean anything, but what do they fly? Level flight, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, what I'm here to tell you is level flight is the same level every aircraft that's taken off from a runway. They're in level flight, they're up is all the same direction. And the horizontal is all same direction. In other words, there's no aircraft that are suddenly going to become upside down, antipodal, and on the way out, becoming further and further wrapped around the edge of a ball, which would end up being opposite to you if they went far enough on a ball. Well, we measure short distances over water. There's no such distance there, because 10 miles would be 80 feet. Almost 80 feet. 70 feet.
It's 60, isn't it 66 feet? No?
67 feet. Yeah.
Oh, 67
feet. So
yeah, 10 miles.
let's figure that's close enough. That's close enough to 70 feet.
Yeah, that's plenty enough
You
to
could-
see. Yeah.
You could sure see 70 feet Like if you zoomed into the Catalina Island off of Palos Verdes, where it's like 25 miles off of Palos Verdes, you could zoom into the shoreline and zoom back out to where you can't see the shoreline at all. But you zoom back in, you see the whole entire shoreline, including the lights shining on the water right near the harbor on the other side, 25 miles away with a binocular. So I've seen these things like that. Like most of my life on water, like you can see, like sometimes it's so clear underneath the clouds, in between the water and the clouds, that like last night, I rode all the way from downtown where I live, all the way across the bay, all the way around. It wraps around to this harbor called Shelter Island, which is where the Spanish first landed when they got shelter from the storm. That's where I live.
What you got?
So you can see all the way across this bay, like 6-7 miles easy. See right across to the,
Oh, no
to
reason.
the other side.
You might, yeah, have fun. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
So, Sue, are you hot?
I'll see why it's leaking.
Not a curved surface.
I'll do a little
Earth
research
is
here.
not- Earth doesn't have a curved surface. That's it. There's nowhere I've seen many places over water. It's not curving anywhere. Nothing but flat and stationary. That water is a mean level of 0 to the horizon. It's at 0 degrees. If you were on the floor right above the mean level of the water, of course you have the higher waves. They're going to be over the mean average level. There's going to be an average level. Oh, right there, a red stop sign. Love it, buddy, going through the stop sign. You're dimwit. What a doofus. Yeah, buddy. That's right. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. That was nice. This sports car that goes running through stop signs. Hey, buddy! You forgot a stop sign back there. Give him the finger. And go,
Hey, Sonny, but stop signs are a
your
lie.
sports car can't catch my bicycle. That must be
Stop
aggravating.
Stop signs are man-made.
Yeah, bicycles. You don't find those in nature. That's true. Wow. Whoa. That's the closest thing I can think of flying over the.
You're breaking out, Sonny. Your connection is getting bad.
Okay, well, I stopped moving now, so it might be better. Bill?
Are you guys replying to someone new? I think there was a lady speaking.
I think she got stunned.
No, there's something else. Like,
Are you wondering about something now?
there.
Do you mind open more or what?
well, yeah, I'm actually thinking about what you guys said.
Well, at least, I mean, I don't know how many times you've been here or not, if this is your first time, which I doubt, but whichever the case may be, give it a shot. At least once. Have a go at it. Someday, good, sunny day, calm water. Do some long distance observations with the distant markations. Know exactly where that object is from the shore. Yeah. And do you have an Earth curve calculator online? You can just Google it. You can use that calculator to calculate the supposed drop of a distance that should tell you of the globe. And then you go out and see reality. Does it match up or not? Simple. Anyone can do it. It's the only way you're going to convince yourself.
Yeah, I think I'll try that. Won't hurt.
Yeah, you sound like you're going to do a different kind of drop over distance. Just hang in there, kid. You'll be all right.
Huh?
What the hell was
He
that?
thinks you're high.
No, like I don't know why people always assume that I'm intoxicated. I'm not. This is just how I talk.
All the time?
She sounds sober to me. It's just maybe a little quiet, but and she's speaking softly, but everything
Yeah,
sounds in place.
she sounds like she's tired, but I don't know if she is.
Well, yeah, I have night shift, so I should be sleeping, but I have to work.
Maybe that explains it.
Mm.
But yeah.
Don't fight against your sleep needs.
Yeah, I should be going to sleep as well. Yeah, hang around more, listen to the talks, whatever discussions going on here if you're interested in knowing more, I guess. Take in the information, ask questions, and in the end, just you're the only one who can convince yourself. No one else can do that for you.
If she wants to look into resources, maybe check in the other server in the 24/7, the home
Get this in the
server
back
for
and
this
we can all
channel.
fit. Scoot both of those.
Shut up, Sonny. Nobody's talking to you.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I was on
Oh yeah,
the
yeah.
line.
Uh,
Top mic.
You're muted, Sonny.
Yeah, 1 sec,
You
Sonny.
can mute yourself.
Jesus Christ.
I'll send a link to.
Yeah, she can join the 24/7 Discord server. We have plenty of huge collection of resources, citations, you name it, databases. When it comes to this topic, this VC is just an outpost, so we don't have much resources here, but we share the information we know of, I guess, the knowledge and such. Each one of us on their own. You want to have a look at it?
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Would you invite me?
Sure, 1 sec.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll send it to her. Right there. That's just for you. I mean, if you're interested in the topic, sounds like you kind of are. Just at your leisure, you can go through the server. There's a bunch of links for different topics: scientific methods, laser tests, long distance observation, and many other topics. So whatever you piques your interest, you could probably look through that, take your time, and that might pop other questions. Maybe you're gonna maybe learn something or read something or look at some type of observation, and it might make more questions for you, and then you can join the VC and ask questions about whatever topic.
We're not allowed to share the Discord, 12-hour Discord in the VC chat anymore. They blocked that shit.
Just I sent it to her in DM, so looks like you saw it. So
yeah. You used to be able to. I don't know. Maybe people spamming their own Discords. Yeah, well, since we partnered with the politics server, we can't share our. But I don't know what happened to the chat side of it. I don't know. Seems blocked now.
It's okay. Someone.
That's weird because
DM
there's a
me.
vegan one right there above it. That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's within the politics. If it's an outsider, it won't allow you outside a different Discord server. Yeah. Oh, anyway.
Christians versus.
Have a look at it. Ask questions. Hang around. Learn more. Whatever. And see where it leads you. Hopefully, some epiphany of reality.
Thank you. Thank you for being open to me. Thank you. I'll do that.
I'm gonna tag Thunder in that server. Oh, you are already VC verified, so I think so, right? You're already in there.
Yeah, I joined. I think I've actually been there years ago.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll give you some perms so you can maybe post and look through the channel. You already have AC Verify, so that will give you access to many of the channels already. So yeah, all good.
Thank you.
If you have a question, you can ask Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, no, I have to make it make a hit and run. No, I'm joking. I gotta go to sleep. Actually, I gotta wake up early.
No,
it's a bit late.
And then
Maybe
you could
someone
ask the other guy who was just talking. You got a question for him?
No thanks.
You can take over Heaven Earther.
No,
Gemsy,
no
come
thanks.
on.
No thanks.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
No
All right,
thanks.
you guys have a good one. Peace.
Take care, bro.
Sweet dreams.
Hey, no thanks. Why you throwing me into the middle like that, bro?
No, I was just saying. I was probably going to head out in a second too. I know that you're knowledgeable and you could probably answer some questions if you had any.
Maybe some stuff, yeah. Yeah, I'm here. So good. Sounds like many people are falling asleep, so whatever comes, we'll go from there.
I fell asleep earlier over in what's the hell, Earth Awakening. Listening to Xanax just rant on and on. I fell asleep and then woke up. I don't know how much later, but he was still going. Still going. Unreal.
Then I will definitely be like some type of sleep inducting voice. You will be talking nonsense until you
Yeah,
fall asleep.
there was nobody else's voice. It was just his voice, and I was just like, I was watching some movie called it's pretty decent, called Black Adam with like The Rock, where he's like some kind of badass like god or something. And anyway, then I just him talking. I think the movie was over, so it must have been like 45 minutes, and then I wake back up, and he's still going, and I'm listening for like 3 minutes, just him, nobody talking. He's nuts, dude.
Yeah, a lot of these people are possessed, so it's the voices talking instead of the.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the benefit of like this is like I can see the manipulative benefit, right? Because when you put like a mind in turmoil, right? Like where like a mind, if you put a mind in contradiction, it works really hard because we're all, I believe, like truth seekers like to a degree, right? Like everybody wants the truth, so they say. At least they think they do. They convince themselves they do. And if you put a mind in like a contradiction, it works really difficult to make the world around it either fit their worldview or to make sense of the contradiction. So some of the smartest guys I think are Globers because they live in that contradiction, and they're trying to make sense of it, and they'll just pull numbers out of here and manipulate this and whatever to make sense of the world around them that doesn't match a globe.
Make shit up to make shit up as they go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
And then like a flat earther, on the other hand, just accepts the world that is presented to them, and there's no contradiction there. And it's just, you're just like, you know what? Why don't we just like pick berries and live with our family?
I think some of these
not as
people are actually completely
not as
taken over by. Some of these people are completely taken over by the Borg. They're gone. Their bodies have been taken over.
Yeah, exactly.
They're definitely possessed,
body.
and
They're take the mind, and there the body goes wherever you take the mind. So they've got their mind captivated, and so their body is going along with it too.
maybe an exorcism might help, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the
Right.
benefit. Like whoever made up this globe lie, like this is part of the benefit. Like you get this mind in turmoil. You tell them, listen, settle down. Just we're going to give you $120,000 loan. Go to this school, learn this crazy shit that will make sense of this shit that doesn't match reality, and you'll feel safe again. Don't you want that?
Wouldn't you want that answer? Wouldn't you want that? That's the thing I'm asking. I would ask, like, wouldn't anyone want that? Because that peace of mind to know that, like, you're no longer living in a strictly cerebral place where these things can only happen inside of your mind. They prefer that. Like, okay, we need to ease them back over to reality again. That's the problem. It's been a long journey back out of reality. Now it's time to come back in.
Yeah, they paid $120,000 for peace of mind, and we're going to take that from them with no, I don't want to say, without giving them that $120,000. They paid for the peace of mind where the world did not make sense because we're told we're spinning, we're told it's a straight line bends, we're told all these things, we're told what goes up doesn't come down, we're told all these things that don't make sense. They paid $120,000 to make it make sense, and we're going to say no way.
It's still nonsense,
really.
even if they tell themselves that it makes. So many of the Globers say the globe makes sense,
They're gonna
right? But it is
there's
complete
no way.
nonsense.
Yeah, there's no way they eventually can't see that. Like, eventually, accidentally, they would discover it on their own. But the problem is, they don't have the right authorities telling them that it's nonsense. Like they haven't even bothered to look into it. Like most of the Globers, I don't care how long they've been around, if they're still on here, and they don't get it yet.
I went through like 30 years of my life and never even heard the words flat Earth. Never even considered it to be something.
Me too.
Never even thought of it.
Me too.
Yeah, like somebody. It was like Kyrie Irving and them who like said it, and I was like, "What the fuck are these idiots talking about? The Earth is like flat. What does that even mean?" Yeah. And I went on and I found Dubay and then went from there. But yeah, it doesn't even like you're in such a trance, you're in such a spell that you don't even realize whatsoever
Got a
that you're
spell
under
on
a spell. Yeah, you don't realize it at
Got
all.
a spell on you, 'cause you're mine.
Yeah, that's why I have sympathy for those who are in this politics discord and they're like, flat Earth, what the hell is that? Like for the first time, maybe ever hearing it, or a second time they researched, they looked it up one time on the internet, saw a disc, and were like, I'm done. I kind of feel bad for, not feel bad, but I sympathize with they've never even considered, they don't even understand what it means at all, so
they're lost.
Yeah, well,
they are truly lost, but yeah, so were we. I guess you would have to say that.
Wait, these people are saying that Earth is not a globe? What? They don't have TVs in their countries or something?
Right. The CD is round.
They don't have TVs. They never watched it in the TV. That's why they think
You never
it's
watch a TV? TVs
Yeah.
are all flat.
Yeah, but you see round things in the TV, even though it's 2D, because you only looking at a screen.
That's a perfect example. That's a perfect example of the eyes. The eyes can be deceived. So they're looking up at the sky. See how they're deceived? Like, that can be showing them something that looks round on a flat surface, just like their TV.
Earlier today, there was this guy in here that said, cool guy. He said he doesn't know about any measurements of the curve, right? He doesn't know. And then I asked him, okay, what is your second best evidence? He said, well, the sun. We observe the sun, and it sets, and it doesn't change angular side. Therefore, we live in a globe.
That's
impossible
weird,
that
man.
it doesn't change, and it doesn't actually change, but it's impossible. It doesn't matter on what model; it's impossible. If something got farther from you, then it would change in apparent angular size. Just because we can't measure or perceive it doesn't mean it's not happening. But it would be impossible.
There is a problem though, because we don't know how far away it is at any given distance, or we don't know the distance it is to us.
Yeah, but I'm
Getting
just saying, I don't
further
have to
away,
look-
if it's
yeah.
higher or lower, we don't know those.
I
we
don't.
can't
Yeah, I
tell
don't know
those.
either. It could be literally getting higher as it gets closer. For all I know, right? So,
true.
and that would explain away why it gets larger, et cetera, whatever. But what I was saying though is I have no idea, right? But what I'm saying is that it's just not possible. What I mean is I can close my eyes and you can say, hey, Tanks, I took 5 steps backwards, and I can tell you for a fact that you decrease in perceived angular size without even seeing it. It's just that's what would happen. Yeah, but whether I can
that's
measure,
a known thing. Yeah.
I can't measure it, with my eyes closed, but it happened, regardless.
Yeah. So the same thing. The sun, as it moves further away from us, It could be decreasing. It could be decreasing in elevation from us too, as well as getting further away, and a perceived elevation change because of perspective. It could be doing one of two things. It could be staying at the same elevation. It could be going higher, or it could be going lower.
Right. Yeah, it could be.
So
It could be
those
going
are the
down. It
three
could be going.
choices.
Yeah. If it's a physical object, it could be going down and out, and then up and in when it when it's here.
Well, not
Or
necessarily not only just a physical object. Think about it. A focal point of energy can also be moved like in a light show.
yeah, I was actually going to comment on that. I saw it online today on like Facebook's pretty just because of we're commenting on the TV. There's this new thing. Maybe I'll try to look it up. Right? It's like oh, you check this out, buy it for Christmas or something like that. And and what it is this, I don't know. It's this little platform, and you can project light into the air, like just you don't even need a wall, and then you can draw in the air on it, and you can make little like 3D light show in the air with your pen. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty bitchin', man. Like,
Yeah, I don't, yeah, but like that's why I said like I was thinking like for now, TV is 2D for now, not for long.
Exactly. But all this technology still, to me, is mind blowing. Like because here I am going seamlessly from indoor on my laptop to my mobile device, signing on the mobile device, going outside, getting on the bicycle, riding all the way across town, listening to the conversation. Like
yeah, thanks to satellite. You gotta say thank you, satellite, every time you
No,
do that.
it's an odometer on my bike, so I don't. It's charging right now. Never mind. But I went the last 2 days. I went at least 5 miles out, 5 miles back, and then I rode later on at night another probably 7 miles. So about almost 20 miles a day, 17, 18 miles a day right now, easily. Because it's so freaking beautiful to ride right now. The air is crisp and cool, and it's like such a bitchin' feeling. Man, I cannot. I like edibles way too much. But anyway, I digress. Went across, had a great big mocha, another one. And then came back all the way back home, and the mocha I put in my nice cup was still hot from this morning. So I got a second mocha. I'm rich beyond belief.
You guys already go over your thoughts on the Locke Odell debate?
No, I haven't heard it yet. I haven't listened to it yet, but I'm sure I will. I mean, it'll be around. I just haven't caught up yet.
So we've got this clown
Anyone
on the
else?
back. He just can't keep himself out. He's not even allowed to text anymore. Let's just see what he has to say for himself.
Yeah, let's do that.
What now, Omnivore?
Still triggered, heretic?
No.
What's
good.
the trouble?
I would have to have been triggered in the first place to still be triggered.
Oh, I understood. Understood.
You,
I will
you
not,
still
not say that you are mad.
Are you still demonly possessed, Omnivore?
I've never been demonically possessed.
Sounds like it.
Well, you know, I'm sure saying things you don't like is sounds like demonic to you, but
I mean, you are a
can't really help
liberal,
that.
so possession is pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Saying
Okay.
things that don't match reality is pretty weird.
So I had three precepts, and I wanted to know where people disagreed with them. And
This
nobody.
is not an agree or disagree genre. Go to the cake coloring server or to the cartoons versus anime server, and then go over
If
go
you
over
don't
there
want
and
to have
agree
the
and disagree
discussion,
with them.
you can put me back on mute if you can't have the discussion. I understand if you can't, meet
Hey,
that standard. It's
there's
okay.
no agree or disagree in
You
reality.
you
Just
don't
because you
have
believe
to.
in a cartoon doesn't mean the reality is not real.
Heaven, if you want to,
There's no agree or disagree on that
if
thing.
you're afraid to engage, I totally understand it. No question about it. I understand why you might not want to go down that logic chain. But
Just letting you know that your cartoon is not reality, bro.
I'm sorry. I mean, I had some
I'm
real
Perry.
simple questions, and you couldn't. You know,
Yeah, we dealt with everything,
can't
and then you just respawned on it. That's why you got kicked out of here, because after all your questions get dealt with, then you just
No.
respawn. Yeah,
No.
yeah,
Nope.
that's what you do. Yeah, you're even
Heretic.
trying to respawn now. You're going back to the same three
Heretic. It's real simple. It's real simple.
It's real simple. You talk through me, I'll mute you, so don't even try it. You tried your
Yeah,
three.
that's why I do it to him, because I notice he does this to many people in here. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
enjoy
another
myself doing it to him.
That's another tactic. If he just fundy mutes you, then you can't actually get a point out. Well, he pretends to have a point.
No, I do have a point, but you don't want to engage with the argument, which is fine. I mean, that's okay. You don't have to.
Yeah, it's my fault that you're not going to make a point. You do have one, but you won't, and the reason is me. It's my fault.
Well, it is. Yeah, I gave you 3 very simple statements that I think you agree with, and asked you, do you disagree with any of them? And you wouldn't engage.
Not evidence, just statements.
Just statements.
So you're reading my mind. You think I agree with your 3 simple statements?
I don't. I suspect you agree because they're pretty basic. Yeah, I do. I think you know that what I put there was accurate, and
you just ignore all the answers you were already given, and then say, "I suspect you agree with everything I've said." Yeah, that's a good tactic too.
That's what a demon possessed person will say.
The answers that I were given were all begging the question fallacy.
Yeah, so now you're doing that other thing that you do where you just flip our arguments onto us. Yeah, but I mean, you're not the first to try that. So
I'm not. If you admit that your arguments are if you think your arguments are that weak, okay, I could understand that.
Oh, so you're saying that your argument is weak? Well, it is weak.
Flipping your argument onto you.
It is weak in your case because you have nothing to actually back what you're saying with.
You don't like it when people beg the question, so I pointed out to you where you were begging the question, and you got upset.
That's not what happened.
It was. We could
question
redo
was I
it.
begging?
We could redo it.
What question was I begging? That's what I thought.
Nope.
I like this game. I want to play with Omnivore. Let's play Name That Fallacy. Let's see how long it takes for you to beg the question, Omnivore. I want to hear these statements. Go ahead. This is fun.
Just make sure you touch him with a stick so you don't get like.
I'll put them in text if you let me.
If the Earth is
on reserve here, like if he starts to spit pea soup, then I'll throw it at it. So, go ahead, Omnivore. What are your statements? What are your precepts? This should be fun.
I'll put them in. Says who? I'll put them in text in the chat.
I'm driving right now, dude.
Like earlier, he was making a statement about atmospheric pressure, but he said that he doesn't say anything about gravity when he actually did.
I was talking about barometric pressure, and the definition of barometric pressure has nothing to do with gravity.
That's a lie.
No, the definition.
Definitely a lie. Because he said you were saying atmospheric pressure, and then everything pointed out about gravity, and you said nope.
Yeah, and barometric pressure is also considered to be synonymous with atmospheric pressure, so you're just making the same fallacious claim.
I know you want to beg the question as hard as you can, but heretic, barometric pressure.
Omnivore.
Anything to do with gravity.
Omnivore.
This is.
You just make
this is presentation. You're a genius among.
Omnivore.
On and on about something other than the globe.
Well, you call it barometric pressure instead of atmospheric pressure. But if you look up barometric pressure, it's considered to be synonymous with atmospheric pressure. He's trying to avoid saying that so he doesn't have to invoke the ball and the ball of gas and the gravity and everything to go with it. But he's not that sly. You're not that good at this. I don't know. You should get better instructions from your handlers.
This is true. Like you're pretty bad at this, Omnivore. You need more training, bro.
You need to
You got to
decide
wait
if you think
longer
Earth is an
before you
open or
beg the
closed
question.
system. You need to
Who are you
decide if
talking
Earth
to?
is open or closed. Which is it?
Well, his headphones are closed.
Poor guy.
I think he needs an exorcism.
He needs a nap.
Omnivore didn't have any proof of the globe, so he was off base.
I mean, that debunked him right there. I mean, I don't know how he would bounce back from that statement, but he can try.
He started with a category error.
Yeah. I mean, you just debunk gravity, like, and Omnivore had nothing to say.
I'm not at all invoking gravity. I'm sorry. I realize that Heretic
Well,
really
what's your
wants
rebuttal to
to.
his statement that he just made?
You are.
I didn't hear his statement. What was his statement?
Well, then, no, it's a
Okay,
shame.
I'm
Next
asking
time.
you a question. You know, is Earth an open or closed system?
I believe that Earth is what you're referring to as an open system.
Okay, what evidence exists for it being an open system?
Well, I can show the evidence that I'm discussing is that we don't need a closed system for barometric pressure, and I see no reason, therefore, to
Show
think that. Okay.
Yeah, show that. Okay, then that's just
Really?
circular logic, though. We don't need a closed system for the air pressure. The air pressure outside, which is
How
what's
did
in
you-
question. Yeah.
Yeah, how did you measure it without a? How did you measure that there was barometric pressure without a container?
I have a barometer.
It's
No,
in the
Yeah, that's a
definition.
container.
That's just a
Thanks.
claim. Circular
Thanks for
logic.
playing.
Guys, if you don't want to talk, I understand, but if you keep muting me,
No, but that's just a claim,
I'm not
though.
going to be
That's
able
just a
to.
claim. Listen, we don't need the container for the barometric pressure, aka the atmosphere. That's just the claim. What you need is the evidence for it.
That's
He gave
begging
us
the
the
question.
evidence.
You're begging
He
the
used
question.
the container. He
No,
used
I'm
the
asking
container
you.
to tell us.
I'm asking you for your evidence of your claim, not just circular logic. So you're the one begging the question. Nice try, but can you demonstrate that you do not need a container for barometric pressure?
I can demonstrate that I don't need a container for atmospheric pressure or barometric pressure.
Okay, so that
so how did you measure
Wait a
it?
minute.
How did you measure
Wait a minute.
it?
I gotta ask. I gotta ask.
Measure it.
So are you gonna beg? Have you already begged the question and said that there's barometric pressure in the globe model and therefore there's no container?
No.
So
not
He's
what
not
I'm saying.
demonstrating shit.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, he's not. Well, what are you
Just-
saying?
he's
Because
just saying stuff. That's
You,
all.
you might want to know. Well, it's subdued. You already do know. You're just acting like you
Dude,
don't.
Give us a demonstration,
okay,
man.
hold on,
None of this. I just say this is how it is.
I wanted to come
I have
back
a- I
and
have
see
another
how you were
question.
dealing with it. Go ahead, Sonny.
Well, where's your demonstration, dude? Like I told you, we can show you
need
pressure
to
gradient
demonstrate-
inside a container all day, every day of the week.
don't
Where's
need-
your proof? You got nothing.
So dude,
All right,
calm down.
If Earth is an open system, can you demonstrate an exchange of matter and energy with an external system?
Can I demonstrate an exchange of matter and energy with an external system? Do you mean like the sun? That's an exchange of energy, right?
I would like you to define the open system that you believe in.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why you're asking me that. I'm saying I don't see a need for a container to produce barometric pressure.
Well, barometric
Explain that.
pressure measures equilibrium in a system.
Sure.
Explain that to us. Hey, have
Okay.
him explain that. Explain that to us.
I can. Who's talking to that? Sonny, do you actually want to hear it?
Doesn't matter who's talking.
I'm
Just give us the proof. Stop stalling.
I don't think they're going to let me explain. Okay,
No, stop
I'm telling you
stalling.
now.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
wait.
yeah.
Stop with the fallacies. Stop with the fallacies in the first place. And
I'm
just
not.
Get on with it. Let's just hear it.
Let me type it into the chat so that we can all see.
Tell us now. Tell us now. You keep stalling.
Let me type it into the chat.
Not quit stalling. Just give us the evidence that you have for gas pressure without a container.
Guys don't want to let people
You've given
talk.
us a term.
You don't want to let me talk.
Stop with the fallacies.
You've given us barometric pressure as a term, and you've asserted that it doesn't require a container. But it's not the assertion we're looking for. We already have that. It's the demonstration to support it that we need.
We might need him to define
What you don't want to do.
barometric pressure.
What you don't want to do is let me define barometric pressure, right? We can define barometric pressure.
Please
We've
go
already
ahead.
fucking done that.
Yeah, and it doesn't say anything about a container, right?
Well, I mean, to find it now. Now go further beyond just a mere, definition. That's another word. Go explain what happens.
No, I want to stick with
What is
barometric
happening
pressure.
when I have a barometer? What is happening?
It's measuring whatever a barometer measures. I don't care what it measures. I'm saying
Hold
I've
on
got
a second. You don't care what a barometer measures? I want to know how it works. Tell me
I don't
how
know.
it works.
I'm not trying to talk about how it works. I'm talking about what it measures.
If you don't understand its mechanism of action, then how do you know what it's even doing to measure anything?
Because I believe that barometric pressure is absolutely measurable, and I think you don't want to admit that. You don't want to admit that you can measure barometric
love
pressure.
barometers. I love them so much. I can talk about them all day. I want you to tell me what a barometer is.
A barometer
can't seem to
is a
tell
device that measures barometric pressure.
Yeah, how does it do that?
Do I have to know?
Yeah, well,
No.
you want to.
I don't think I do, says who. I don't think I
Dude,
do.
you're a troll. You're an absolute troll. This is sad. Like, dude, honestly.
Listen, guys. Yeah, listen. Hold on. Tell him to stop. Tell him to stop. So listen. He comes into court and he says, "I got the proof right here. I'm so sure of it." And then, oh, sorry, I can't show you it.
No, what I said, look, I came back to see how you guys were dealing, and I'm not surprised that Heretic was still upset.
Oh, get on with your fucking.
Oh, it's about you guys. That's what that's the explanation for how the barometric pressure works. You guys are so upset.
I know.
So you're
So I
fixated
got
on
the thing, but I can't tell you. He can't tell us how it works. I got the evidence in this apparatus, but I can't tell you how it works because I don't know.
So you're fixated on the wrong thing, which would be us and our feelings and your projections of our feelings and so on. What you're supposed to be fixated on is the globe proof, and I guess in your case in particular, the proof of outer space, right? So try to get your head together so you can actually focus your way through this.
David
You're in a
Copperfield has
category
a
error.
curtain, and his curtain makes the Statue of Liberty disappear. I don't know how it
Oh
works.
my God! What the hell?
But his curtain made the Statue of Liberty disappear. I saw it on TV.
You're often batshit crazy area. They're really getting wacky. That's quite wacky from the context we're talking about, because that couldn't get any more whack shit crazy than if someone had scripted it and wrote a comical script.
He was being
about someone
sarcastic.
coming forth with globe. Yeah. Well,
Buddy, this is Amish. I was being sarcastic.
I know.
Okay. Yep. So I mean,
know, man. I thought it was you.
yeah. When we present claims in here, we expect people to be fully read up and prepared.
No, you beg the question hard, my dude.
We've been
I'm
doing this
sorry.
for years. What question are we begging? We're asking you how a barometer works.
The question that you're begging is that any definition of barometric pressure, which doesn't include it in the definition, must, you claim, invoke gravity or a container, and it doesn't contain.
No one said that.
We didn't even get to that point yet.
Okay, great. So
no one even said that.
Yes, you did. But let's go
No
with
one
the
said
definition we got right there. Yeah, believe me.
So it's measuring pressure, though, right?
Believe me, bro. It's a globe.
It's the amount of force at any point on the Earth's surface caused by the weight of air.
And on any other surface too, buddy.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
So
it's measuring
Wait a
pressure.
minute.
Barometric
Wait a
pressure.
minute.
Call it whatever you want. It's pressure.
There was the begging the question pressure. There's the begging the question. You said weight of air. You did.
Weight of air.
Right.
You did.
So I'm
It's a begging the question fallacy.
Nope. You're begging the question because you believe that it must involve gravity.
No, you're the one that believes it. No, you're the one that believes. We don't have to believe here, folks. He said it himself. He presupposed, begging the question. He said the weight of the air. So what did you mean by that, sir? You'll have to specify.
The amount of force at any point on the Earth's surface caused by the weight of air. I'm using the definition
So on a curved surface.
from the Cambridge Dictionary. Yeah,
on a curved surface.
That's fine. I'm fine with
On a ball. On a
fine
ball.
with weight.
So you presuppose. So you reified the ball.
No,
Before you had a measurement of it.
No, I said the Earth's surface.
Yeah.
I'm
Everyone
terribly.
heard you.
The Earth's surface exists on a flat Earth as well as a ball Earth. I know it's tough, but
No, sorry.
that's how it works. Yeah.
No, could that happen on a flat Earth or a ball Earth?
It could not happen on either. That's why I
then
think
it rules out. So you're ruled out. So you're ruled out. So
That's
you're
why
ruled
I
out.
think. That's
No,
why
you're
I think
ruled out.
you.
No,
All
you're
right.
ruled out then.
No, you.
All right.
You're ruled out.
Calm down. Let's calm down. How do you
Ruled out.
measure the weight of a gas?
How'd they
What's
measure
that?
it?
How do they
Yeah,
measure the weight of a gas?
What do you mean by weight of gas?
I mean the weight of the gas. Gas has weight.
Yeah. How do you weigh gas?
Yeah. How'd they weigh it?
Not sure how to weigh it.
a container.
You can you can do this. You can do this. If I take an air tank, have you ever gone diving, Sonny?
Okay, you're invoking a container. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine. If I want to weigh gas, I'm fine with it. I can weigh gas. Gas has weight, but
Yeah, and you're invoking a container. Carry on. Thank you.
Container.
that's fine.
Thanks
That's
for the
fine.
container.
Okay, so we agree that gas has weight. Good. That's
In a
that's great.
container.
And,
No.
and that pressure needs a container.
Okay, fine.
And you have to have a container to weigh
but
it.
barometric pressure, which I put the definition
container.
in there. No, the
With a
definition.
container.
The definition of barometric pressure doesn't say anything about a
With a
container.
Okay, so
container.
that's
You're
fine.
trying-
But
you're
what's the
trying to
definition of pressure?
You're trying to add.
What
It
is it?
says the force of any point of weight of the air. Weight.
Can you define pressure without volume?
Without weight or
I'm
volume.
talking
Can
about
you
weight.
define pressure without a defined volume?
I can, yes.
All right.
Okay, how?
Show me. Show me the
Okay.
formula.
So barometric pressure is weight without volume. Do you understand that? That's why I want to use barometric pressure.
Wait, weight? How do you
No,
weigh
because
gas?
you're out of your mind there because look, that's one atmosphere. So what the fuck are you talking about now?
Yeah, that's weight without defining volume, right?
No, it is
How
a
do you
volume
weigh
because you
something
have a
without
constant
volume?
pressure.
What's the volume of one atmosphere?
You have a constant pressure.
Yes, we do.
14.7 psi. That means you have a constant volume, bro.
No, so
Yeah.
pressure, Sonny. I know this gets hard, but that pressure,
No,
that
it's
pressure
hard for you,
decreases.
bro.
That pressure
wrong.
That pressure decreases as we go up.
With
Yeah,
a
that doesn't
change in
fucking
volume.
matter, dude. Where did you get the volume
With a
from?
change
to have
in
that
volume,
gas- Where did you get the volume from to have that gas gathered there in the first place? Did you do
Yeah,
that?
exactly. Has to be contained. So he's still in a container. It's 14.7 at psi at sea level. So you're
Yeah,
one
but-
atmosphere, 1 psi, 14.7 psi, one atmosphere at the surface is a constant volume because you can't have constant pressure without constant volume.
Do you?
I rest my
Sounds
case.
like you need a closed system there on
Oh, no, you're trying to. You're.
Yeah, no, here's how this is going to go. You're just going to show us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Without a container.
I am.
No, you're not.
No,
Evading
you're
the
not.
question. That's the thing in question. The thing that you're reasserting as being that is actually the thing in question. So we need
He's actually using.
We're not asking for barometric pressure, bro.
gas.
Your Honor.
My
Your Honor.
point.
Yeah, Your Honor, I object. Objection. Your Honor. He's stating that you get pressure from something, not using a container. When he's actually using a container, the barometer to measure the pressure in an already pressurized system that is 14.7 psi at sea level. So he's double container.
So what you're misunderstanding.
No, not misunderstanding anything. How did the gas get there in the first place? How is the gas being kept here?
Exactly.
I'm not trying to answer that. I'm.
Well, that is what you're trying to answer.
Then you're in a category error, and you
That's
got to
the
go
whole point.
sit down, shut up. You might mute yourself then, and we'll go on to somebody who's interested, because you're surely not. You don't get it. Move on to someone else. This guy's not worth my time. No, you're not worth it. So let's move on. He doesn't understand pressure, gas pressure at all.
Okay, you're not going to type
He
in
doesn't
the
understand what a container is. Let him tap the tank if he wants. I don't give a fuck. But you know what?
He's also
We
making
need
a
to move on to
circular
somebody else.
argument.
Yeah, of course, that's all he can do, and that's all he's trying to do is to waste the bandwidth. So let's move on to somebody else because he's proven to be an unworthy.
He's almost a
unworthy
flat earther,
testimony.
dude. He's so
I
close.
know. So what? Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Like he'll be all right. Just he doesn't get to just like he doesn't get to just pee all over as he's like figuring it out. pissing down our backs. So no, he still doesn't get to do that.
He will never be a non-Glover Turkus, you know?
He'll never be a
Demon.
non-Glover, exactly. He's so close. Yeah, he's been so close for like, what, 6 years?
Oh, I don't know him that long.
Well, these people have been on there for fucking years and years and years on Gem Pandas. They have nowhere to go, so of course they're lunatics.
Yeah, but the worms already took over that body.
The worms
What's too
already
cold?
took over.
What?
There's no turning back.
That corpse is like toasted. That corpse got like wormholes through it. Yeah.
I'm not.
I got
Has
a
Omnivore
great-
been in this debate for 6 years? I don't think so.
Probably
He's right
has,
about it.
man. Are you kidding me?
Has he?
Maybe at least 4 years.
He's
At
a new
least 4
one.
years.
And we keep banning their agents, so they keep coming up with new ones.
Same old
There's
people,
no
man.
way.
Just a
There's no way
small
that
fucking-
he's been in the argument for 4 years. There's no way.
Yeah, dude. Are you kidding me? What about riding on eggshells or
Well, yeah,
rolling
I
my
mean,
boulder?
yeah, there's those guys. I'm
That
talking about
guy
Omnivore.
is definitely full of worms.
They're so old. The Omnivore's been on Gem Panda server for 3-4 years at least.
Let me go find
Yes.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's remarkable. So he comes in presenting himself as rather new to this.
Don't they all? Because they've
Yeah.
been banned from here multiple times and they've been released from the Kraken.
I wonder when their contract expires and is up for recompete.
Well, he's not on Gem Pandas. I just looked.
Well,
He's only in politics.
they used to be. They used to be.
Maybe they're free agents now.
I don't know. He's not
They
making
used to be, man,
arguments
I'm telling
that show a 4-year track record, and he doesn't show that he's mutual service with
Yeah,
them or
but
anyone
dude,
else.
you're being. Then if you think that you're being deceived, once again, so check it out. They have been, because you've talked to people on here as well that play the same feel over and over, and you don't know that we've talked to them for 4 years, and they've never changed their stance.
They're on rotation.
That's why
We got another agent showing up now, Chad Z, to now take his place. How are you, Chad?
And yeah, and listen, Chad, welcome. And listen, we have a memory like an elephant, man. Like I remember voices like more than anything. Like I can pick out a voice and like I might not catch it at first, but eventually all the dots will connect. I'll go, that's where I heard you from, and it might have been from like Nathan Oakley's channel years
Let's
ago.
listen to this guy,
Or
then.
like,
Let's listen to Chad then. Go ahead, Chad.
Hello, how are you?
Chad.
I've heard that voice.
Okay, yeah.
How's it going?
I've been on this server for a couple months now, Heretic. About that time?
Cool. Okay. So what do you think so far?
Oh, I don't know. I just popped on here. Just
Okay,
taking dogs out
okay.
for a walk, so I thought I would just listen.
That's cool. That's fair. I like the technology myself. I can go on the bike and have the conversation with me there at all times. I love that.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
So,
I'm not sure I'd want
do
to
you think you're-
exercise too hard and talk.
Oh no, I have a good mount for my bike. I even film video while I'm cruising.
Are you walking the dogs uphill or downhill?
Slightly downhill right now.
Okay.
Now, do you think there's a curve? Do you think Earth is curved and spinning also at the same time?
I do, yes.
Chad's been here a
Do you
while too,
believe that?
Sonny.
Yeah, I've been here
So
a
check it
couple
out.
months now.
So what? So could you tell us? Could you tell me and the audience? Could you tell all of us what proof you have that Earth is a spherical object? For one, on the surface, that's a key point on the surface where it's curved, and that it's in motion. Do you have any of those two things?
Nothing that would be satisfying for you. It's all anecdotal. so-
Why do you hold on? Why would you have to say? Why would you have to preempt your answer with you wouldn't understand it?
Oh, no, I didn't say you wouldn't understand it. I'm just
You
saying
wouldn't
nothing that would be
accept it.
satisfying.
How do you
Oh,
know that?
well-
You're mind reading. Are you
well, this is-
mind reading?
Oh, that'd be cool. No.
Have we spoken before? Have we spoken before?
I don't believe so.
So why would you assume that I would think the same as anyone else?
That's fair.
So I wouldn't assume
so
anything for one.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough. So my anecdotal evidence would be looking at the horizon. I live near the mountains, so I'm not near any large land or water bodies. But yeah, just the mountains coming up from behind the horizon is one piece of evidence that is acceptable to me, anyways. So
Okay, so great. Have you seen like a legitimate breakdown of someone in the mountains with known elevations from sea level mountaintop and going up to a known elevation and viewing these three mountains that are in between the fourth mountain off in the distance? And
no,
that
I'm
you
not
can see
familiar
that
with.
peak. Oh, really? Well, it's called a mountain of evidence. And if you don't have it, it's on my channel, which is, I'll post a link. It's called 24/7.
I'm curious about.
It's called Flat Earth
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Yeah, that's right,
Flat
motherfucker.
Earth 27. Flat Earth 2017 consciousness.
Plug your channel already.
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
That's right.
That's right. That's what I'm
motherfucker.
saying.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Don't give me no shit.
Chad, what do you mean when you said you see? When you said you see the mountains coming up, like you get in are you saying you like sit in a helicopter and the mountains come to you? What do you mean they come up
No,
over the horizon?
as you drive towards them. So where I live, there's prairies, then foothills, and mountains. And as you're driving across the prairies, as you're approaching the mountains, you can only see a little bit of it, like just the tops of the mountains. And as you get closer and closer, you can see more and more of
So
said
you're
mountain.
saying the mountains are on a hill, or is that what
And
you're
you're
saying?
changing your elevation too.
Yeah, I mean
Sorry?
you can go on it. You can go up a hill, right? Like is that what you're saying? The mountains are on a hill, and that you're below, you're
No.
down lower in a lower elevation, and then you're driving on the road that's going uphill, and then you see the mountains.
Here's a mountain of
No,
evidence. So I have this.
No, the elevation of the prairies that I've been driving across are pretty flat.
How'd
With
you measure 'em?
respect to that, just using Google,
No, that's a
you can see
measurement.
the
Google's
elevation.
a measurement.
You can see the elevation of the different spots on Google.
Like how would
so,
you measure elevation change?
Measure it?
Yeah, like how would you so you're saying that the ground is flat, but that's how you know it's curved? Like because it's flat and the mountains are coming up, that's how you know it's curved.
No,
So you're not
the elevation. There isn't much of an elevation change.
right,
So
you're saying it's flat.
that would.
How would you
Well, I
measure
don't
that?
see. No, I don't see elevation change being, or lack of elevation change
So I
necessarily
gave you
being
like the one
flat
I give you
per
the one
se.
option that maybe you're like wherever this road is that it's at a lower elevation than the mountains, and as you drive towards the mountains, they're up on a hill because that's how mountains typically are on the top of on a hill, right? So but anyhow, and I gave the option that you're on a road that's at a lower elevation than the mountain, and as you drive towards them, then they come into view because you're going up over a hill to get the mountains into view. You said no, that's not the
No.
case. Flat.
No, because you can be at the top of a hill on the prairies and still, so you'd be looking down into, say, a valley or something. And then at that point, you could still only see a bit of the mountains. And then as you approach them closer and closer, it's as if they're coming up from behind the horizon. It's not as if you're just slowly going up a hill and more of it's becoming visible that way. I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's what's happening. So again, this is just anecdotal evidence. So,
Yeah,
and
I
it's
was
not even
wondering
evidence.
how you
It's
would measure
for
how
you.
would you measure
It's
something to
subjective.
be flat? Like like how would you measure something to be flat? Like what tools would you use?
Well, you'd have to have some surveying equipment, and then you'd base it off of benchmarks, and then once you have the benchmarks, you can measure the elevations of the land around you.
You know what you would need to have? You would need to have the elevation changes in the terrain. So you would have to have a terrain map that's showing you the elevation where it rises and where it falls. There's a bunch of little undulations in the terrain. So
yep, you could use
all
that.
of those.
Although that's not a measurement, though. That's just using a map, right?
No, but listen.
To try to determine it. So he's asking me about measurements. So
So that has to do with measurements too.
they measure to or make the maps. I agree.
It has to do with
But if you're
measurements. So
asking me,
listen, if you're coming up a rise, if you're coming up a rise, and then all of a sudden you see in the distance a peak that you couldn't see before, that is purely chalked up to perspective. Yeah, if you
It
don't
depends how
understand
much of the,
perspective, you would say,
no, I understand
I don't
perspective.
understand.
No, it depends
Maybe
how
not.
much of the, it depends how much of said mountain you see. So
Okay,
if
so
you're only seeing just the
how high?
top
Hold
of it,
on, hold on. Trying to stop you at the pass. Hold on. Yeah, you didn't say how high you were and how much elevation rise you were driving up, did you? Now,
no, I didn't say any of that.
so that's what you need. You need that too. You can't just say, I see something off in the distance. I didn't see it before and I'm driving to or from it and I'm now not seeing it or am seeing it based on you're saying Earth being in the way. You need to have all the parameters, the elevation of you, the observer, at every datum point. Then the
If I
elevation
want to
of all
convince
those
you,
peaks
sure.
and all of those elevations from sea level that you're observing, because you're saying you're observing them, so they have a mean elevation. They have an elevation from sea level. That's how they made those mountain elevations, and you can tell like if that is going to be covered up or not, depending on how high you as the observer are. If you don't have how high the observer is, you could be climbing up to 1,200 feet, then saying, oh, I see something that I shouldn't see. Now it's covered. Now I don't see it. Now it's covered up by Earth curve. When you have not proven such a thing, all you've done is shown that you're not putting in all the information, such as the rises of the observer and a trip like that. So there's that.
Well, I don't
That's
have the
it.
numbers right here. Like I said, I'm just out
I
walking.
know.
And again,
I know
it's
you
all
don't.
anecdotal. I'm not trying to prove
That's why it's not.
to you.
That's
So.
why it's not proof. That's not proof of any kind. Not even that. That's not even anecdotal proof.
Well,
It's just all it's just showing is your no. It's just showing your dumb wittery of your knowledge.
Well, now you're just getting offensive, aren't you?
No, it's not. I'm just being honest. Like I see it, I take it as it comes. So I'm from
Okay.
Missouri. Show me state. You show me you're being a dimwit. Like, and I'll turn it right back on you and show you that you are. So you want to keep denying it, then it'll keep illuminating the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. So if you want to keep going, that's fine with me.
So are you saying it's perspective? Were you saying it was perspective, or is it because someone else?
I'm not
sure if it was
saying
you or
anything
someone
what
else
it
mentioned
was.
perspective.
I'm saying you don't know anything about elevation changes of the observer. You didn't add any of that. So you're talking
Yeah,
that you might as well
really
be
don't know what
talking
my
out of your
background
blow.
is, so.
You might be. I don't give a fuck. Your background has nothing to do with it. You presented the case. I just blew holes all through it. So you never present anything. I don't care what your credentials are.
Yeah. Okay.
So you
That's
don't
fine.
have
Whatever.
proof. So you don't have any kind of proof, anecdotal or other proof of this Earth curvature. If you would, you could have presented it, but you did not do that.
I see.
So you were unprepared.
I just came on to listen to you. You said hello.
Oh, I know.
Yes, I was
know.
unprepared.
And this is how we say hello. Welcome. Glad you're here.
Yeah. I was unprepared. I'm not prepared for this conversation. I can pull out elevations and all of that of the different geographical points. But again, I'm just out walking my dog. So if you just want to have a conversation, great.
Yeah, we are, but you just brought those things up, not I.
Yeah.
So
I
don't
did.
pull it back on. Don't try to pull it back on us or me. You're the one that brought up those particular topics, so don't give me a load of shit because you're just sandbagging now.
Okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
Again, this is an observation that I've made, and it seems to be consistent with a horizon and around Earth.
Yeah, but you shown no baseline, so let it be known that you didn't have a baseline to go from.
A baseline.
I just explained it
like
to
an
you
elevation
for about 10 minutes. You don't have
an
elevation.
elevation? Oh my God!
Why don't you let me speak? I'm trying to clarify because you just asked the question, right?
Please do. Please do.
Yeah. So you didn't present observation heights at every datum. For instance, the datum being, I see this mountain. Okay. Now you need the observation height. And then the heights of all those other mountains that are around there so you can use them as a reference. You didn't do any such thing. Unless I'm wrong. So, okay, good. So I'm correct. No big deal here.
No,
I'm just
I'm just out walking my dog. I don't have elevation.
I'm just following you. Listen, I know. I'm just trying to follow your logic train. Why are you getting excited?
Well, because you're attacking me here, dude. I'm feeling a little
No, I'm not.
defensive. 'Cause,
No.
okay.
Well, if you have nothing to defend, then why would you feel defensive? Look, I'm not here trying to like offense anybody, cause offense.
Hey, dude, you called me a
I'm not.
dimwit.
Yeah, because you behave like one, and then you use your ego to try to bolster your setup with your credentials. And I just quickly turned that around back on you because you brought up the idea.
No,
You
you're the
brought
one
up this
who's
anecdotal.
okay.
You brought.
Let's not
You
go there.
listen.
Step back. Let's
Start from the
step back.
beginning. No, you jump back. Listen. You brought
No,
up the
hold
anecdotal
fast.
evidence. You what? No, I'm going back to the beginning. Stop talking over me. So listen, I'm not done. So listen, I'm trying to explain how you started it. You brought up the anecdotal evidence, did you not? Yes. Or no?
Yes.
I didn't bring it up. So therefore,
Nope.
you brought the claim to the table. All I did is try to follow the logical sequence, and it didn't follow any logical sequence. So don't get upset. Don't get upset because I pointed it out. That's okay.
Without me being able to tell you numbers, basically, what I have observed, without any numbers, is driving across the prairies and seeing just the tip top of a mountain. As I get closer to it, along said prairies, I can see more of said mountain. More of it's exposed.
And you haven't kept a track of how high you are as the observer, have you?
I'm still lower than the mountain, am I not?
No, but you haven't. No, you can't just say I know I'm lower. Okay, well, bring the proof by showing what your elevation was when you saw said mountain. What was your observation height, and what was the observation height? What was the height of the mountain?
Just give me a second.
I don't see. Where is that information? You didn't bring it. You didn't bring it. Any of that.
No, I know I didn't. All right, just give me a sec here.
Stop trying to say it's proof or evidence. Don't say it's evidence. Just say I saw a mountain from this far, and I saw a mountain from this far, but you didn't even tell us how far either. So we're missing a bunch of parameters. That's fine. So I saw
1,040
city,
meters.
then I didn't see a city off in the distance while driving away, or coming to from a peak I shouldn't have seen. That's just anecdotal. That's correct. It's just somebody telling a story with nothing to back it. So go ahead.
So 1,040 meters was the elevation of the prairies that I was on.
Great.
Fine.
And you were how far?
Trying to find the elevation of some of the mountains that are around there.
So you have to. Okay, so you didn't know because you're having to look it up right now. So that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to look it up. So you came with something. Now you're looking it up afterwards.
Oh my goodness. And you asked for this information. So I'm trying to tell you.
You didn't know. You said you had it. That's the whole point. You don't have it. You didn't have it in the beginning when you brought up the topic because now you're having to look it up. You didn't know it in the first place. So
I'm still out walking my dog.
You don't know anything about it. So you didn't know anything about it. So otherwise you would have been not walking your fucking dog. Then why don't you plan your calls more carefully? I don't know what your problem is, but you turn out to be a real dunce cap here.
Wow, you're a real douchebag. So I'm out walking my dog.
No,
you guys
why don't
call
you
me up
shut the
and say
fuck
hi.
up then and bring? Why don't you bring?
Hold on, fellas.
Why don't you bring the proof of the globe of curvature, which you don't have? So don't be a baby now. Calm down. Put on your big boy pants.
Just a second. Chad, are you trying to say that because you got closer to the mountains and then you saw more of them that the Earth is curved? What is your claim?
Yes, that's my evidence. Or sorry, that's a line of reasoning that indicates that the Earth is curved to me. That the mountains come up from behind the horizon. Sorry?
Okay. Oh, I'm just trying to formulate. I'm trying to steel man. Maybe that's the wrong term. I'm trying to formulate your argument here. So,
You're just trying to understand what I'm saying. Sure.
if the Earth is a ball, right, of a radius of 3,959 miles, then as I get closer to the mountains, I will see more of them because Earth curve is in the way. Is that kind of what we're going for here?
Yes. Yeah. Essentially.
So I see Earth curvature, or I see mountains, more of them as I get closer. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Is that correct?
Yes. Something was obscuring the vision or view to the mountains.
Oh,
And
well,
Earth curvature
something.
is consistent. Earth curvature is
Okay.
consistent with that.
Well, so then you're affirming the consequent in this argument. You said something. That means that it could be more than one thing, but you are presupposing, it's almost like a begging the question, but you're presupposing that it's Earth curve. That's what's occulting the mountains as you get closer. In reality, that's affirming the consequent or begging the question. It's kind of somewhere in the middle. So you're actually going to have to
based on
prove the claim.
induction, right?
It's based on what?
Induction. I'm allowing
You're
for the
inducing this?
possibility that I could be wrong. I'm allowing
Okay,
for the possibility that I could be wrong, but that
Well, have we
evidence is consistent. Yeah. Sorry?
have we eliminated all of the possibilities, or are you just going to go ahead and stick with the one that you like the most?
I'm open to what other possibilities there may be, and then I'll explore those as well.
So you're aware of something called perspective. How many different effects are in perspective? Can you list them off for me?
No, sorry. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to by the different.
Well, I mean, in perspective, there's a lot of things going on, right? Like optical and apparent effects that we experience as we, go farther away from things in real life. There's a lot of things that can happen. Angular size change, angular resolution, right? Like, we got miraging. I mean, we got a lot of optical effects that we got to deal with. So there's many. So just because something, as you get farther away, can appear to go away, be occulted, doesn't mean it's Earth curve.
I understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't perspective have everything shrink in equal manners, like equal amount?
No.
Top,
No.
bottom, and sides?
No.
It scales down? No?
No, it changes on the scenarios. I mean, humidity can affect all these things, right? Like there's a lot of different parameters, a lot of different effects can occur depending on what the day is, I mean, different elevations have different effects. Like there's literally dozens of different effects and apparent effects that we can observe, but we wouldn't be able to qualify or even quantify what those are on any given day unless we know exactly what's going on between us and the object. And if we're talking about, let's say, hundreds of miles, 50 miles, a dozen miles, you'd have to kind of get a pretty good idea because, there's like layers of air, or there's different densities of air even between you and something that might be 100 yards away, 100 miles away, right? So there's all kinds of things that we have to evaluate and bring into factor in this case. And if you don't have that information, then you're just assuming, and you're kind of creating a logical fallacy.
Right. So, but all of those different variables aren't specific to perspective, though. Those are like different refractions, refractive indices, and things of that nature, right? Whereas,
what do you think perspective is defined as?
Well, perspective is an optical thing, right? It's based on the amount of light that comes into the eye and how our eye focuses it. Okay.
Okay, so let's go with that. So if that's correct, then the way, the amount of light, whatever we're looking at, and the way it enters the eye or the lens, depending on what instrument we're using, can be affected by a bunch of different factors. So that perspective is not really a great solid way to evaluate what it is we're actually looking at, right? Because there's so many factors.
I imagine there's the different. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm in agreement with you. There's more than just perspective at play when it comes to looking at distant objects.
Great. So then we can't just go ahead and say, well, I don't see something, therefore it's Earth curve. It could be angular size change. It could be foreshortening. You know what foreshortening is?
It's an artistic presentation of putting lines onto paper to make it look like it's shorter.
Well, in real life, like if you were to hold your thumb, you know the rule of thumb. You ever heard of that?
Yeah,
Okay, you hold your thumb out at arm's length, and you can kind of measure things, right? There's an old rule of thumb, but there's ways to like decide how far you are from an object depending on the size of your thumb and holding it at arm's length and all that stuff. So, but if you bring your thumb closer, like right up to your eyeball, right, you can block out a lot of stuff. If you hold it far away, it doesn't block out a lot of stuff. So if you have an object in front of you and it's relatively closer to you than the object far away, it can occult or block out your vision much more than something, let's say, that's really far away would. Like this happens in the ocean where you have waves, right, that are sort of close to you, or there's a really big, the waves, the wake that day is pretty big. And so you can't see as far because the way that the waves are up, a little higher, blocks your distance farther out. So like if you have a hill in the way that's close to you, it can occult things that are farther away. These are obvious. These are simple perspective effects. Has nothing to do with Earth curve.
Well, that's not a perspective effect, though. That's just...
Okay, what do you want to call it? What do you want to call it, Chad?
Well, it's just something being blocked by your vision, so I don't think...
Okay, all right. So that's one thing. Something can block your vision depending on its, distance between you and the object that you're looking at. It doesn't make it Earth curve. Unless you want to call random hills Earth curve, then we're going to have a real problem in this conversation. But the point is that you're not going to be able to just go ahead and assume that the Earth is curving because you can't see something far in the distance. If that's the way you guys are going to go about this, then the best way to test it is to go out to the ocean where we have none of these, or at least fewer of these effects, right? We don't have hills in the way. We can eliminate the whole hill problem. I call it foreshortening. You can call it whatever you want. But we'll eliminate that shit, and we'll look at something far in the distance and see if that Earth curve is actually there. We got nice level water, right?
Relatively speaking, yes.
Relatively speaking. So if we see something that shouldn't be there, then maybe that Earth curve isn't where it's supposed to be, or maybe there's no Earth curve at all.
Wouldn't you also look at all of those different variables that you were talking about?
That's exactly my point. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, that's not Flat Earth, though. Like, not seeing something isn't proof of something.
Was that my argument?
No.
If you're saying that there's all these other perspective effects, and they could be changing the distance to the object that we're looking at, or maybe it's changing the distance to horizon, or maybe it's giving the apparent distance to the horizon different than it ought to be, then how in the flying fuck are we supposed to measure the Earth if nothing is ever where it's supposed to be because of perspective and all the other shit that we just talked about?
I think you have to have something physical to be able to measure it. I don't think optics in and of themselves are going to work.
So what are we going to measure that's physical to get this Earth curve figured out? Because you looking at the mountains on the plains is a dumb fucking argument.
Especially when we know we can make things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface.
Sorry?
Especially when we know that we can make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface. So
yeah, I've seen those different videos. I'm not too terribly convinced by them, but hey, that's okay. Just simply due to a scale issue. So
if you've got if you've got a camera low to a floor in the pictures that I've dropped in at 34 minutes past the hour, on the lowest camera altitude, you can't see the light resonating from the bottom of a door. But you lift the camera up a couple of inches and you can see the light coming out from the bottom of a door. Now that's a known flat surface, but we can't resolve the light coming out from the bottom of the door when the camera is very low to the surface. But when we increase in altitude, yes, we can.
Right.
Yeah. So we can lose the ability to resolve things along surfaces if you've got no angle to them.
So you were satisfied with. So hold on. You're satisfied with some sort of experience.
Okay.
No, he's satisfied with some sort of experience that he doesn't have any datums or parameters, as far as the observer height. And he takes ours, for example, like let's just take BM LSV's, all of his videos of 1 foot above where the black sun was taken, 9.41 miles. Like, so that has all the parameters, but they want to deny that, and they want to go with something that has no parameters at all, no distances, no height of observer. No, I get it. I understand now.
Sorry, Effie Jet, I think you were going to say something.
No, you're fine. I was just trying to help and address your point about not seeing the bottom of a mountain.
Yeah, no, and I can appreciate that. It's just like if you pull out binoculars or something, though, and take a look at said mountains off in the distance, when you look at them, you don't see more of the mountain, you just see more detail of the little bit that you can see.
Yeah. So you are walking
So
your
if it's
dog, so you can't see
perspective,
the images that are posted, can you?
yeah. It's just like if it's only perspective, then pulling out binoculars or something that has zoom capabilities should show more of it, not just more detail of it, right?
Do you see the images that I posted at 34 minutes past the hour?
Sorry, just give me a sec.
No, you're fine.
Uh, 34 after.
Yeah. The 2 side-by-side shots of the corridor.
Sure, just give me 1 sec. Rolling down here. No, I don't. So just 1 sec.
I'll post it again then.
Yeah, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, no, I just found it. Yeah.
Oh, you found it? Yeah. No, with regards to, say, the image on the left-hand side when a camera's very narrow to the floor, are you suggesting if we've got some binoculars, then we would be able to resolve what was further away?
On the left-hand side?
Yeah, on the left-hand side when the camera's on the floor.
Yeah. I would suspect that it would be possible. If it is, just strictly perspective that's blocking the view.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it's anything else, being as we can see the floor and it looks, relatively flat as any floor is going to be, right? And it's just the ability to
I do work
raise.
in architecture, and I do know that floors aren't always flat, but
yeah, but you get the point, right?
Yeah.
So it's just, I'm going to use that word again, perspective. It's just the angular perspective with altitude across the surface. It's like a chessboard, right? You imagine you're looking across a giant chessboard, and eventually, after about 6 or 7 rows out, the black and white segments become indistinguishable horizontally and vertically, right?
Right.
So this is kind
and
of
that's
what
that angle of resolution, right? If I understand correctly.
To an extent, yeah. So when we're
that's why I'm.
looking across, what I was going to say is when we're looking across the surface, we shouldn't neglect the surface that we're looking across, because things with distance will appear to merge with that surface. You can bring them into resolution again if you stand up or heighten the camera, but with a very narrow angle across a surface, then things will obviously disappear from the bottom up because the bottom merges with the surface you're looking across.
Now, is there a specific angle where that angle of resolution diminishes? So it's no longer blocking things?
I'm sure there is. I think it's 0.02, but I might be incorrect with suggesting that.
That's what I mean about scaling. It's like, because those are all small scale observations, right?
Yeah.
To try to replicate it. Does that scale to larger examples, if you will?
Well, if we're talking about a couple of inches above a floor with what could possibly be, 100 meters, then if you want to scale that up to 6 foot and say 20 miles, then yeah.
Well, I would imagine you probably want to just do smaller increments and see how that works, right?
Yeah, of course, but
So go from like a couple inches over for 100 meters, and then go 4 inches up or over 200 meters, et cetera, just to see if it does scale or not. So.
But all it really does demonstrate is when you're looking across surfaces, depending on your angle of view, your altitude above that surface, things will appear to disappear from the bottom up with distance. So when we say, hey, I can't see the bottom of that mountain that's like 50 miles away, and you're standing on the floor when you're looking at it, then it wouldn't be the best suggestion to just say, well, it can and must only be physical Earth curve, when you know that you can make things disappear on a known flat surface, depending on your angle of altitude above that surface.
Right. Do you know if reflectivity of the surface in between has anything to do with it?
Not off the top of my head.
Because a lot of those samples have like highly reflective floor surfaces. So does that light scattering off of the floor cause any issue with the view?
It's possible, my friend.
Yeah. Well, and Sunny? Was that the other fellow on here?
Yeah.
And to Sunny's point, there are a lot of variables involved with observation. And if one person wants to do it scientifically, you have to take into account all of the variables. Sorry, I got a little defensive there, but basically, I was just saying, this is just my observation. I don't expect it to be any proof for you. I do find it compelling, but it's not the only thing that
it's good. That's good. That's good. The reason why you might sense some apprehension on my side is because we've gone against the stream. You got all the fish going downstream. We've gone against the stream, and we've told them that you're fucking wrong from the onset. So we've had to get used to a battery of like arrows thrown our way, and so it's okay, man. Like we all came from the same place, There's no harm.
Well, and that's how I see it. I don't see it as teams or anything. I think it's all just people living on the same planet trying to figure out what's going on around us, right?
Yeah, but
and
what
sharing information
planet?
we gather.
Yeah,
So.
like see, you have it in your nomenclature though, like planet. Like
of course
what
I do.
Planet? It has to be shown to be a planet, but it's not. It's taught everywhere on all the schools on every continent, but we don't have any proof of it. So it is a big deal.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I don't know why would. Yeah.
I get you guys are going against the paradigm, so it's going to be a little.
It's an uphill. It's uphill. So we don't mind it going uphill because we're the types of people that are used to things being challenging. Let's just say. Sure. So challenge is not new to us, any of us on here. But we're willing on this topic to take on all comers because there is no evidence of this globe that you so fondly speak of.
Well, I think, like I was saying earlier, to get an actual surface measurement, we're going to need to use something physical to be able to do it. So I think just trying to use optics without knowing all of the variables in between you and the target.
How about laser targeting? Lasers.
Well, lasers can be fast too. Yeah. Infrared is a little less refractable, from what I understand. But.
So how about long distance photography in infrared?
Yeah, I've seen those images, and I mean they're quite compelling. I understand why it would definitely add to it.
Well, it has to be compelling because you could not possibly, under any imagination, see those mountain peaks at where they are. They should be more than a mile underneath Earth curvature, elevation difference.
Are you talking about the one from Snowdonia or whatever?
No.
The photo off the top of Snowdonia?
Mount Canahoo? Yeah, it's in the Alps.
Oh, I thought that was the one in Snowdonia looking towards the Alps.
It's from Spain, I think, looking into the Alps.
Oh, okay.
For sure.
I think I know which one you're talking about. That's just my misunderstanding was the source of it.
So look, and 24/7 we have all of that in the long distance photography. A to Z and that other channel. That's where we all came from. That's where I first came from. Sorry about the boiling water noise.
Oh no, it's fine. Now here's the question for you.
Mount Canigou, I think it's from Italy to France.
Italy to France. Okay.
From Italy to France.
Okay.
That makes sense. Italian Alps or French Alps. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
So go ahead. You were saying.
Oh yeah, no, I was just wondering though, because I know there are some incredibly skeptical individuals on here who won't take photographs as evidence for anything unless they themselves took photographs for photographs, right? Do you fall in that camp?
That's
that might
not
be a
true. That's
fallacy, but go ahead.
You'd have to ask them. You'd have to ask
Yeah,
them
okay.
because, like, I live around water, so I can go out to water every single day, even with just my unaided eyes, with my prescription glasses on. I see
Yep.
really fucking well, better than 2020, and I can see things even with my glasses on, way further than 4 miles at a shoreline that's 5 or 6 miles away, like literally. And I'm
So
only
how?
maybe 6 feet above the water's height. Or
Sure.
Am
8
I the
feet.
only one that thinks the Earth is a triangle?
Probably.
No, because you'd have to show the
Earth,
boundaries.
listen,
I think
Earth
it's
is,
more
hello,
possible.
listen, Earth is Earth. A triangle is a
Yes,
triangle, okay? Earth
It's
is
not a
Earth.
triangle.
Just get that.
it's the form is a triangle.
No, you have no
Earth
form. You
Yes.
have no
is
form of
Earth.
Earth being a triangle. Where do you have that? Where
No,
was that
it just
measurement?
feels like it's more possible
It
than
feels
anything
like it's
else.
more. Well, we're not. Look, we're
Yeah,
not talking
just
about
mute him.
feelings, though.
I'm sorry, I
About
was just asking you. It
Just
was yes
put
or
him
no.
on mute.
measurement.
It was just
Look,
yes or no.
you're
So
asking more than one person. Do you ask specific questions to more than one person at the same time, expecting to answer what from all of them at the same time?
okay, let me ask Chad. Do you think it's possible?
That the Earth is a triangle? No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Well, that's good. At least
To
you're
the
starting
fellow
there.
who says that the Earth is just the Earth, though, like you do understand that the Earth would have a shape of some sort. We just don't know what it is.
No, that's
We can't tell.
incorrect. It doesn't have. It doesn't have to have a shape. I mean, even if it did, we like the frame of reference. We don't. We can't go far enough to attribute it a shape. We don't have the. We can't go deep enough. We cannot go high enough or further enough to say, hey, it's definitely. We don't have God's eye view.
Okay.
Yeah, listen.
So
You'd have to
sorry,
say
go ahead.
no. Hold on. You'd have to say, what's the tree shape like?
Well, a tree can be made up of smaller composite shapes, right?
Yeah. So what kind of shape is it? A tree.
Bro, Sonny,
Has a
he's
shape.
saying that he has to have a shape.
You
And
can't have a shape.
Well, I do like to draw, and yeah, with drawing, you look at complex shapes and you kind of simplify them, so you can
I
have
know
a
this.
easier time forming the
I know that.
making the
I
forms,
know
right?
that. Jake.
Yeah.
I know that.
So the
But
tree.
you're not telling me.
Okay.
You're not telling me
Like
what the overall shape of a tree is because it has a tree shape. That's not any specific shape. So the Earth has an
No,
Earth
I
shape.
didn't say that
That's
though.
not any specific shape. Doesn't have to be
No,
an
I didn't
object.
say that.
For something to have a shape, it has to be an object.
So like a tree, if you're talking a spruce tree, for example, then it would be a conical
Yes.
pyramid.
Right.
That's the
So
shape
that's
of
not
it.
telling me the shape. What's a tree shape?
Again, what type of tree?
That's
Who
see what I
fucking
mean?
cares, man?
It's
Exactly.
more like a square.
Well, different trees have different
No,
shapes.
that's right.
Yes.
So
Well,
it's not
yeah.
a specific shape. When you say tree, just like when you say earth, that's not a specific shape indication.
Listen,
Sonny,
it
I think
doesn't mean. Listen, Sonny, it
It's
doesn't
flat
mean
the
that
shape, or is that
it
just
doesn't mean that it doesn't. We can make a claim that it does or it doesn't have a
no
shape,
one
because
here.
it could have a shape, but we don't have
We don't
God's
know
eye
that.
view. We don't have that
Okay.
the eye view to be able to see it and determine the shape of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
No
well,
one.
Well,
No one
the,
else does.
the honest
okay?
answer. So
hey,
the honest
Sonny.
answer would be just the shape is unknown.
Yeah,
That would
Chad,
be
I hear you
the
on
honest
that.
answer.
Sonny, I think
Yeah.
what
Go
you're
ahead.
missing about the tree is like certain trees, the breed of the tree makes a shape as it grows. Like you could say like
Yeah.
an ash makes like an oval shape, where like
Yeah.
some
There's
evergreens make a
different
pyramid.
Yeah. What about when
like
it's a
a conical
seed?
pyramid.
So
like
you
an
get,
elm is like a triangle. I'm trying
Yeah.
to stop shooting off my
I
hip
know.
here. Trying.
I already know. I know all this. So I've
But our
been in
reality
art
presents itself as
class.
flat.
Yeah. So when you say what's the shape of a tree, you could look at that pattern that is growing, but it's not an actual triangle. Is what I think.
Because
Chad,
it'll
Oh, no.
change from change from
I never
season to
said it
season
was, but
too.
yeah. It's just our interpretation of the objects that we see, right?
So
And we like
Earth
we
Yeah,
like
changes.
it's
to
still a
describe
tree.
things.
It's still a tree. It's
Yeah.
still a noun. It's still a tree.
Yeah.
It's just you
Right.
describe it as triangle shaped tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
So
what's
Earth is
interesting
not a
too is a
shape.
lot of native languages. The tree names are called that. They give them like whatever they describe it instead of actually just saying like, hey, that's a pine tree. They give it a definition based off what it looks like.
But Earth
So
has
from
no
that,
inherent shape, though.
what do you see Earth as? Do you see it as curved or do you see it as flat? Like if you're just descriptive
Generally,
language.
yeah. It depends where you are, right? If you're in the deserts, I would say it's probably flatter. If you're in the foothills, it's really like rolling. I guess
Curved
would be
hills.
the description. Yeah,
Oh,
curved.
curved hills.
What about if you're in the water?
Mountains would be
What about
more
if you're in the
soft.
water?
In the
What if you're 1
water,
foot above the water?
it looks flatter. That would be a descriptor. Although flat isn't really a shape; it's more of a description of a shape, right? So.
Yep.
Or a surface.
Surface
Yeah.
descriptor.
Well, it describes the surface of it, yeah. But I mean, the Earth is an object, is it not?
Earth is Earth. Water is not Earth.
It's not an
the
object.
sky is not Earth. The sun is not Earth.
What we're trying to say is
the heavens,
well, hold on.
the heavens
Hold on.
above is not Earth.
Let me spill it for
One
a
at a
little
time.
bit.
Sure.
So here's the thing. We are not saying that Earth is any kind of shape because we don't have the parameters. You would need all the extremities to be defined in order to claim a shape. So nobody here is claiming any kind of shape because as far as we know, they don't know the shape or they can't get there. It's too far, too fucking cold, too high altitude.
Yep.
Like whatever the reason is, they're not telling us. Whatever, if they
So just
found
say
it,
it's
they're
unknown,
not
right?
It's
telling you.
flat either then, because there's mountains. That's not flat, right? So Earth
Look,
is not
over
flat.
water. Listen, over all water, its mean level horizontal is flat. So that means all shorelines are all parallel to each other to sea level. They're all the same level from sea level, and the up at every seashore is the same exact direction up as in every
No,
other
because
place
there's
on
waves
Earth.
and
You live in New Orleans,
right?
You're
So
standing on the seashore, bro. The waves are hitting your ankles. So you're standing at the
tide
seashore, right at
water
the
and everything,
water's
right?
edge.
So it's different.
No, you're at the water's edge, and all you know is the water is flat as far as the eye can see. So we measure it to be so. So
Water's
that
always
means if
flat,
the
right?
water's
I
flat,
disagree.
Well, water doesn't
so
go
show us
flat.
where water's curved. So water's curved.
Yeah, water disagrees with you.
Water is not constantly flat.
Oh, fuck
So
off
how
your
is it
waves,
curved?
buddy.
So how is it curved then?
I didn't say it was
Show us
curved, did I? I
Okay,
say it
neither
does.
did I. So
Can't
thank you.
say
Welcome
it's
to Flat
flat
Earth. So
like
now
you
we can
can't
move
say
on.
it
Yeah, so we know that
has
water
a shape,
lies
right?
level. I know water lies level when undisturbed. So when it's contained, it lies level, a mean level. That doesn't mean there's waves above and below the mean level. That means that sea level is sea level. That's the same sea level as in every other shore.
You're missing the
If you
point.
No, you're missing the point. If you stand at the seashore, here I am in California on the West Coast, point upward, and someone over in England, like let's say Crypto or Jedi, point up at the seashore, it's the same direction we're pointing to, up. Correct?
Yeah, no, it's false.
Yeah, no. He's like, yeah, no. Double speak.
Can I steel man your point, Sonny? Can I steel man your point?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. So, from my understanding, when they say that the water is flat and level, it's just in reference to the mean. That's why I kept saying mean, because they do understand that there's tides and things like that and waves that will disturb the water and make it deviate from the mean. but they're just using a general description.
So water is what decides if the water is level, the Earth is level. Is that what you mean?
Well, you can't have
because nothing else is level, right?
Listen, you can have the Earth uneven, but the sea level is still sea level. That remains the same no matter what elevation you're at. Sea level is still sea level. It's still level. It's still parallel with sea level.
Hey, that makes sense because your vestibular system is level as well. Isn't it, Tony?
There's other places that are flat too, dude.
It's level though, because vertical because there has to be a horizontal. You don't have a tilted horizontal further away from you somewhere where it's tilting away. Are you kidding me? Horizontal is horizontal all the way across. Hold on, all the way across the fucking oceans.
Yeah, eye level's pretty cut up though.
Yeah, so the water decides
lower than your boiling point. Sorry.
It's the same level.
So the water decides if the Earth is flat.
Level.
Right? Or level.
No, our eyes, brother. We can see too far, man.
Yeah, we see too far. You don't have a curvature that you're required to have, so that's not our fault. So you should ask the authorities.
You ever heard of P1000?
If I have glasses, I can see a little
You ever heard of a P1000, a Nikon camera?
He said if he had glasses. You said the P1000. He said if I had glasses.
you know how far that camera can see, bro?
How far can that see?
50 miles. Actually, they say 58 miles.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Do you know how much drop there should be in that distance? If it was curved?
No.
Like 1,000 feet, a couple thousand feet.
No, it's 500 meters, man. A half a kilometer, bro.
Feet.
So really, you shouldn't be able to see fuck all in 50 miles. That camera should make everything unseeable, man.
What?
500 meters with just that camera, man. And you could take a picture 50 miles in front of you, then turn around and take a picture 50 miles behind you, dude.
Back, and you could have all water.
Okay, but you can't
That's
really
100 miles.
You can never really take a picture like 50 miles, right?
What?
Where can you take a picture? Okay,
find yourself a distance marker or go out on the water and fucking take a picture, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you?
You could do it with a panorama freaking mount.
Okay, but then you need a mountain that's leveled 50 miles away.
Whatever, 500 meters here, dude. If you're off by a few inches, man, we'll be okay. Don't worry.
You do it over water, bro.
Anyways, I'm out of here. See you guys.
Later.
You warned the dogs.
Thanks for proving the Earth is flat. Appreciate it.
And anytime.
I love that when that happens. Yeah, when the Glovers prove it's flat, then it's like, wow, I really put my feet up on the sofa then.
I wouldn't take my inability to explain my point as evidence.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Nobody brought up the radio-controlled boats. You don't need much surface anyway.
Exactly.
There you go.
But so it's flat then?
Boats, radio-controlled boats, 6 inches high, disappear from the bottom up in a lake that's only 1,000 feet.
No, but it's...
Yeah, does that mean you got a tiny Earth?
Does that mean that little ball, that little pond, 1,000 feet across, is curving? We show on a flat table that things disappear from the bottom up. Someone even put like gas from alcohol.
Yeah, I don't believe it until I see it, dude. I don't think so.
You're not gonna see it because you're just looking in a screen right now.
Yeah, but give me that camera and I will show you, dude.
Just look with your eyes, man. Look with your eyes and you can see 20 miles, man.
You have to do it for yourself. Nobody here is here to convince you, bro.
Okay, but I have done it and I see curvature. So
you can't see curvature. Maybe your eyes are broken or something.
I see curvature.
And you know what else is true, bro? You'll see 20 miles straight ahead, and you'll see 20 miles across, and it'll be totally flat all the way across. It won't curve on either side, man.
Yep.
Have you been?
The horizon's flat, dude. When you look at the horizon, it's flat all the way as far as you can see. That fucker should be curving.
The globe is
okay, so you can see from Australia to Canada. Then.
You don't have to be an idiot about it.
Don't be a dunce
Oh,
cap
but
again. Once again, we don't need another dunce cap fitting. Look, you're smarter than you give yourself
okay,
credit
but why
So why
can't you
don't you
like
use your
see as far
brain?
as possible then?
Because you can't see forever. Your eyes don't have
Why?
the ability.
in the
Look,
way,
Don't be a
bro.
retard, dude. Come on now,
Why?
They
man.
just stop.
You
How
were doing
about
good,
this?
man. Now you're
How
turning
about
into a
this?
retard.
Let me tell him. Focal resolution distance, your resolvable distance that you can see based on the aperture and the lens shape of your apparatus. You have a human eye, it's rounded. It has a rounded lens. And it also has a certain size. 2 millimeter is the aperture average of that iris. So so these are known things. So you need to learn more about how your eye operates because you're missing the point.
Wait,
He's missing
so
the point and trolling at the same time.
no, I'm trying to understand. So if you just go straight, you where will you go, right? Like
So
how
you
big
want to
is the
go
Earth?
Listen,
Because you can
flat
go
listen, man.
straight forever
Listen.
then.
So
Right?
it's flat
Listen,
then. We agree it's flat.
a mile down the
Let's say it's
sidewalk.
flat for this
Hold on a
experiment,
second.
and you go
Hold on a
straight.
second. Someone's walking away from you on a flat sidewalk. Their tennis shoes start disappearing at a quarter mile. By the time they get a half a mile, you can't see their tennis shoes at all. As a matter of fact, now their leg starts disappearing from the bottom up to their knees. Then pretty soon, at 3/4 of a mile, you can't see their entire body up to their hip. Their legs have disappeared into a mirror layer where it's a mirage. That's at a mile on a sidewalk. This is what's typical that you can't see that far, believe me.
What did I
You just
ask?
can't.
What did I ask? If you
Yeah,
go
You asked
straight,
what I
like
gave you
change
the
the subject
answer
now, though, right,
for.
bro? What, you conceding on the other point?
I gave you the answer.
if
You
you
have
go straight,
limitations.
like where do you end up?
I don't know. It
If you
depends on
go
where you're walking
straight
to.
in a
Are you
line
walking or
with
riding?
the
How
boat, and then
fast are you going? What direction and how fast are you going? You don't know those
you're
things
trying
unless
to
you give
get to
all
the
those
end of the world,
idiot
right? So if there is an end, do you think there is an end?
No. What? Because things converge in towards a point? Do you think you get to the end where they're pointed together, actually?
What?
Yeah, what?
You go into
That's
a
what I'm
straight
saying.
line. Where do you end up?
What do you mean? You have 2 railroad tracks on either side of you? They're still on the other side of you, 5-10 miles away, but they look like they went to a point. Yes, that is the topic.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you went straight, like super straight.
If you went straight, you're still going to be in between the railroad tracks if you walked, even though they looked like they went pointed towards each other in the end, in the distance. They didn't converge into the point. They only looked like they did. That's the same way everything else works here. You can't see that far to see forever, bro.
Okay. Is there an end to your flat
Your
Earth?
vision, yes, you have a focal distance.
No, I'm
That's a
asking
distance.
in your flat Earth, is there an end to it?
Listen, I'm telling you about how your fucking eye works. Can
I
eyes
don't
work on
care.
flat Earth? Yes, you
I don't
do.
care. That's not what I
That's why
asked
you're here.
you. That's what
That's
I
why
asked
you're
you
here.
like 10 minutes ago.
I'm
Gish
telling you about your
Gallopin.
eye. I'm telling you about your eyeball, how
That's
it
why you
works.
gotta keep him in one topic at a time because
So
he's
it's
like
been on the
jumping
eyeball.
around.
We're
It's been
past
on the
that,
eyeball ever
right?
since. No, it's been on the eyeball right now. It's still on the eyeball. So you can only see so far. Your eyeball, your apparatus, even with a camera, has a certain focal distance or resolution limit. That's your focal resolution limit. That you can't see any further no matter what you do to manipulate it, to zoom in or zoom, whatever. You can't see further than the limit of that optical device, whether that be your human eye or a P900 camera. It has a limit. I guarantee you can barely see a plane when it gets out 3 miles, 5 miles away. You can't see an airplane. And they're like half as big as a football field.
Now ask him, do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Someone play that.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I was on TikTok because you didn't answer my
So you
question.
see, he has
Yeah,
a 10-second attention span.
Did you
So-
hear the words that were coming out of my mouth?
He's not paying attention, Sonny. Sorry.
Yeah. So can I ask you?
He's retarded.
If you go
No.
into straight
No,
line,
because you
like-
said
No, you can't
You
ask.
proved to us that you weren't listening, so no, you're not going to be allowed to then. If you can't listen,
Okay, because you can't answer it. Oh, you just proved the Earth is round? Wow, thank you, bro.
You're just going to come in
Hey,
here.
Cognito, before I
tell us
ban you, how do you go in a
proved
straight
the Earth
line?
was round.
You can't tell us shit, bro.
Cognito, how do you prove that you can go in a straight line?
You're not telling us jack shit.
I just loved how you proved that.
Yeah, you
You
don't
just
have
said
any
straight line, and I want to continue your conversation. Prove you can walk in a straight line, or boat in a straight
Thank
line,
you,
or fly in a
dude.
straight line.
I don't
No,
think
I'm
you can.
saying hypothetically, what?
Oh,
where,
yeah,
where would you end up? I asked where you would end up. It's not a hard question.
Well,
At your mom,
depends on how much
hypothetically.
food. It
Right.
depends on how much food you have. Do you have enough food? How long is the journey? Is it 3
Yes,
hours
you have
tour
it.
for 3 days?
Hypothetically,
3
you have
weeks?
everything you need. You have enough food. You have enough water. You're going to
do you
the
have a boat?
straight line, right? You have a boat. You have a
You have a
plane.
car?
Whatever you need, right? So
You have a car? Are you following a compass?
I said everything you need.
Okay,
Are
so
you following the compass?
A compass will direct you around the central point where it's pointed towards, which is north, the center of our realm.
So you're using a
Yeah.
compass then? To
You're
go in a
just going
straight line?
straight, dude. This is hypothetical.
So without any
good.
any awareness, how do you know you're going in a straight line?
Yeah, how would you know that you're going straight, even if you're using a compass?
It's hypothetical. I'm asking where would you end
so
up if you
I would
just go
end up
straight?
at your mom, like I said before, because it's
Oh,
hypothetical.
yes.
You would end up going around like the side
You
of
just
a dinner
proved
plate.
the Earth was round again, right? So
No, you didn't.
Does your
Around
mom is
doesn't mean
round?
like a dinner plate. A plate is flat. So la tierra es plana.
Well, hypothetically.
I mean,
yeah, they can't. They don't understand that word. They can't.
Yeah.
grasp that
Listen,
word.
hypothetically, I would end up at your mom.
Yeah,
Your
see?
mama is so fat.
He agrees
She
with
needs
me
her
too.
own beef, actually.
Mom.
Because I can make
Yeah,
up
mama.
everything if it's just hypothetically. Hypothetically, I could also end up, let's
My mom
say,
is fat,
at Santa
but you know
Claus.
what? Your mom is pretty fit, and you know what? I'll
You know
take her
what?
tomorrow. I'll take her
You know
tomorrow.
what? Check it
Yeah.
out.
Cognito,
Your mama.
Say hello to
Wait
your-
a second. Wait a second. Your mama just pulled into port.
Your
and I'm
mama is
riding
fat.
her
I know
like a
that's
ship.
why you believe her.
No, you didn't let me. You didn't let me.
Uh,
Finish. I can't stand it. So look, your mama just came into port. I'm riding her as a ship over to Singapore. So I'm riding your mom. She's as fat as a big old
He's
ship.
already gone.
Like
Oh my
it's
gosh.
riding a
Cognito, I understand what you're saying, bro. It's a simple question to answer. If you start
Yeah,
where
bro.
you're at right
It's
now and
already
you go
gone.
straight, then, oh, dang it.
He's gone.
Well, it must have been Sonny's joke about his mom. Doggone it. Sonny,
Yeah, that must have been it. Yeah, I'm sure it was. Not me asking him for proof of his globe that he didn't have anything. Not that.
And just for clearance, the mom joke was not directed personally at him. It's just trying to point out how stupid hypotheticals are. Because it can end up at everything.
I pointed it at him.
That's right.
Well,
I
he was
didn't. I
burping. He
just-
was burping into the mic, jumping into Gish galloping,
What a jerk.
not listening, saying that he wasn't
Gish galloping.
TikTok.
Yeah.
While Sonny was replying to his question, he said he wasn't TikTok.
Yeah,
So,
look, I
how
was being
serious was
incredibly
he?
polite. I was being really polite too, wasn't I? You have to admit. I mean, I've been rowdy before, and today's not one of those days. I'm super calm. I'm like, I'm a bicycling badass.
He was trolling. He was trolling. Everybody knows. That's why the mom joke came in.
It's funny. So they can keep it rolling if they want. Like just those who have this last laugh laughs best. I just like to point that out. So we have the best comedians. They can't even compete. Especially with Jemsy. Gemsy, Gemsy, I got my UCC 1. I think I applied for something for the Treasury. I have a Treasury Direct account.
You have one?
Yeah.
Sounds cool.
I don't know what to do with it yet, so I'm just
I
sitting
know.
on it.
That's the tough part.
It'll go away, I'm sure. It'll change into something else I probably would have never suspected. But you know what? That's okay. Little by little. I think I need to turn this on. Yeah. It's what, Monday night? Does anybody have the blues? No?
We don't have music night though. I think that's in the other server.
Oh, really? That's 24/7. I'll get muted over here if I play too long. Let's see. That won't be too long. You know what? You guys deserve something.
Oh no.
Son, you probably want to go back and listen to the live stream to see how it sounds on our end.
Oh, it's bad? Sorry. Would be too low. 24/7 live stream, right? Sorry about that, folks. Could be.
I keep forgetting you guys are recording this.
It's required because of globamnesia. Like, you'll get a globe list and be like, yep. You're like, okay. So then you understand the earth is flat. All of a sudden, like, what? I don't have legs. I've never eaten fish. You're like, I'm not sure if I'm alive or not. And then you'd be like, holy crap, look at the brain fuck that just happened to that guy. It's worth recording. It's worth showing to other people that just because the earth is flat doesn't mean you have to reject all of reality. Like somehow you're unsure of anything. Like they're willing to throw out just basic, like, water's wet. If the earth is flat, I'm not sure about, anything anymore. You're like, okay, well, if that's where you're at, let's get that recorded. So then when you come back here talking about the earth is a globe, we can play you back to you, and you can realize why you are not sure of what you're saying right now.
No, I know. Once they take that stand, they just hold to it, no matter how much they have to lie.
Yeah, some of them when they start saying, "Oh, if the Earth is not a globe, then nothing is real. Everything is fake." if it's not a globe.
Yeah, you have Mr. Sensible sitting on a chair on Discord saying he's only 51% sure that he's sitting on a chair and he's on Discord. As he's live streaming, you show him the video. You say, here's your video that you are broadcasting to YouTube. You are doing this right now. And you are not sure. You're only 51% sure that you're on Discord and you're sitting down and you're on the internet. Like, how much proof do you need to get to 100%?
No, I've listened to Opa bring guys to that point so many times it isn't even funny, man.
Hello? Is anyone here?
Yeah, hi, caller. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's weird.
Go on.
What's weird, brother?
Are y'all like? Okay, are y'all using like alts or bots or what? Like alts to boost the numbers in this room?
No.
Many people here just like no one's ever talking when I come in, but as soon as I say something, then a few people start talking.
Well, now we're talking, so that's a lie.
Well, yeah, because when I said something.
Well, there you go. You wait for a space in the conversation, you say something, and then a new conversation takes root.
Right.
Good stuff.
Why are you lying, bro?
No, it's just weird that no one was talking when I came in.
We were just waiting for Trapwave to come in, dude.
Yeah, we've been waiting for you, bro.
Oh.
We're just taking a moment to ponder the lack of globe evidence.
Oh, yeah. I'm royalty then. Ponder. Black globe.
We've been waiting for someone to deny reality so we can, talk to him.
We heard you got the proof.
Okay, so it took me this long. It took me this long to get my mic on.
Open the
Sorry
eyes
about
of the
that.
blind. You can lead a
Testing,
horse to
testing.
water, but you can't make it drink, and that sort of thing.
Right. So what's the water that you're talking about? Is it flat and horizontal?
Is this
Depends
water is this water like attached to a spinning globe?
I don't think it's working.
It resides on the surface.
Do you think water can be attached to a ball while the ball is spinning?
That's where it's at rest, according to Aristotelian physics.
Aristotelian physics?
Yes, I'm an Aristotelian. Okay, Aristotle. We don't really need any advancements beyond what Aristotle hypothesized.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you. Thank you, Aristotle.
No problem. Yep.
Should just go right back, right?
When you
Why,
sit down at the table,
you have to make sure you keep your humors balanced.
Is this thing working now? Hello? Testing?
No, not working. Not
I
working.
can hear you.
I think you need a new mic, Sonny. You need a new mic.
Yeah, breaking up. Oh shit, dude. Are you playing a theremin?
Oh my god.
No, it's a guitar.
Oh, it sounds like otherworldly because your mic is shit. For that, anyway.
Speaking of other worlds, do you think you live in that other world where it's a ball?
There are many worlds than this.
I've only seen the one that I live in so far. I can't
Said
detect
Jake.
any ball.
Said Jake the boy to the gunslinger. Go then. There are other worlds than this.
All right. What about starting with this one?
Well, which one is this?
That's
Do
the
we
question.
truly know?
Yeah.
True.
I'm trying to know. We got people who say they know.
Sure.
They can't seem to supply any evidence.
Oh. Well then, why keep waiting? Why not
We're not
search it
really.
out?
We're not really waiting for evidence. We kind of know already it's not there. We're just trying to, bring exposition to that fact.
Well, no. Well, look. You're talking about these are people you can't trust anyway. So like, why wait for them to try to prove it when you know you can't trust them? Why don't go out and try to figure it out for yourself? Go out there, explore it. Get definitive proof one way or the other.
Well, Billy, you're kind of late. It's been done already.
Hmm?
The whole world has been explored, Billy.
That's true. Okay, see, right.
Yeah, you're late to this.
Sure.
It's been done.
Mm-hmm. Well, but then you're going against what's been found, so why not go out and do it yourself?
What do you mean, Billy?
You can't do it more than once.
It's been done by navigation, by airplane, and we know those things don't use any curvature. So we know it's not a globe based on those facts.
Billy, what's your position on the curvature?
Hold on. Have you done navigation?
I did all of it.
You did all of the navigation?
Yeah, all of it.
What kind of navigation specifically?
Airplane. Through the sea, boat.
A boat. That's what it's called. The kind of navigation you were doing was called through the sea on a boat. Like that was your job title. It's like.
Yeah, it's been done already, Billy. You're late to the party.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The navigation that you did professionally, your job title was through the sea / on a boat.
It doesn't need to be his job title, bro. You ever been on a boat?
No.
Did you see curvature? You ever seen curvature on a plane or a boat?
I've been on boats in like a bay. The biggest body of water I've been on is a bay. But you do see the effect of curvature, actually. Even just watching a sunset, it's like, no shit, dude.
Yeah, you feel like you're falling over backwards, from the sunset?
Yeah, you gotta get like really fucking high to appreciate the full experience. But yeah, that's how you gotta do it. One time, so I got in Colorado.
Or to understand the globe, you got to be high and drunk all the time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so like up in Colorado, I was chilling with some friends, and we were doing dabs and edibles and shit because it's legal in that state, So I was like, and I wasn't used to it. I hadn't been high much before.
Right, wifey.
Got so high, I became. Good.
I'm back.
But wait,
my headphones died. So you're talking about drugs now? What's going on? I just jumped out. We were having a serious conversation, and then you're talking about edibles.
No, I'm talking about becoming the universe.
Holy shit, you are fucked up.
Yes.
Maybe we'll mute you for a little bit until you calm down or get sober.
How much alcohol do you have today?
How much alcohol?
Yeah.
I don't drink alcohol. I've had zero. I have not had a drink in like drank since Halloween actually.
Okay, all right. So 0. That's the answer. So just something else then. So you are fucked up.
Aren't we all?
No, just you.
No.
I mean, in our own ways.
Nope.
Yeah, you shouldn't be driving any vehicles right now, and I know
I'm
for a
not
fact that
driving, I assure you.
I can drive.
I assure you, I'm safe. I'm not driving.
All right. So you are fucked up. So you don't drive.
I never. I am exercising my right to remain silent and trying to exercise my ability.
You know, it sounds like you're in a different mindset today, because normally you just join and start like kind of like trolling a little bit, and you still are, but you sound a little different than other days.
Oh, thank you. I'm feeling a bit jovial, I would say.
So have you realized the globe is just a fantasy? You realized that already during the trip?
Yeah, so first off, I want to say, while I do admit to some light trolling, it's purely in jest. Like, I'm trolling with you guys, not like, you know what I mean?
No.
But yeah, it's all fantasy, yes.
It's all fantasy? What do you mean? There's
everything.
We have reality. The globe is a fantasy. Yes, you're correct.
No, wait. It's all fantasy. This is all. There's
the globe, right? The cartoons that they show you on TV, the Star Wars, the globe spinning, the exoplanets, the black holes. I mean, the black holes.
Yes. The ground, ourselves, our bodies, the whole
space
universe.
weed.
It's all.
That's all fantasy.
Yes, don't you see it?
Yeah,
none of this is real.
But then there is reality, right? Like the chair that you're sitting on, the gummies that you swallowed, the edibles that you had. That stuff is real, right?
How do you know?
I mean, I trust you. You say you had them. I trust you.
No, that's not what I mean. How do you know any of that is real? What you're talking about, the physical world. How do you know it's real?
Hey man, one time I touched fire, and it felt real, bro.
How do you know what real feels like? If you've never felt what real feels like, how would you know to compare what feeling real feels like and not feeling not real?
I had ribeye, and it tasted real.
Sure, things taste real. What does real taste like? How do you know if you don't know the difference between real and unreal? Huh?
Ribeye tastes like ribeye.
What is ribeye?
It's food.
Ribeye. Oh, I love
an edible. It's an edible. You can eat it.
Ooh, I love edibles. Did you know I'm eatable? But that would be considered cannibalism and is in fact frowned upon in most societies.
Cannibalism has been real, right? And people have done that, but that is a real thing. It's not like the globe. That is just in someone's imagination, in a drawing, in a cartoon.
Cannibals are real. Yeah. Real OGs eat the homies. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So there you go. The least you can make a difference between fantasy and reality. That's a good thing.
Can we though? How would you know? If all you've ever been presented with was fantasy, how would you know?
Look at this, Trapwise. Draw a chicken. Draw a chicken. Do you know how to draw? Draw a chicken.
Chicken? I actually am a pretty good artist, but
all right. So imagine that you drew a chicken, right?
A chicken.
Can you get eggs from that chicken and make an omelet?
What kind of chicken? Is it Rhode Island? A Japanese chicken, like a Yoko Ono, or a?
Yeah, that one.
That's not a real breed. I just made it up. That was
That's
just vaguely
fine.
Japanese
It
sounding
still
word.
the point still stand. You make the fake chicken, and you know that you won't be able to get eggs or make chicken soup with it or chicken teriyaki because it's just a fantasy thing. But then you
Okay, but
get
you
the
can
real
fake 'em.
chicken. Then
Hold
you get the
on.
real chicken,
Uh-huh.
and with that one you can make chicken noodle, or you can make you can get the eggs from the chicken and make scrambled eggs, right? So that's the difference between not real and real. You see?
Right. So with the fake chicken, you can get fake eggs, right? And you fake chicken pot pie and fake feathers. Just like with the real one, you can get real eggs and real chicken pot pie and real feathers. But how would you know whether you're in the fake world or the real world? That's the question. What if we're with it, the fake world within the real world? It's 4D.
In the
Four
real one,
dimensions above ours.
in the real one, you get it done. You have to cook the chicken, make the omelette, crack the eggs, so do all that stuff. You add the salt, you whatever you add to your omelette, ketchup or cheese, and you eat it, and you swallow it, and you digest it, and then it goes through the digestive system and then out to the other tract, and it's real, and it feels real, and it looks real, and it has real life, realist level consequences. But the fake chicken doesn't have any of those things. See the difference?
How do you know? Why wouldn't? Okay, so in a fake world, why wouldn't in any fake world? Why wouldn't the people within the fake world think that that's the real world?
Do you pay taxes for the for the fake chicken? Do you pay taxes for it for the fake chicken?
We generally don't pay taxes on. I mean, I guess if
When
you
you
buy
go
it
to
at
the
the
store
store,
and you buy the real chicken, do you pay taxes for that one?
there's so there's sales tax in fake. Well, I
Just
mean,
say
if you're
yes.
in
Just
a
say
fake,
yes. Come on, bro. Just say yes.
yes,
You pay taxes
in the
for the
real
real
world, yeah, you
chicken.
pay taxes in the real world. Sure,
Yes.
I can
Yes.
agree with that.
There you go.
If you happen to buy it from a retailer.
There
If you buy
you go.
it
You pay
from
taxes for the real
if you
chicken.
buy the chicken from a farmer down the street, you don't pay taxes.
All right. But the farmer put a lot of work in the real world to get you the chicken, and we know that, right? But then the fake chicken, you didn't have to put any effort. You drew it, and that's a fake chicken. You see the difference yet? Do you see the difference yet between the fake chicken and the real chicken?
Yeah, because I'm outside of that world, so I can see it. Yes, I'm
So
not
there
in
you
that
go.
world.
Now finally you've made it. You know there is a real thing and then the fake thing. You've made it, bro. Finally.
You're not. That doesn't differentiate it though.
Oh my gosh! Come on, bro.
It doesn't. This is. What is the word for it when it's
real chicken?
It's indeterminate. It's not enough information to determine. Because it could still.
Maybe you had too many
Look.
edibles. That's
No,
what it is.
you're not understanding. You're not opening your mind enough. Look.
Maybe
Just
you're
because
closing your mind enough.
I'm not closing my mind enough? That's what you
You are.
suggest? I close my mind?
Yeah, close your mind because if
Oh,
you
just
open it too
close
much,
it off.
maybe the
I
parasites
will
might come
close
in.
my mind. Sir, I will close my mind here in a little bit on this bedtime.
Yeah,
I'll
don't
try
keep it
to.
open.
Yeah. Keep it open and let your brains fall out. Become mush.
Whatever you do, don't.
Don't what? with your guns and drums and guns. Mhm. Okay, so I want to be a flat earther now. Can I join y'all?
Flat Earther? What's that?
Yeah. Is there like some kind of like chant that I have to do to get inducted or what? Like a shahada?
Is that something that you buy at the store?
I swear, a shahada? Shahada is what you say when you.
State Law wanted to say something. Go ahead, State Law.
No, I'm good.
Oh, are you not? Are you not a follower of the one true religion, Islam? Salam alaikum, Allah. And follow the. Prophet Muhammad.
That's what you do not
Peace be
understand,
upon him.
please.
So, what happened, State Law? What do you say?
No, I said you shouldn't disrespect what you don't understand.
Oh, he's way over his dosage, and I guess he's out of his mind at the moment. So let's just ignore him.
Fair enough. How's everyone's day been?
Well,
It's
quite
been
well.
good.
That's good. That's awesome. That's amazing. So if you were in the top,
What you doing?
if you were in the top 2.2% of people,
Huh?
What would you be doing right now?
Okay.
If you were in the 2% of people, like you mean Mexicans?
How do you know we're not already at the top 1% right now, sitting here talking to you? How do you know
Well, I
we're
mean,
not?
we're already in the top 10% because we have internet access, so that kind of weeds out a little bit. But I'm talking about the 0.2%, not 2%, 0.2.
Yeah, what if we're the top of the less than 1%?
That's still impressive. Not as impressive, but impressive.
So the one thing you learn in martial arts is you never underestimate anyone. It doesn't necessarily have to be an opponent, but if you underestimate someone who's not even an opponent, you might miss when they actually are an opponent, or vice versa.
100%. You're right. But what they told me at the gun range is finger off the trigger until I know who to shoot.
That's a good idea. Could be shooting your buddy.
Exactly. Could be. But at the same time, I'm not a killer, but don't push me.
Well, that's true. That's what I've always told people who got a little too close or a little too loud. I always give them a warning.
Well, no. You can get loud. You can get loud, but if you get a little bit too close.
Too close and loud at the same time. Right in your face loud? No, I don't suffer that for too long.
Oh no! I play sports my entire life. That getting up in my face shit, that don't do shit. Like that doesn't phase me.
I had to bounce somebody against the wall, and I've gotten bounced across the room before too, when I was in the wrong, because I was dating a lady and I sort of knew she was still legally married. That was going across some boundaries there, so I made some mistakes.
Okay. I got video. All right, so I do security, right? So I was doing security at this show, and Ringo Starr was performing, and during the fucking we call it ingress, like people coming into the fucking building, we had like it was sold out, so probably about like 4,500 people coming through. Out of 4,500 people, this one fucking lady comes like fucked up, sneaking shit in, all the above, and she's just like talking like to everyone, including cops, huh? Yeah, just piece of shit. So
Just shit
This lady
face.
ends up getting this lady ends up getting ejected. I'm the one that had to fucking eject her, and she pissed on me. Yep.
Yeah, no one get pays that much to have to be able to endure that kind of thing on the job. I'm sorry, that's pretty freaking bad.
Hey, you want to know the fucked up part? Couldn't even do shit about it. Couldn't do shit about it. Couldn't write. I wrote a report. Not gonna do anything. They didn't even kick her out. Then after the fact, she lit a garbage can on fire.
Couldn't do shit about her shit being spewed out.
I mean, it was an old white lady. Like they were giving her every fucking
Oh,
like
damn.
DNC
Watch
possible.
out, those drunk old white ladies. Oh my god.
They don't give a fuck, bro. They
Holy
really
crap.
don't.
Ironic. That's just freaking uncanny. So anyway.
I mean, it's a Ringo Starr concert. It's not gonna be a bunch of like.
What year was this? Because Ringo Starr plays all the time here. In the
This was
harbor,
a couple months ago, bro. This was a couple months ago. I'm in Illinois.
City? Illinois, so way over there from me. Mm-hmm. Where I used to live, St. Louis.
Maybe that's your problem. You live in Illinois.
So I don't live in St. Louis, nigga. Like
I did. No, I know I did though.
Just kidding,
I was born in Cook County, Illinois.
Oh shit! What's up, bro? Me too. I'm in Chicago.
Yeah, Evanston, bro. Chicago. I was born there.
No, not Evanston.
Yeah.
No, we don't claim them. No, I'm sorry.
Evanston. So sorry.
Now I can tell why
whatever.
you guys are vibing.
Don't vibe. Don't vibe me. Don't try to vibe me. It's been a long time since I've been in the Windy City. It's chained hands a couple times. I mean, the whole city. That's my Chicago joke. But no, I love the Windy City, man. Like they used to set me up on a bar stool and play pool and beat the adults for my uncle.
Oh shit.
Yep, pool shark at 10 years old.
Basketball shark at 8 years old at
Good
every
for
single
you.
Six Flags in your local region.
So you said no, not the north side is what you're saying. So your south side, west side, what are you talking about?
East side.
Chicago, what side?
Wait, what side am I from? What side do I live?
What area? Well, what area are you from? What area do you
Just
live?
tell him which gang are you from.
Yeah, exactly.
Where?
Sneaky,
State law versus federal law.
sneaky.
Where are you from?
State law versus federal law. Are you into battle rap?
Hold
Am I into battle rap?
on.
No.
He said he's from Chicago, but
Okay.
what side
Never
of
mind.
Chicago?
That
What side of
was all.
Chicago? Please.
I cannot disclose that information because you might be the feds.
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on,
right.
Sonny.
Okay,
You know
don't
better.
have to. I'm just guessing south side. So okay, thanks for playing.
That is a stereotype, sir. And I
See, I was correct though, wasn't I? Thank you very much for the
It's a
compliment.
stereotype
I
fallacy,
appreciate it.
bro. Come on.
hold on. If I cam the fuck up, you're gonna say West Side on some racist shit. If I talk to you normal, you're gonna say
No,
East Side.
listen.
And I'm
There's
just gonna
really.
tell you I live up north. So like,
Hold on.
what game? Are you trying to play?
I just want to tell you this, man. Listen, I'm an old school from Chicago, way back when there was White Sox had their own stadium and shit. So like,
They
I
still
grew up
do.
in the '60s and '70s, in going back and forth to Chicago. It's been
Damn,
so
you grew
long.
up here when it was really, really racist. Jesus Christ.
Man, no kidding. I was there in 1968 when the Democratic Convention had the fucking big old ass riot in Chicago. They shut everything down. I was a little kid in Chicago, 10 years old. I remember all this time. I remember when Sonny
I was
Liston and Cash and
I had boots on the ground during the
I
BLM
remember
riot.
all of that. Sonny, once so true. I love you. So Sonny, I heard that song a million times. Can you imagine? Since I've grown up. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, I grew up Sonny Liston and Cassius Clay fight.
I don't know what the
Those
fuck that
fights. Yeah, way the fuck back, bro. So
Damn, you're old. Like, how many divorces have you been through, old?
old enough to have been through a few like your parents, but
Joke's on you.
if you're in your 40s or something.
Nah, early 20s, bro.
So I got like I have like 2/3 of a century on your ass almost. 60
Yep.
years.
You're winning the race to
60
the
years.
grave, my friend.
55 years ago, I was a teenager still.
Jesus Christ. Good for you.
I was still a teenager at 50. Let me see, 53 years ago. So I
Host WW2.
would have been 18. 50 years ago. I've been in California 50 years this year.
Bro, you sound like at the most 47. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
1973. Listen, I got to California from St. Louis, 1973. We moved to California in the middle of Santa Monica, Dogtown. I lived in LA for like 9 years till I joined the Navy, and then I moved to San Diego. I was
There's like
married at
70
first,
motherfuckers muted. Why the fuck are all these niggas muted?
moved away again, came back, and like the place where I was, Naval Training Center, is now Liberty Station. It's a retail market. It's a retail marketplace, like where I was in freaking boot camp, marching the grinder. Now it's this place where like these soccer moms go and bring their kids. There's like big, large fields of grass that was the grinder and shit.
Just tell us about the time that you navigated the world and met multiple
Yeah, so that was after
señoritas and got a few girlfriends.
Simone. So that was after I went to Mexico with my best friend when in 1975 December. We left and we drove in a 1967 Mustang, Ford Mustang. My best friend's mother's car, because me and my friend had a really good time in that fucking car with girls, like driving it all the way down to Mexico to San Blas, 1,200 miles south of the border. Yes, we were 17 years old. We met a bunch of stoners. We got high with them with all kinds of drugs back then in the 70s in San Blas, a really famous party place. Like for a bunch of Americans and Canadians were down there dropping acid, taking mushrooms, driving around on the beach, getting naked, skinny dipping with their girls. Like it was fantastic time to be alive, man. It was fantastic. So couldn't ask for anything better. So like
that's when America was great.
It was in Mexico, bro. So we were down there. We went all the way
Mexico
south.
is America, bro.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
what I'm
it's
saying.
like 200. It's like 200 or 300 miles south of Puerto Vallarta. So past Puerto Vallarta, all the way down past Zihuatanejo, or right around there. But you go to San Blas, and there's a bay right there called Medichin Bay. It's in the Guinness Book World of Records for the longest surfed wave in the world. You could surf this wave because the waves come in lateral to the beach, sideways. You can surf this for a mile down the freaking beach. A mile. And then get out and walk back up. So we used to go to Medichin to get shark meat, like, because they had fresh shark meat. Like,
super
and
pot from a woman named Joe who was screwing a CIA guy who was growing pot in Area 51 where they keep the aliens on your way to a concert.
Where did that come from?
From state law.
Oh,
Mike.
state law.
He's
Thank you.
listening to. He's
Do
listening
not
to
put that on
his.
me. Do not put that on
He's
me.
listening to his CIA briefing.
Interesting stuff. So, wow. To play it like that, just blurt it out, though. I don't know so much about that.
That's his CIA superior talking to him.
Do not put that on me, good sir.
Okay, thank you. I won't. So, I don't know about all that, but I know there's probably some espionage going on with like what we have going on right now in the world, and I don't even have to get specific. You all know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you do. It's no surprise to me that everything I thought was probably happening 10 years ago now find out really is happening, and there's no question about it anymore. It just is. Like it's like even just like recognized on both sides of any kind of political or socioeconomic spectrum. You could go across the things that I thought were batshit crazy before that they couldn't possibly do, and that I had an inkling they might are actually doing it. So
I mean, isn't that the whole point of our whole society is to be in constant change.
Well, yeah. When you've been around as long as I have, you see that change is what's really the most prevalent. But that's only being vague about things. When you actually know what and exactly how they lied about what things, then gets on a whole different brass tacks. Then you because like we have people just on here tonight that didn't get past the why would they lie, even when we could tell them exactly what the lie is specifically per measurement. How they lied exactly with big G. Yeah, how they lied. So, who cares? I don't even care about why anymore. I'm just more interested in the what and the how. Like how they did it with what means they did it with. Like I already know they lied about the geometry of Earth for one. That's how they lied to us with the geometry of our eye, the all-seeing eye.
How much weed
with our
have
own
you been
eyes.
smoking today, sir?
Pardon me?
How much weed have you been smoking today, sir?
I had maybe just 1 or 2 hits of my vape.
That's a strong ass vape.
It's a Granddaddy Purple, but who's complaining?
I don't think no one's complaining.
Me, because you didn't pass it.
Oh, just because I think deeply like this, that doesn't mean jack shit. I think the same exact way.
No,
Like
but it doesn't mean jack shit. But I know there was something that triggered that thought process. That's all I'm saying.
oh, just because reminiscing about the way the world was and like talking about even this topic, flat Earth, like it takes me back to how the way I was thinking before. What was going on then? Like, why did I think that way too? So it's always been this questioning.
Fair enough. Fair enough, good sir. Fair enough.
Having a good day. Charging the bike up again.
Didn't really catch that last word.
I just go fucking anywhere I want on the bike. I get all the way across town, no problem. It's like I don't even get a sweat up, and I'm cruising 20 miles an hour through town. Because the bike pass now they have them everywhere. So I go street to bike to freaking sidewalk to like depends on the location.
Okay.
Something brought that up. What brought that thought up? Wow. Sonny's going off tonight on
So
something.
like you're like a biking like do you have grandkids or anything?
I have children that are in their mid 20s, 24 and 26. So confidence is high.
Okay, so almost potentially. Okay, cool. Incoming. Got some incomings, possibly, maybe.
Oh, look,
if they're good.
I have 2 boys. They're smart.
Oh,
they're
about time. It's about time. It's about time.
They know how to do lots of things like their father. Like I don't know about their mother. Their mother has good life skills too. It depends on what context you're talking about them. But she was an excellent mother, and I didn't used to say that openly, but I will now. So we both did the best we could do, and our kids turned out well. I raised them myself for 6 years on my own. So that was very formative times and very important for them. So I think they learned quite a bit in both situations.
That's awesome.
And now it's a reunion. It's a reunion of. I went to a meeting last night where these people were there from 30 years ago when I very first 29 years ago discovered the 12-step program. Someone was there getting 33 years last night.
33 years of what?
Of sobriety. Sobriety.
Oh, sobriety. Okay, my bad.
12 steps.
My brain took a turn. I don't know what happened, but continue.
The 12-step programs. Yeah. So anyway, that's anonymous. So I won't talk about it.
Like, damn, right now, as I smoke my blunt, I feel like I should be in rehab, but it's just weed, so I'm good, right?
Look, I'm not. Look, I did fine on just weed for 6 years on my own, and I can do it again. I know exactly what to do. That I know what exactly worked for me. I wouldn't say what works for someone else. Now, I feel as young as I was when I was 25, quite literally. Like, do I ache a little bit more in the morning? Yes. Is it harder for me to get to sleep? Yes. Do I have some help, pharmaceutical help with that? Yes, I have to, because going without sleep, as you know, 3 or 4 nights is not healthy, let alone 2 weeks like I can go
Jesus
just on my
Christ.
own. 2 weeks awake. So I didn't ask to be this way. Just the Lord bless me with this much energy.
Right now, I'm only at 2 days, but like 2 weeks? What the fuck?
That's
That's
way too
different,
much,
bro.
man. I just have natural insomnia.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm smoking this blunt so I can knock the fuck out.
Well, it took them a dinosaur tranquilizer for them to knock me out, and they still haven't found the balance. So that's why I balance it
Dino
with
trick?
I balance
Bro,
it with
why the fuck did
cannabis.
you
Hold on,
Bro.
hold on. I want to tell you, I balance it with cannabis because cannabis does something that no other thing does, and that is something that I, for some reason, had an affinity to from the time I was young. I think it did something to me that it doesn't do to most people. I'll just say that.
Okay,
And what I
I'm
mean
gonna
by that, what I mean,
respectfully ask this question. I'm gonna respectfully
go
ask this
go ahead.
question.
Okay, go ahead.
When is the last time you had some ass, old timer?
It's been, I would say, honestly, I had a girl in here about a couple of years ago. Had her over for dinner, and she was a
Okay,
neighbor,
so
but she was a little bit wacky.
maybe that's the cause of the insomnia, sir.
Well, no, I have trauma, bro. You know what PTSD is?
Yeah, I understand, but
Hey,
that's
wait
a
a minute,
mental. That's a mental. We're talking about physical.
maybe you don't understand how it keeps someone awake though that has PTSD. It doesn't ask you permission to show itself. It just runs the film. There you are. I'm ready to zonk out in any situation during the day, out in the middle of the day. Like it
I
doesn't ask
agree.
permission. It just comes
I
up.
agree. It randomly happens. You have no
I'm getting
idea.
trauma right now by you
So I
guys
have to be
talking
ready
about
to
it.
be. I have to be ready on a moment's notice for my body to be going for a ride that makes no coherent sense with what's
I
happening
think
in
I'm
the
gonna be
world.
able
But
to
yet,
sleep
I'm
if
feeling
you
the
guys keep
adrenaline.
doing
I'm
this.
feeling the boost of energy, and I don't know what it's from. And it feels like this: the fucking lion's attacking you. That's what it feels like. But I know there's no lion. But my body is reacting as if I'm running from the lion.
There might be demons.
Yeah, it probably is. So okay, good. You know what? That's nothing new to me. I know there's a spirit world. Like, and I know I
Yeah,
fought with
there
them
is.
for my entire life. So that doesn't scare me. It's not about being scared or not scared, but what I'm
There's no
trying to say
fear.
is I have the forthwithness to the forthrightness. That's a weird word.
Or it might be
Forth-
parasites.
the
One of the two.
steadfastness to stand up to them. I feel like I've done battle with those spirits my whole life, my entire life. So
Wow.
I'm used to the battle, and like I know it's a spiritual battle only. Any problems I have, they're all internal spiritual troubles.
May I ask what faith
That's
do you
my own
practice?
spirituality, but I am a Genesis believing creation of Genesis 1 through 20.
Will you explain that? Explain it to a person that has no understanding of Christianity or
Yeah, I believe it tells in the big book, tells in the Old Testament, tells exactly scientifically how this earth was made. It says that God was the Word, and the Word hovered above the face of the water. Then
Doesn't it
God,
say that the
then
air
God,
came out
then
of the
God.
water?
Hold on. Then there was a
Let
void.
him
Earth was
finish, damn
void.
it.
Earth was void and had no shape, no nothing. It says that, and then it says, then God created a bubble, separating the separating the waters above from the
Are
waters
you
below.
basing
Then
your
he
Bible off
solidified the
of
lands. Hold on. Then he solidified the lands, and then Earth had a substance to it, where the land became above the waters. Now you have dry land and the oceans. With the
You
waters,
can't make this shit up.
The water's above, the water's below, the
Are you
sky
based
above, water from underneath.
in the
Like it
Bible?
said. Like it said when the floods came, the waters came from below and from above. Came out both sides of the water. There's a scientific explanation for where we live. We live in a bubble that was created when the waters above were separated from the waters below. That's fucking good enough for me. And he made it on foundations, which is also said. And that's why we sense all around us is that it's solid on a foundation. To build solidly, it needs to be on a foundation. You can't build something on sand, on rollers with marbles, let's say, a bunch of marbles underneath. You expect to be stable. You have to have a solid foundation.
What about, can you build something on nothing?
You can't build something on nothing. You have to have a foundation. It has to be built on solid ground, some sort of substance. Now, that's in God's realm, so I wouldn't claim to know the substance that's outside of our realm here. There's no fucking way to tell even now what's out in the sky. We don't know what's beyond that. All we can go by are these words that were written that make sense scientifically. If it lines up with some kind of scripture, I'm good with that. Why would anybody deny things that are actually prevalent and relevant to this topic of Earth being solid, stationary, that it's on the pillars, that it's resting, that the heavens move above?
All right, so let me test your faith on this.
Go ahead.
So, if something was scientifically proven through another religion, say Buddhism or even Islam, would you still accept it too?
Only if it goes along. Only if it lines up with actual reality.
If it lines up.
Okay, if it lines up in nature, yes, sure.
Fair enough.
Okay, so bring one and let's see if it does that.
Oh no, I'm just just a random question. Just needed to know.
Many of the old cosmologies kind of line up to something very similar.
A lot of the Quran.
The only other one is the other one will be the globe religion.
Yeah, the Quran and so forth. Apparently, they have a lot of their scriptures are the same. The Septuagint, whatever they call it, the oldest books. Whatever. I don't know. I'm not a biblical scholar by any means, but I've read the Bible several times, and actually with the mindset of different faiths in mind. Because I used to go to a Christian church, but my mother raised us, and when she was around, Catholic, and my dad was like an atheist, but he still would go with like Christian girls and marry really young ones, 17 years his junior. So you talk about how many marriages? Well, my father was married 4 times. So I had 3 stepmoms. Count them. 1, 2.
I kind of feel that way. I got no, not really. I got 2 half sisters, but I'm my dad's only kid, so it's like weird. Like I'm the middle child and the only kid at the same time.
I'm a middle child. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm a middle child. No, my brother's 4 years younger. My sister's only 1 year older. So there was kind of a different dynamic between, let's say, me and my sister and me and my brother, because he was the younger one coming up. So my sister had already tried to bludgeon the shit out of me before he came along. So
Facts. My sister did too.
Yeah, that's just the way life was, man. Lived at like a very violent age, and a lot of people. There was a lot of violence around, a lot of narcissism, and it was just rampant. Everybody was drunk and like wasted, like just out of their minds. Like no one was
all the adults were kind of fucked up, but everyone was in agreement that like they would have to like maintain a certain authority over children
somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how that fucking like we all followed that one. It was just like a bluff, but and then after that, we could get like in that whole privacy, like pretty much.
No, they gave it up when children like me became 13. And then at that point, no one was paying attention because you couldn't catch us for one thing. And then once we were gone, we were like, okay, I'm over at Mike's house. I'm over at John's house. Okay, and whatever. We didn't have cell phones.
Yeah, pretty much. I was just like,
call my friend Mike's house. Yeah,
this time. I don't know, maybe.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I already said it. I'm like, I'll be back by this time, and then I'll be like, I don't know maybe a little bit sooner, maybe a little bit earlier, depending how quick.
Could be later the next day. They weren't paying attention, man. I'm telling you. In my case.
Check in once a day. That's good enough.
Yeah, pretty much. And I could have been all the way across town, way the hell over, like several districts away. Like if you want to go school districts, I could be over in a different freaking district.
I think the wildest shit I've ever done was, all right, so I was like 19, and I'm in Chicago, right? So during the weekend, I drove to Florida, me and like 5 other people, and we just say again.
I could tell your Chicago accent now, but go on. I'm listening, man.
Yeah, we just drove.
I'm just a weirdo Chicagoan from way back when. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm from the fucking old school.
I don't understand what that means. But we just drove from Chicago to fucking Florida for 2 days on some quick shit. But I didn't really understand.
Yeah, you know, my friends used to go early in the early days. They would drive all the way to Colorado and get like trunk fulls because the 15-year-olds I knew had hot rod Chevys and shit, like fastest cars.
Whoa.
They were like, they were building hot rods in their backyard. Yeah, man. Oh, hold on. Do you know what the projects are in Chicago, right?
Name one.
Clybourne.
Clybourne is not a project, sir.
It's a street name.
It's a street name, but
where's the projects that are right next to it? I don't remember if it had a name. I just know that's how I found my way back home, where my grandmother lived in the projects off of Clybourne.
You left grandma in the hood?
No, they left me in the hood at a swimming pool, and I left and tried to find my way. My mom was probably drinking martinis in some room or something somewhere, and I didn't see her, so I started walking home, and she got scared shitless. I found my way all the way back to grandma's from past Riverside, where the park used to be, way down by the lake there. There used to be a big amusement park, so I was all the way past all of that to the north, like going to the northwest, because it's on the other side of Lake Michigan. So it starts going up, and and I found my way all the way back to Clybourne. I had to go past Riverside Park and then all the way along Lakeshore Drive until I recognized something, and then hung a left turn and found my way back to Clybourne. Now, I was only 10 years old, didn't have a map, didn't know what Chicago looked like other than being on buses all the time with my mother, her telling me, this is this street, Madison, Clark, like all these streets, Hill Street. Like I forget all the names because now it's been literally a long, long time ago, man, since I've been to Chicago, 1988. I was still in the Navy. That's more than 30 years ago. Right? 33 years ago. Something like that. Isn't that right? 88, 98, 2008, 20.
You just said 33?
It's almost 30 years ago.
Conspiracy confirmed.
Yeah, Illuminati confirmed.
You're not tracking, sir.
Sorry, you've been deleted from our records. Try again. Try to use another credit card now. I only have one. Would you like to try another card anyway? See if they can upsell you on the card on a website where you can't get through. Good job. Making fun of the technology because I can. Da, 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 da. Anyway, thanks for giving me the option of being unmuted again.
You got muted? The fuck did you do?
Because I play music sometimes, but we don't have to get into that. As long as I don't do it and take up too much bandwidth, then it's fine. I just can do that in another place.
He was playing his guitar. He got muted, and then I unmuted him.
Oh, okay.
So let's see. Look, now here I am, unmuted again, and I'm just talking flat Earth now. It's
He
all
plays good guitar, but sometimes other people are like talking, and he's in the background, and it wasn't coming through. Like I get the gain, the mic,
yeah.
it wasn't coming.
So it's really a matter of gain control. So it's a matter of like threshold adjustment, a baseline adjustment on the microphones, so it gets the right sensitivity. So I just need to do that for the different devices I have available. And sometimes I'm on mobile, so trying to adjust settings on mobile with the headset on. I'm still getting used to it. It's another new phone, and I like it. It's a little phone. It fits on my case, on my holder on the bike. I think I already sent one. I think I already sent a video. A part of my ride.
Yeah, you did. Let me check.
I guess I have to get those from the 24/7 voice text. Does anybody know how to? There they are. Does anybody know how to get into a phone and reset it so I can load like for the firmware for Linux on it? Because right now I have this phone and it's only going to be useful as a Wi-Fi phone unless I can break it. But I don't want to break. I don't want to brick it. I just want to be able to use it.
Depends on your model.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do. I've gotten into people's laptops that were locked out and shit before. So I don't think it could be much harder than that.
Is it an Android? What is it? An Android phone?
Yes, sir. It's an Android.
So you say you want to reset it? If you want to do a hard reset, it should be like a maybe you press like volume down
Factory
and power
reset.
button.
Yeah.
A hard reset because you said it's locked. You want to.
I want to load it with something else. Like I'll have to see because my new phone. I have to look. I have to see if I can put the SD drive in it. Hopefully, and not lose it.
Well, if you want to just use it as a Wi-Fi phone, no,
Yeah, there's an SD.
you just gotta reset it and use it as a Wi-Fi phone. That's it.
Reset it with the Wi-Fi to backup. Hold on.
No, reset it on in the settings.
Well, hold on. One thing at a time. I'm trying right now to take the SD card. Hold on, I'm gonna have to shut this device off too. Shut it off. Come on. Power this off. Okay. And let's take this off. See, I'm on my PC, so I'm gonna take this new phone, take it out of the case, and take the other SD card out. But I think it has some stuff I might want. Jacked up when I popped it. My son said I could fix the glass myself. I probably could. Okay, there's that one. And there's the SD card. Oh yeah. I don't know why it wouldn't read these SD like. Go. Smaller phone, but like the one phone had Android 11. This one has Android 12 on it. So it's a smaller phone, but it has higher some. So I want to take that old Android 11 phone and see if I can break it and put a Linux on it. Make it just like an open carrier
Bro,
Wi-Fi
Android
phone.
is Linux. What are you talking about? Android is Linux.
Yeah, but I want to have it open so that it could be Linux that I can control. So you got to break it still somehow. You got to put in the
Without Google,
firmware,
you mean?
right?
Yeah. I gave you a link in the chat.
What's up?
I gave a link in the chat, but it's only compatible with certain models. So it depends on your model.
Chat, you're in politics. Why don't I have the darn chat? Yeah, it gets dark so early now. Good thing I have lights. Good lights. God, I fucking good lights. Except, best coffee lately. Gotta hurry up and make more water. Go through water a lot. Need 3 or 4 more gallons now. Okay, let's see. Hold up just a second here. What am I looking at? Lineage OS. Free and open source for various devices. There you go. Okay. Security updates. Helps you. Okay, hold on. How do I get it? Okay.
First, you need to check.
Check my device.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I bet I could do it. It is. Let's see if they have View 3 blue smartphone. Gotta be. The blue B140DL View 3 Auto. Nokia. Hold on. Oh shit. Got C300. That's my new one. I don't want to break that one though. Let's see. Oh man, tell me this is OnePlus Nord. I think I have that one too. I don't think it starts anymore though. Wait a second. Not a Galaxy. It's a blue Galaxy. Okay, that does it. I gotta find. I think I ordered a tablet, and that's why they shut my other phone. So I gotta call and update.
Sonny, bro, you gotta mute yourself while you do that because you're making a lot of
Oh,
noise.
sorry, man. Sorry. 1 second.
Why is it so quiet in here? Did everybody get launched into space where nobody can hear you scream? Or text? Or whatever? You guys take a space elevator there, did ya? Anybody see the space elevator? Huh? Space hotels? Anybody? Yeah, you're not going in any space hotel. Space jail. That's where you're going. Fucking globies. Hey, goblins? That's what I call you. Fucking goblins. Spinning motherfuckers. What is up with you? What's wrong with you? Huh? That's right. You better hide. You're dizzy, aren't you?
Checkaroonie. Check, check. I say check. Check one. Check two. Check a checker. Check the checker.
Mhm.
Mm.
Hey guys. Hey guys.
What's up? Where are the heliocentrists? Do they have any new arguments, or is it all the same old stuff? The horizon is Earth curve, but it's not Earth curve. Okay. Just checking. Green Man, are you a heliocentrist?
I believe the Earth is interdimensional.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes, I believe in heliocentric. I believe in soul and a Luna. I talk with them.
Right. So you're delusional.
Whatever, man.
Well, you said it. I mean,
When I say I talk with them, it means by one side. Means sometimes in a ritualistic way, I give peace and blessings. And for like example, oh son, may peace and blessings of God be upon you. Like that. I don't think this is delusional.
you're asking the peace and blessings of God be upon the Son?
Yeah, the soul actually. Its origin, another name is soul. Not the human soul, the SOL, not the SUL.
Yeah, I'm aware. So you're praying for the Son.
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. Why?
Sun is a living creature.
It is? Do you have any evidence for that?
I have spiritual, which is not fundamentally can be proven by physicality.
So you imagine that the Son is a living being?
No, not just me. Many Hindus, Buddhists, Muslims, mystics, all of they do.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you have to.
I'm a mystic myself.
You're a mystic?
Yeah,
What makes you a mystic?
by practicing mystical tradition, summoning rituals.
Yeah, but I mean, like, expound on that. What does that mean? Does that mean you're pagan?
No.
Everything's alive,
Oh my.
so you worship it?
No, of course not. I'm Abrahamic. I'm Muslim.
You're Abrahamic, you're Muslim, right? But does that mean you're a mystic?
There is a mystical tradition in both Judaism and Islam. In Judaism, it is called
Maybe you
Kabbalah.
can help me out. Okay. Just help me out and help me understand this. What does it mean to be a mystic?
Do you understand what I said right now?
Yeah, what does it mean to be a mystic?
Like I said, I am explaining. There are a mystical tradition in Judaism which is called Kabbalah, and there is a mystical tradition in Islam which is called Sufism. A mystical teachings or a tradition is a part. It can be, it cannot be part of a religion, but it is a tradition. What should I say? Practice which is based upon spirituality, which goes beyond five senses. Experience which go beyond five physical senses. That is what mysticism is. Like magic, for example.
So it's spiritualism, right?
Every religion is spiritual, but it does always not show spirituality in physical experience. When you have some spiritual teachings which allows you or guarantee you a spiritual experience that is become a part of mystical, that is become a mystical, like magical or whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Like for example, talking to angels. Yeah.
Okay. So you're of the Muslim
Yeah. Sufi.
bent. Okay. Okay.
Sufi.
But w- I don't know. I guess I'm trying to figure out if you need to, because the Muslim. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know all that much about Islam. But if you are of Abraham and you worship a singular deity, you would call him Allah, correct?
Yes. You can search it on the Google.
Okay.
Just write Sufism.
Well, I mean, I would rather talk to you because I don't want Google to tell me what you are. I'd rather just ask you, right?
Okay.
Okay. So, why, if Allah creates the sun, why would He need you to bless it?
First, you can ask a like the same question like, if Allah provides help and necessary stuff for another brother or another person, why He tells a Christian? Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
So why does
Yeah.
God, according to your own religion, why does God tells you to pray for your own neighbor? This is, tell me. That is the
Well,
same.
because my neighbor is alive, but the sun, according to even the Torah, is not alive. It's just a
No, it is
creation.
not. No, bro. You're contradicting the Torah itself. The Torah never said, not the New Testament.
So
that
where does the Torah say that the sun is alive?
Not in the Torah, but in the mystical texts like Talmud and Zohar. Like Jews have mystical.
Yeah, those are Babylonian mysticism, bro. Yeah, that's Babylonian mysticism. I'm talking about the Torah, not the Talmud.
Yeah.
So as a follower of Allah, why are you engaged in Babylonian mysticism? Because that is against the Torah and Abrahamic covenant.
I don't.
But so then in the Torah, then where is the sun alive?
I never said follow the Talmud. I just answer your question. Like in Judaism, there is belief that sun is alive. I'm talking about Judaism in particular, not just Torah.
So you're talking about Babylonian mysticism. You're talking about Babylonian Judaism.
I don't know, man.
Well, you should know. You're a mystic.
Yeah, but my mystic tradition is not from Babylonia.
Well,
I
all
don't
mystical
follow.
traditions are from Babylon.
No,
Yeah, because they're the worship of nature.
no, bro.
And they're the worship of the
Mystical.
nature gods. Yeah.
No, no, no. Let me tell you, mystical tradition and its teachings come from God's prophet, not from Babylon. What you are saying, yes, I know that is a fact. A magical ritual tradition was first sent it to Babylonia. Yeah, it is also true. The first appearance of
Yeah.
angels of magic. I don't know the two angels according to our Quran and Hadith. There were two angels. They were the angels of magic, which was sent to Babylonia. And before that, people doesn't know the dramatic magical ritual they have. But it is not as the same as mysticism. Like for example, magic, like paganism and non-Abrahamic spirituality is different from Abrahamic spirituality. Mysticism means a way to go connect yourself to the divine. That is something else.
Okay.
I don't know if they some in the later on some people copy the Babylonian magical pagan teaching. I don't. Yeah, like it doesn't mean that everything is copied from them. Yeah, like I said, Torah and uh, Judaism's other books is also corrupted, as I believe. But there are many truths in it also. It doesn't mean everything is false, but many things are false and corrupted.
Right. How would you
Yeah.
verify things if we know that a lot of things are corrupt? Even if, let's say, the Quran or the Torah or even the Bible, if they were all corrupted, how would we
Bro,
determine what was true, especially in a spiritual sense?
it is not a religious channel. This is a flat earth channel. If you want to talk about that, we can go to another chat, but I think we should respect the channel and come
All
back
right.
to the sun
So
and moon.
yes. Back to the sun and moon. Do you think they're spherical objects?
What?
Do you think that the sun and the moon are spherical objects?
The sphere, like three-dimensional circle, yes.
Spheres.
Yes.
Okay. How would you go about proving that, or is this just a belief?
Science, maybe? Will you
Well,
okay
how
with
would
that?
science prove whether or not something is a sphere?
And that is the whole discussion that this channel had for like 1 month. Don't you listen to them? That is what
Well,
this
I'm
channel is
asking you,
made of.
bro. Well,
You
I'm
are
asking
asking me?
you. How do you know? Do you believe or do you know that the sun and the moon are spherical objects?
Yeah. Okay, I'll send.
Yes.
I believe and I also know in some degree.
Well, no doesn't come in degrees. You either know it or you don't.
What shall I say? I don't have a spiritual experience out of the earth. So yeah, it is what should I? Yeah, it is from scriptures and knowledge. Yeah, I believe.
So this is a belief. This is not a knowledge. It comes from scriptures. You think they're objects.
Not just scriptures, from scriptures which is based upon spiritual experience, which is knowledge.
I don't know about that. That's dicey. I'll tell you what, why don't we just stick to the things that you and I can both empirically validate? Tell you what, because I'm not a materialist. I mean, I'm obviously a spiritual man, but I'm not going to make arguments for things that I'd have a hard time empirically validating, right? So I can't tell somebody spiritually, I think the sun is a sphere. How would you prove to me, because you brought up science, how would you prove to me that even through science, if you could, that the sun is a sphere?
Okay. What should I say? Mm, spiritual experience.
Experience, okay. Well, you and I both experienced the sun in the sky, right?
My masters, they have my teachers do have experience that the sun is sphere. They can
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't prove anything to me. I don't know your teachers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know them. So how are you going to prove it to me? How can we prove this together?
Okay, what should I say? Okay, do you believe in flat earth, brother, with due respect?
In what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What do you believe? What do you believe? Like, do you believe the earth is flat or something?
Well, no, I know the earth is flat. I've measured it. I've checked for curvature. There's no curvature anywhere. So I know it's flat.
Let me tell you why it is. Because according to the science, yeah, light bends, yeah. Also, light also bends or
Science.
photon, yeah. It is bends with the
What
space.
science?
Newtonian science.
Light bends with
General-
space? No, light, that's not Newtonian. No.
Yes, it is. That I
Newton
can
didn't say light bends, space bends light, dude.
Okay, forget about Newton. That's classical science. Okay, and quantum physics. Both of them agree that light particles bend with space, and space have shapes. So Earth is look flat inside the Earth because our light also bends and sensorizes to the curvature of the Earth. That's why I can just Google it. Wait, I'll just Google that. Does space have shapes? The space have three kind of shapes. First is
Bro,
flat.
that's not traditional geometry. That's pseudo-Riemannian force space that Einstein was talking about. By the way, Google doesn't prove anything. Google just sells ads and makes claims. It doesn't prove anything. Are you getting all of your scientific knowledge, quote unquote scientific knowledge, from Google? Because that's not really good.
No, it is what should I say? Genuine according to my spiritual teachers also.
I don't, bro, you're not going to appeal to me with your spiritual teachers. I don't know them. They could be crackheads for all I know and for all you know. So let's throw your spiritual teachers out of the conversation. How do we know that the sun is a sphere, especially since you're going to tell me that because space bends particles, therefore the sun is a ball? That doesn't make any coherent sense.
No, I said that because I was trying to prove that Earth was curved and.
Oh, right, because I measured the Earth, right?
I was not talking about the sun. In that time, I was saying
so
that
you brought
why
it up
do you
because I
see-
said I mentioned that I measured the Earth, right?
Yes,
so
that's why.
every time that we look out across the Earth, it never shows us any curvature anywhere. So therefore, it's curved.
Our
Oh man,
vision is curved. Our vision is curved. Our vision is curved.
our
According
vision
to
is
Einstein-
curved.
Yes, according to Einstein, space bends. Space have three shapes. De-Sitter
No, it
with
has
anti-de-Sitter.
four. You're talking about pseudo-Riemannian force space. That's space and time. That's a fourth dimension that doesn't exist.
No,
It's
I'm
conceptual.
talking about
So
I'm talking about de-Sitter and anti-de-Sitter space.
anti-space?
De-Sitter anti-D setter and D setter space. Wait.
Okay.
I'm
So
sending
you're
it in
talking
the side
about
chat.
space-time bending.
I'm
Okay, let me
giving
look
you
in
just in the side chat. D
the
setter
side
space.
chat. I'll check the side chat. Let me check the side chat. That's where all the good
No,
stuff is at.
wait. I need to send. Yeah. There you go. I'm taking screenshot.
I don't know, dog guys. We're waiting for space-time proof in the side chat.
Wait a minute.
I mean, if Google's going to give us evidence for space-time, I want to see it. Like, this would be awesome. This would solve so many problems. Yeah, me either, bro. He's got a heavy accent. It's not his fault, but I can't understand it.
Are you there?
Oh, I'm here, bro.
Yeah.
24/7.
Yeah. I got the picture. Now I'm uploading in the side chat. Wait a minute.
Okay. Okay.
Here's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I sent 4 pictures. Please look and read.
Okay. So what you've done here, Green Man, is you've showed me reifications of concepts and ideas, but you haven't shown me anything physical or concrete or anything in reality. So I need to see some evidence in reality, not someone's imagination. I don't feel like I'm asking for too much, right? Like, I'm just asking for physical reality of the claim. What you're showing me is conceptualizations and pictures.
No, it is a fact which is proven by scientific laboratories that light bends and it is quantifiable.
Bro. No, it's not quantifiable. Quantify means I can go out and actually count it. You're just telling. What was that? I don't know. Someone else bounced in here. Anyway, the point is that it's not quantifiable because I can't touch it. I can't count it. It's just conceptual. It's just math. Math is not reality, right?
It can measure it. You can measure it.
Where am I going to measure space-time? Two conceptual mediums.
I'm talking about light, not space-time.
Where can I count light? Well, you said that space-time curves the light. That means it has a physical effect on light.
I did
So,
not say
what is space-time?
I did not say space-time.
You just showed me pictures of space-time, bro. You just... So is space a fabric? Is space a physical thing?
Wait a minute. What is this in the title? Because the math. Bro, I am not.
You're mumbling. I can't.
No. I am reading in the site chat. Wait.
Okay. Is it going to be something I can go out and touch, or are we just going to talk about space again, which is non-physical, descriptive,
So
conceptual?
First of all, what is that you want? Like, what kind of proof that you want that I need to ask you first? Like, I give you some kind of proof and you are not satisfied with that kind of proof. So what kind of proof that you are asking for?
No, I'm not satisfied. I want physical proof. I don't want descriptions of conceptual mediums. I don't want that. I want you to tell me. I want you to show me in physical reality something you and I can go out and test, touch, feel, experience together. Not what you have in your mind. Not what some other stranger told you about his imagination. Yeah. That's what you're showing me. Is someone else's imagination that they made up with math.
There is a way. There is a way. There is a way. Should I tell you? Okay. But it is not a spiritual, but it is conscious. Conscious. Like you have the conscious and sentient intelligent, but it is a spiritual state, not a physical state. You will remember the memory and the knowledge you gain, like a astral travel.
Right. Those are still non-physical, bro. Those are non-physical, right?
Yeah.
Like.
But
you can't touch my consciousness. Isn't that crazy? Right.
I am talking about.
No, it isn't.
I am talking about knowledge. Knowledge. Do you satisfied with your knowledge?
Knowledge is non-physical.
Oh my god.
Knowledge is non-physical, bro.
Okay, then I don't have any kind of proof which is physical in your way.
Of course you don't. Let me ask you a question. Do you think ideas are physical?
I can give you a method which is called astral projection or astral travel. You need to have some medicine or psychedelic.
Yeah, I'm not going to take any psychedelics. And I think at this point now you've broken the terms of service, and I think someone needs to actually mute you and kick you out of here.
I don't know the terms. Sorry for that. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, don't bring up drugs and astral projection and medicine in here, bro.
I don't encourage anyone to do psychedelic. I'm against it.
Okay, well then let's not talk about these ideas, even these little trips that someone might go on, which are still non-physical. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So ideas aren't physical, knowledge isn't physical, memories aren't physical. Conceptual mediums called space-time, mathematical conceptions are not physical. So how are you and I going to validate the claims that you made other than just bringing me pictures from Google?
What is physical then, man?
Things that you and I can both touch. Can we touch it with like our fingers? Right? Can we smell it? Ionized particles?
Isn't that knowledge?
No, it's not knowledge. What the heck are you talking about?
Knowledge means knowing that this feels this way or that feels that way.
An
I
idea
can
is not
touch.
knowledge. Thank you.
My English is pretty bad.
So if you can smell something with your physical senses, right? Like honestly, we could have this conversation. It would be a deep one. We're going to try to keep it kind of on the things that we
I'll
can
go
prove.
as
But
far as I can. I'll go as far as I can.
okay,
Yeah, there is a way. There is a way to physically
okay,
proven the Earth is sphere and out of space and everything is real. The way
okay.
is
Here we go.
build a rocket and go to space. That's it.
You and me, you want to do it together? Should we do that? Should we build a rocket and go to space?
No, according to my teachers, the moon landing
Remember,
NASA
I
is
think
fake.
that your teachers are
Fake. They are
crackheads.
not
Remember that.
real.
I don't like your teachers. I don't know them. They're strangers to me. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
so how are we going to build this rocket, you and me? I'm not very good at rocket building.
Like I said, we are as a human not allowed to travel to moon individually. Some, like I said, let me finish, okay? As I know,
Yep.
as far as I know, for like example, NASA, yeah, the old NASA Apollo moon landing, everyone know that the video footage are there that those are fake. Yes, those are fake because NASA is hiding that they did not go to moon by themselves, but someone took them. It is the truth.
Oh.
But we cannot penetrate that kind of reality if the permission is not given to the individual. That because moon is also spiritual as well, also.
Okay.
It is
So
it is alive. It is alive.
okay. If the moon is alive, how would you prove that? Does it have a heartbeat? Does it have a consciousness? Is it sentient? Does it know that it's alive?
Do you know that what should I say? Do you know in the internet there are pictures of alchemy that shows you that sun have eyes and mouth, moon have eyes and mouth in alchemical pictures? Did you ever saw them?
Yeah. I've seen clouds that look like dogs. Does that mean the clouds are dogs?
No, those are not from alchemical or a respectful tradition.
Okay, so you're talking about a tradition of spiritual mysticism that you can't validate, but you do believe. I'm going to be honest with you, bro. You haven't really blown my skirt up with any evidence today. What you've told me is that you believe things because you saw them in pictures and your teachers told you them. That's not very good.
Evidence according to mathematics.
No, you didn't. You gave me pictures. No, mathematics is not evidence, and you know it. I can describe a lot of things with math, but it doesn't make it real.
I believe it is.
Well, then that's your prerogative. You believe it, but you can't prove it.
How do you? And you're even kind of wrong on that one. And respectfully, you're even kind of wrong on that one, bro. I've studied a lot of esotericism and mysticism, and if you go back far enough, all the ancient cosmological models are for a flat Earth cosmology, and the moon is more likened to an alternate realm or dimension, like some Niflheim shit from Norse mythology. It's not a planet. It's not a ball. It's not a floating ball in the sky. So it still conforms to flat Earth. It still conforms to the flat Earth model.
The things you said, half of them is okay, and half of them is not. When you say the moon is another realm, dimension, it is. I agree on that. But
is it a floating is it a floating ball in space
really
outside of Earth orbit?
If you go to higher reality and multidimensional reality, then it is.
No. It would just be another realm or dimension. That doesn't make it a ball in the sky floating outside of Earth's orbit.
It is, bro. Black hole do also exist.
So it can
Green Man, can I ask you a different question that's sort of related and not related at the same time? Do you want to believe this? Is this like a bias? Do you really want these things to be true? Or is this your conviction? Because you've only told me what you believe and what people have told you and the pictures that you've seen. And that gives me the impression that you want to believe it, even though you can't back it up. Do you want it to be true?
He's like Mulder from X-Files. I want to believe.
Yeah. X-Files. Oh, boy.
That's a throwback, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. For example, what is the question again?
Is this just something that you want to believe? And you can, like, it's not harmful to say yes. Like, there's things that I want to believe, right?
This is what I have to believe. First
You
of all,
have
to be
to.
honest, because let me be honest, okay? Previously, I was myself a flat earther. To be honest, I myself was a flat earther, but I converted to heliocentric model.
Heliocentric mysticism.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Because
this
$20
fill-up box.
yeah, I converted because I think the idea of flat Earth is not true in a higher teaching, higher reality. For example, I can give you another example. What should I say? There are multiple viewpoints. Okay, means the multidimensional. One thing can view differently from different position. Yeah, something like that.
I'm aware that there's a lot of options out there, but you said something earlier that I really kind of would like to drill down on. You say you have to believe this. Why do you have to believe it?
Yeah, Tigger, I understand where you're coming from. That is the picture I also believe in. Yes, I also believe those are what should I say? I don't disagree with Tiger. But it is a very condensed.
I just disagree that those models confirm heliocentric physics,
It does.
planets floating around in space.
Okay, for example, I can give you an example. Yeah, Tiger.
Yeah, go
bring
for
me the Islamic models. You bring me multiple models. Yeah, but bring me the Islamic model in icon that I'm. Bring me the big picture. Then I'll send you another one. I'll give you. Okay, the Islamic model that I'm seeing in your multiple picture. Wait.
What?
He's trying to do some mental gymnastics to say that these flat Earth models indicate heliocentric physics.
So bring me the Islamic model, please. It's in your previous picture. If you want to have a respectful conversation.
I see the Islamic model. What about it?
Bring me the bigger picture inside. It is very small in those so many pictures.
So a flat plane underneath.
Where's your Mexican Sprite?
Yeah, that's just the circular motions of things floating through the sky around the circular flat plane. Like,
Did it taste like Mexico? You've never been. How would you know?
If you do a time lapse photo of the stars, it does the same thing. So that's just an artistic representation of the things circling around the dome. That doesn't indicate.
Wait a minute.
That doesn't indicate orbital physics.
Wait a minute. I'm sending a thing right now. Let me
Yeah, go for it.
keep. You're being very respectful. Thank you. And
Yeah, it's no worries.
no, wait.
Then yeah, Daga's models might not be apropos. I suppose conceptuals is better. These abstracts.
Wait a minute. Where is the picture? Where is it?
You're politically right. Politically, you're.
We are not talking about politics, sir. Go away. Where does the picture go, man? Wait.
So was it your esoteric findings that made you go from flat Earth to heliocentricity more than any particular evidence?
Yeah.
Oh, word. So it is more of a faith thing than a science or empirical thing.
Yeah. Wait.
At least you take that on the chin.
Internet connection is.
No, listen, bro.
There you go. I found the yeah.
The model is a disc floating through space on the backs of 4 elephants on the backs of a turtle. All right, get it right.
Hey, that's the Discworld.
Discworld, yeah, Terry Pratchett. Good call. Good note. I feel like Discworld's one of the few things where the powers that be break their silence on the topic, and of course, whenever they do on something real like that, it's always with disdain and mocker, and obviously, Discworld's heavily satirical.
Here I am. Where is the picture that I said you to upload? I got.
Oh, did you send me one? Hold on. You didn't send me any?
You did not upload the picture that I asked you to upload.
What picture did you ask me to upload?
The picture of the flat model according to Islamic.
The Islamic model? Fine, I'll try to find a picture for you. You can make me be your secretary and find your own homework?
No, I am respectfully asking you for a conversation.
I got you, bro. Give me a second. There you go, I'm posting it. Yeah, and it looks like there might be some heliocentric leanings on the Islamic model. So ultimately, just fuck Islam even more is the take-home message there, I suppose. It's the one anomaly out of all of them. So I doubt you're going to be able to
come
find
off the ground a little bit with that one.
Okay, so let me now upload my picture. Okay.
Yeah,
Here you go. The first one. Here you go. The second one.
But this isn't really indicating a globe Earth because, yeah, I know it's the fucking tree of life and the Sephiroth. I knew you were going to do that. Yeah, and the moon corresponds to the Sephiroth of Yesod, and that's what I'm saying. It could be compared with a spiritual realm or one of the Sephira, but that makes it, like I said, more of a dimension or a realm more than a floating ball in a planetary system, though it is a floating light.
The first picture. Do you saw the first picture? There is Pluto on it. The scary one.
Well, yeah, I'm quite familiar with the Tree of Life.
Do you see the Galaxy and Orion Nebula in the back of this picture?
Yeah, but that's just an artistic layout.
No, it is not. If you go to Egyptian mysticism and deep inside it, there are also mentioned of Orion Nebula in
Well,
those.
we can all fucking
Well,
see
yeah.
it.
Well, yeah, there's definitely mentions of the lights and the constellations and galaxies in the sky and stuff because they've been there throughout all of human history. But these are just conceptual ideas of what those lights in the sky represent.
And it also includes Pluto. So, do you agree that Pluto is a planet?
I don't think even modern day science agrees that Pluto's a planet.
Yeah.
Pentagon grass sliced in about 25 years.
The picture of the Pluto is actually, yes, it is fake, but the real Pluto is not. The picture that NASA shows about Pluto is fake.
Yeah, everything NASA shows is fake.
Bro, I want to say a deep reality of this tree of life. Okay, so there is 11, yeah, Sephirot in it, and using this map, you can explain a solar system, dimensional reality, spiritual reality of a solar system, and by using the same picture, you can view and a galactical picture or reality, and using the same thing you can, what should I say,
Wait a minute.
reality
Wait a minute.
which is beyond.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you talking about the fakeness of NASA's
You
filmography?
don't understand. Okay, another thing.
Excuse me.
Another, okay. Do you look at the picture? What is the first
No.
Sephirot? Tell me.
Okay, which picture?
The picture that I send you.
I see it. The Green Man, Skyfall.
No, the tree of life. What is the first Sephirot?
The first Sephiroth from the bottom is Malkuth, the Earth.
Yeah, and if you look at from the Pluto or the top of it to point down, yeah, it looks not heliocentric but geocentric. Yeah, like everything starts from the Earth. Earth is in the bottom and middle, and but if you look at another way, you can see the sun is in the middle. The Tephira is in the middle. Do you
Tifereth.
understand what? Yes.
Yeah, Tifereth represents Christ and the sun gods and all that. Yeah, I get it.
Do you understand
But-
what I'm saying? There are multiple
Yeah.
viewpoints. There are multiple.
Yeah, but to me that model just.
Let me finish.
Yeah,
Let
go
me
for
finish,
it.
brother. For example, if you look at the tree of Sephiroth from the top, yeah, to look exactly from top to the bottom, you see the everything starts from Malakut, and Malakut is in the bottom and the middle, like geocentric. But if you look at this picture in another way, like you see the viewpoint you see on the flat picture, yeah, you can see the Malakut is not the middle, but the sun, Tephira, is the middle, which is according to truth to with the solar system heliocentric.
Well,
So
the heliocentric model is made to conform with those that divine abstracts and understanding, but that's just in the center because the Earth is the center of life in the world, and even in this model, it's flat at the bottom, and this seems like a holographic projection of higher realms and dimensions, just signified as spheres for the purposes of artistic brevity and cleanliness and the symmetry of spheres. These aren't necessarily representing, in my opinion, these aren't representing the actual planets floating around in the solar system. It's an artistic representation of the celestial bodies and movements, which are not planets.
they can be called planet.
To be honest, if you want to get into speculative esoteric territory, I think it's more likely that they're portals to these other dimensions rather than rather than balls floating around in the sky. Because when you
I
analyze
agree.
when you analyze these lights in the sky, they look like sonoluminescent and
I
wavelength,
agree with you.
like lights.
100%. Let me talk for a
Well,
second.
I know that you did interrupt me after going on for 5 minutes when I was just trying to rebuttal. So you need to chill out a little bit
Okay.
too.
Okay. I agree with you that what you guessed it right. I believe that there are portals and not a way like NASA is showing. I believe many things which NASA says is also fake. Like I said, according to my shaykh or teachers, they told me moon landing is also fake and Mars landing of Elon Musk is also bullshit. This
Okay,
is what I believe.
how can they both be
And
portals? How can they be both be portals and planets at the same time when those are physically different things? One's a
like
light
I said,
and one's a light or a frequency, and one's a physical object millions of miles away.
Well, they have to be because they're lifer globers.
Yeah, that's some cognitive dissonance you're running into with your esoteric leanings here, buddy.
can you repeat what you saying? Can you please
Like,
repeat?
yeah, I was just saying I think it's more likely that they're portals than they are planets, and you can't say that they're both. Those are completely separate things. A frequency or an energy or a light that leads into another dimension can't physically be the same thing as a floating ball millions of light years away.
Like I said, I'm a student and there are many things that I don't know. I have to ask my teacher. Like I said, I don't believe the things is true like the NASA is telling you. But
Well, we agree
yeah,
on that, but that's beside the point. I think that you're running into a little bit of a cognitive dissonance wall here, but that's quite all right.
no,
You do some more studies, I
but
suppose.
no, bro. I believe the Earth has many dimensions inside the Earth itself. Like for example, Gog and Magog. Do you know Gog and Magog?
Yes, from the Bible.
They are trapped in another dimension, which is from the Earth.
Check.
A phantom zone.
Check.
There are space and portals inside the Earth, which is interdimensional extra space,
Check.
like other realms or something like that. If you
Check. Is that working?
Check 1, 2. What's up? We can hear you.
Oh, check. I didn't know I was doing that live. Oh, sorry about that.
Listen, if you want to jump on a SpaceX flight and go see if that they're real planets and go be a asteroid miner, go for it, buddy. Good luck.
did you say anything, Tiger?
No, I'm just chilling. What was your last rebuttal? Or what's your main point?
What you were saying right last? Yeah, like I said, there are many things that I don't know, but my teachers do know. Yeah, I was talking about Gog and Magog. Yeah, I remember.
That's just like an appeal to an authority. So when a Globee appeals to bullshit science, like you appealing to your teacher's esoteric wisdom that you're not quite enlightened to, isn't really a valid metric for truth.
Okay, wait a minute. I'll give you another picture that. Wait.
Okay, check. That should be good, right? How's that sound?
There you go.
Very good.
Tiger, are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Go to the side chat and watch this picture. I think it will make
I'm waiting with
make more
bated breath.
it will make more sense. I think it is not from my tradition. It is, but it does.
What is your tradition? What is your tradition, by the way? Is it Vedic or
First,
Hebrew or Hermetic?
first look at the picture. First look at the picture.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
There is a black hole, there is a sun, and there is a earth in different dimensional level. Please try to understand. Have you time?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that kind of framework. What is your tradition, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? Like
My tradition is
Western
Abrahamic.
European Hermetics or Abrahamic? Gotcha.
Abrahamic.
Yeah, so Kabbalism and old
No,
Jewish stuff. Yeah,
I'm not Jewish. I'm Muslim.
Muslim. Gotcha. Well,
Sufi.
Abraham,
Sufism.
Gotcha. Well, the Abrahamic Trinity holds a lot of similarities in that regard.
Do you know Sufism?
I'm not very familiar with it.
It is a mystical tradition like Kabbalah.
Ah, I gotcha. The Muslim version of Kabbalah. I gotcha. I'm more familiar with Christianity and Judaism than I am Islam.
So, what do you think about the picture that I sent? Do you agree with that?
I think it's an interesting conceptual using the tree of life as an obvious basis for it, but I don't think that it validates heliocentricity.
Not the way the NASA shows, but other way, yeah. In some point, it does.
I don't think you're making a very coherent or convincing argument for that point, bro. But I admire your enthusiasm and dedication to the esoteric understandings. But I
Thank you, bro.
I respectfully disagree that it validates heliocentricity.
You disagree?
Absolutely.
Oh shit! Is this proof of Earth curvature? Fuck.
That's right.
It says no.
That proves
It
the
says
mile
a
per
black
square
hole.
foot drop, bro.
Black hole, bro. It says in the picture there is a black hole in 9th dimension. Don't you see it?
A black hole is a concept, bro, that can exist outside of a heliocentric model. It's just a void. The concept of mu in Shintoism, it's the idea of nothingness. It's just represented conceptually as a pitch black sphere, but that doesn't literally mean that there's literally black holes out in the galaxy sucking everything up. You're
Another
following for what the powers that be have done is use esoteric truth and these ideas in order to make a watered down Blue Lodge version for the normies to eat up, which is the heliocentric space model.
But I want to say one more thing. I want to let me speak right now. I want to say that there is another reason for me to believe in heliocentric.
What's that?
The black cube of Kaaba.
Ah, I know you're a Saturn worshipper for sure.
No, I'm not.
The black cube represents. Are you aware that the black cube of Kaaba represents Saturn?
I'll tell you. Your information is broken. That's why you are talking about Saturn and not about Sun. I'll give you the proper and full information. Just wait.
Hold on. So you don't think the black cube as a conceptual represents Saturn?
It represents 369. 3 means three-dimensional Earth. 6 means Saturn, time, reality, and 9 means Sun, which is the Sun reality of annihilation or the black hole. The reality 369 represent Earth. It is a cube because cube represents three-dimensional, which represent Earth. Earth is also the third planet according to heliocentric model. That is why 369 is the total. You are cutting the 3 and 9 and only focusing on the reality of 6 and you are representing it in a bad way, which is totally incorrect. I will give you the full knowledge. Just wait.
You've quite elaborated the limits to your esoteric knowledge there, so I'd probably relax on your prescriptions for enlightenment.
Wait.
Oh,
Do you
sorry,
know
that
the
might.
369?
Yeah, I listened to Takashi.
No, the 369.
Yes, I'm familiar with the idea.
Wait, then wait.
That doesn't mean that the black cube doesn't represent Saturn, Satan, though.
Let me tell you. Wait a minute. First of all, let me please arrange the picture that I want to bring. Please give me one time.
So it does represent Saturn. And anyway, we had Nikola Tesla, born on July 10th.
It represents Sun more than Saturn
Nikola
and
Tesla.
black hole. Wait.
Nikola Tesla, 369. Nikola Tesla. You asked a question. Or you implied a question. Have we heard of that before? Yes. Nikola Tesla, 369. What about it?
I'm giving you. Give me 1 minute.
Okay.
I'm preparing for the conversation. Wait. I'm
Okay.
collecting pictures. I'm collecting pictures right now. So wait.
I understand.
Yes, honey.
I'm collecting pictures too.
Yeah.
We're waiting. I'm waiting still. I can wait longer.
There you go. Okay. Are you there, Tiger?
I'm here.
Do you know what is the reality represented by the number 9?
What reality is that?
There are particular reality of planetary reality which can be shown by the number. Do you know?
Okay. What do you mean each planet has a number? Are we talking about the 9th planet?
Every number has a planet. What is the correct English word? Wait. Planetary reality. Like for example, number 3 represents the reality of Earth because Earth is the 3rd planet, and number 6 is the 6th planet. Yeah, and number 9 means Pluto, which is the 9th planet, and Sun is the 0. Actually, the reality is opposite. Pluto and Sun are both connected in opposite way. Pluto means actually 0 because it submitted itself to the real source, which is 9, soul, Sun. So 9 is the source of every planet, which is represented by the number 9, which is the last and final number, which represent annihilation or destruction, or not destruction actually, annihilation of everything, and the source or the void, whatever you want to call it, or the light. Number 9 is used to represent reality of black hole and 9, and in heliocentric spirituality. Wait. Are you listening what I'm saying?
Absolutely. It sounds like you're elaborating the beliefs of a destruction cult.
No, bro.
Why are you positioning the black hole at the top of everything in your depiction?
I send a
Because
picture. Look at the
because
picture, Tiger.
because
I
in the
send you.
model of Jewish mysticism that he's working off of, Pluto represents the highest level of God's emanations.
Look at the picture, bro. Do you see the two pictures that I sent?
Oh yes.
The black hole.
Do you see,
That's a
bro?
cartoon. You know
There,
that's a cartoon, right? You know that you're showing an image that was made with a computer. It's
Yeah,
not real.
the bottom
it is
image is
not
a
the real
cartoon, bro.
picture of black hole, but it is a concept. There are real
That's
pictures.
a cartoon, like
Second,
Star Wars, like Star
it is,
Trek. You know, cartoon.
now you're interrupting the conversation. Like I said,
No,
it
it's
is
not
not the,
interrupting the conversation. This looks like water going down the drain.
Yeah,
okay.
it doesn't.
Tiger, are you listening?
Yeah, but I feel like we're going off the weeds here. I don't feel like this is very productive. And
Like
for
I
the
said, wait.
for the record, all the people spinning around the car also looks like the rings of Saturn.
Let me tell you what is our belief. Like I said, 369. Yeah, 3 means planet Earth. Why it is 3? Because it is 3-dimensional.
I know.
Why?
I feel like you're repeating yourself a little bit, bro. We've all got this. I understand what you're saying.
And what is the reality of 9 that I'm trying to tell you? Tell me.
All right, you're not my teacher. Why don't you just tell me what you gotta say? I'm not here answering your questions like a fucking Darth
Okay.
Dawkins Inquisition.
There are reality of Saturn, yeah, or the 6th planet which is connected. Yeah, I don't disagree, but it doesn't mean it have to be evil.
Doesn't have
The
to be, but
6th,
it is.
it is not. Saturn always not represent evil. It can be represent time. Yeah. So according to our human logic, time is evil because everyone want to become immortal. So time restriction can be viewed as evil. Another way it cannot. It is not. Sometimes restriction and
All
time
right.
is
Well, I
needed.
get.
Hold on
All
one
right, Saturn.
second.
Yeah, Saturn
Hold on
doesn't
one.
have to be evil, but here's a picture of what Saturn Kronos looks like. So you go ahead and believe what you want. You go ahead.
Hold on one
I
second.
know that.
What
I
are you high? Are you high on something? You sounded kind of a little. I don't mean. I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just like saying. If you have
okay. I'll
psychological
give you
problems.
another picture. Wait a minute. This is
Oh
the actual
no!
chart of our teaching.
You just
This
keep
is
talking. Okay. Just
I think
talk
he's
right
high.
through me.
I think
I
he's
get
high
it.
on religious fervor, bro.
Caffeine, maybe too much caffeine.
Religious fervor. It's a powerful drug, bro.
It can be. That's true. I'm trying to just separate the wheat from the chaff, if you will. So forgive me. Hold on. I'm about to go outside. But
like
I'm
I said.
listening.
I will explain the ritual now. Before I explain the ritual
Listen.
of
Do
the
you know
black
that we?
cube,
How do you know that we even are the audience to listen to you talk about rituals?
I was about to
Have you
say,
checked?
Green Man, we should open the room up to bringing this back to flat Earth a little more
Flat Earth.
tangential,
Like
a
what's the?
little more
We
topically.
stick
okay,
to the
wait.
topic. Earth is measured to be what? Stick to the topic. I'll be writing as soon as I get my fucking thing to go off.
Existence of black hole is related to the
Oh
flat
my
Earth.
god. You're on about the lore, the space lore that you've only gotten from people that have told you that it was true, with no proof
I'm
on their
religious,
own at
man.
all.
What can I do?
Yeah. Well, you're obeying something that is purely fanatical zealotry.
It's like talking to a Christian who's
Heliocentrism.
been it's like talking to a Christian who's been touched by the Holy Spirit. That feeling that they have is
Heliocentrist,
more
yeah.
powerful than reason. Yeah, and heliocentricity is a religion. It is a cult.
Okay, I'll give you the exact chart of our teaching. The spiritual ritual of the black cube. I will explain all of it. So hang on with me.
Let's listen to this Freemason try to circle the square, pun intended, on immorality.
I send the picture. Do you see the picture, Tiger? The chart.
I can see it. Yes.
Please concentrate with and tell me what you see. There are
All right.
5 states of
Hey, dude,
star.
you can go fuck yourself. I really don't like the way you're talking down to me. You can concentrate on this and tell me what you see. Like, this isn't a fucking Rorschach test. You're not a fucking shrink. I think you need to relax.
Ah,
God damn, you got a summer pass to a fucking lodge. Relax, buddy.
no, you should because there is a name of Jesus Christ in it.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
why I'm.
Jesus Christ
Yeah,
is
that's why.
related to
Yeah.
most
Tell us.
mystical traditions.
No, just tell us
Jesus
you're
Christ
100%
is
sure of anything right now.
Yeah, that doesn't
let me tell you.
doesn't prove heliocentricity. None of this esoteric shit does.
Doesn't
The
say one thing about
the
it.
first level or the cult in the picture that I sent is representing the sun. The second picture, which is represented by the Noah, is represent the red giant,
No.
and the third picture, which is represented by Ibrahim and Moses, is the white, which is the
Okay, then
That's profound, man.
yeah, and the fourth is the pulsar, which is green, which is represented by the Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And the fifth one, which is the black hole, which is represented by
I see.
Muhammad.
Oh, yes.
Every state of a star is a state of the heart. We believe heart is the center of everything, which represents the star. It is said in the hadith. It is said in our hadith. Yeah, you listening?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're listening.
Yeah, you're listening. It is said in our hadith that Prophet Muhammad says that my followers are like a star in the shining star in the dark night, and if you want guidance, follow one of them. You will be guided. So we believe in the star is one of the most highest creation because God.
What is the
Allah,
stars following? You know, you're following the star. So think about this.
Here.
What are the stars following?
They're going around a central point.
True. Yeah. The stars go around a center point in the sky.
Above us, yep.
Mm-hmm. And they don't move away from each other. They never move away from each other, really.
Yeah.
Like the Orion's belt stars have been in the same position
brother,
for thousands of
Tiger,
years.
are you there?
I mean, Sirius has been
No,
below
he's not
Orion's
there.
belt
We
for
banned
thousands of
him.
years.
We banned
Nothing.
him. We fired him.
Nothing.
That's right. I'm not doing a good enough job wrangling this bullshit back on topic.
Yeah, he's
No,
fired.
I just don't get why stars don't move away from each other in relation to each other.
Because they're all stuck together with sticks.
This is insane. They look so close. When you really look at them, they look really close to each other and close to us. They look a lot closer.
What is this picture, Tiger, that you sent? That is very funny.
Well, from north to south, the whole sky, I'm looking across, and I'm thinking from horizon to horizon. What's the distance? That's bullshit. Trillions of miles? Trillions? From that star to that star? There's no way.
Listen, I like Star Trek Next Generation growing up too, but it's fantasy. Come on, grow up.
Okay, I want to ask a legitimate question, which is very powerful. Do you really think that God will, what should I say, make us believe in a false reality throughout the century of creation? Like
We're not talking
every
about
TV.
We're not talking about God. We're
Like
talking about the machinations of humans and religion, which is ultimately a state propaganda piece. All religions are.
Mm-hmm. I'm going.
no,
I'm a.
I'm not talking about religion here. I'm saying if you look at your surroundings, every TV show and every picture, every book,
You're cutting out, buddy. You sound like Stephen Hawking.
children.
He's cutting out.
He's sharing too much of the esoteric truths his teachers are coming for him.
Yeah, I can approach this as a duality reality where I'm going to believe both kind of models. I'm going to be open to both models and just see where it goes. But yeah, I'll keep a corner of my mind of belief for the heliocentrism and NASA and all that stuff could be real. But I'm also putting to the side, okay, the expansive Earth could be a different model completely, and I can believe both at the same time.
For sure. Not all models are mutually exclusive.
Mm-hmm. I would love it. I would love for NASA to be all that to be real. I would love it, but my intuition is telling me, okay, you guys are faking it. There's too many cartoons. There's 60 years, and we're getting really weak content from this company.
Exactly. It's totally sus.
It's not our fault, and it's not our fault what we're given, and we question it. I mean, skepticism is innate. I can't help it.
One could say it's a virtue.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy that we have it. If you didn't have skepticism, you wouldn't have science.
For sure. The scientific method is a great thing. Unfortunately, most scientists and globies don't follow it. Lean more into that scientism.
Appealing to authority.
Appealing to authority and some quasi-spiritual beliefs.
I think it's hilarious. People will tell me that,
veiled in materialism. Yeah, that's all.
Well, people will tell me that NASA will hide aliens, but they couldn't hide the shape of Earth. And I don't know how there's aliens that they believe that there's moon bases, and we've been sending crafts there for years, but they'd have to hide. That's as big as the scale as hiding the model.
I know they can't lie about fisheye lenses and weather balloons and fucking satellites and simple things like that. But no, they can hide the dark side of the moon and Planet X and Nibiru conspiracies. Give me a fucking break.
I don't believe that God will make us believe in a false reality throughout the century.
God will clearly allow humans to manipulate other humans, and what we're seeing is that on a macro level, friend. I think it's very clear that if God does exist, he's quite all right with this being a reality where humans can manipulate others. Even en masse and consistently over the centuries.
Mm-hmm. If it's an unbiased
I
God.
don't believe he is doing it. Especially for the flat Earth, I don't believe he is doing it.
I think a more optimistic and determined God and a more badass God would want to endow us with discernment and skepticism enough to see through the deception no matter how long it lasts, rather than saying, oh, well, we couldn't have something like that happening because God would be being mean to us.
Let me tell you another reason for believing in my teacher. Because in 2011, one of my teachers made a prophecy of Turkey. Yeah, Turkey will have an earthquake, and other countries like Syria and many others. And he also predicted the coming of coronavirus, and we have physical proof of YouTube video. Our prophecy of our Sheikh was.
There's other people who predicted those things too. It's called predictive programming, and the signs are laid in the public consciousness for decades before these events happen, all over the world.
So you don't believe that my teacher has
Well, I feel like your
Yes, this
teacher,
is God.
if your teacher made those accurate predictions ahead of time, then that could just be explained by him being psychologically aware and attuned to certain trends and perceptions and things like that to come to those same conclusions as others.
No,
The
it made a prediction about coronavirus in 2011.
COVID was predicted in a movie called 12 Monkeys in the 1990s with Bruce Willis and Brad Pitt. Like, a lot of people predicted it.
No, it is not specific. He